GG Evie, how you doing? Welcome back. Welcome. Grofal, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm feeling much better, bro. I'm feeling much better. I feel like a normal human being now, which, is obviously a good thing. Just make sure that all the right filters are set up here. Lunari, how you doing? Moni, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I mean, it was a tough couple of days. 2024 started really fucking shit. But we good, We good. Are we reacting to the LOL cinematic today? Lunari, we can watch it. Although I kind of cheated last night. I needed a pick-me-up, so I watched it. I'm not sure if there's copyrighted music on it, though. That's the only reason I watched it, because usually they have copyrighted music in their cinematics, which means technically you're not allowed to watch it or co-watch it or whatever. But yeah, we'll give it a go. We'll see what they say, right? Benny, how you doing, bro? Yeah, we'll see. I have another React video that I wanted to watch on Monday, but then obviously couldn't watch it on Monday, right? So yeah, we'll see. We are doing something rather weird and wild today, though. This is the first stream ever to X. I don't know if I can see X chat. I don't know if I like Twitter, right? We're streaming to Twitter. We're streaming. Okay, so here's the list of all of the co-streams we're doing today. Just because I felt spicy and I thought, why the fuck not? We're currently streaming to X. We're streaming to YouTube. We're streaming to Twitch. And we're streaming to Kick. So we're doing like a massive co-stream to just about everywhere there is a stream. Just not the main channel of YouTube. So we're not streaming to the main channel. Because I wanted to do that actually, just because I wanted to be like the most fucking restreamer ever, right? But I couldn't find like if it's legal to stream to two YouTube channels at the same time. Lucas, how you doing, bro? Risotto, how you doing, fam? Pringles, how you doing, bro? So yeah, sadly, I don't know if it's legal to stream to two places, but I also don't know if I can actually see X chat. Like, if people chat in X, I don't know if I can see that. So if anyone in X can just, like, if anyone from the stream, from the Twitch stream, can quickly log on to Twitter, look at the stream there, and then tell me if you can chat, like, if you write something, if I'm responding to it. Basically. Because if you're on Twitter, and I'm not responding to it, you won't fucking know, right? Let me open the stream and see. I don't know if there's a chat or not. Right, so I have it open. There is a chat, but there's nothing in chat, which is cool. That means I'm not missing anything. There we go. It's coming through. Love you, boys. Thank you so much, Karim. Literally impossible to change this. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. I can see Twitch X chat. Boys, we're good through. Love you, boys. Thank you. We're good. There's a massive delay on X chat, though. Like, X is probably the biggest delay of all of the streaming services. That's wild. I did not expect that to happen. But, whatever. Lucas, by the way, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. So, yeah, very happy. I have not yet. So, here's what I have not done to all of the X viewers and all of the Kick viewers. Your messages are not shown on screen for two reasons. One, I'm incredibly fucking lazy, and Botrix is a bitch. So, yeah, it's a lot of work to get Botrix to show messages on screen. The other is I have no moderators on X or on Kick. And I am not willing to risk my streaming career to just let the wild chat go. If I had moderators over there, I would be happy to maybe it could be Starlink. It's possible, But you know, I trust the YouTube audience,
Thank you.
and I have moderators over on YouTube. I also trust the Twitch audience because I've been on Twitch for years, and I have moderators here. I don't trust the X audience or the Kick audience because technically anyone can come into any stream and write a bunch of bullshit, and Twitch can be very trigger happy with their ban buttons. So yeah, Kick Bangalore, how you doing, bro? It's not about trusting you, it's about the fact that I don't have mods over on Kick. Once I have mods over on Kick, it'll be a different story, because then if someone does write some bullshit, I can immediately ban that, right? I have mods that can take care of that. For now, we'll just keep it as like tasting, right? I can see your chats. I'll read your chats. Stream will know. My stream is already pretty aware of the fact that I co-stream and that it's perfectly fine and no one gives a shit about it. So it should be good. It should be all good. The pay is great. The pay where? Living life. Sayarina, how you doing? Glad to see you're all, you're still among the living. Epic Thulu, I fucking just pulled it through, man. There was a point there where I thought my arsehole was gonna fall out, but I pulled through. I'm alive, and I live to tell the tale. I'll write a book about that. I'm watching on Twitch anyway. Yeah, that's fine, bro. I have control over you guys on Twitch, at least, with some mods and stuff. So it makes it a little bit easier. But no, eventually we'll have mods everywhere, and then it should be all good. You know, how you guys doing, by the way? Drew Dragon, YouTube chat usually looks empty, so YouTube has this weird thing that you just have to figure out yourself. I don't know why the fuck they do this, but if you go up here and you hit live chat, not top chat, you'll see the people that's chatting, right? But remember, there's also only 13 viewers at the moment still on YouTube. It'll go up to like 30 or some shit by the end, I think. That's usually what it tells me at the end, like concurrent about 30 viewers or so. And then chat's a lot busier. But yeah, for now, you know, just chill. It'll happen. Or you just be the voice that you want to see in chat, man. Just be the best voice that you can be. Wait, you're saying I can get away with saying crazy shit and keep watching you without the risk of being banned? Token X? I mean, I will still ban you. The problem is just if I miss it. Right, and that's why I don't show it on screen yet. I will eventually, even though that is technically breaking Twitch's rules. It's a stupid rule; it shouldn't exist, and that's why I'm happy to break it. But no, I will still ban you if I see you writing shit that you should not be writing. I'll get rid of you. Just good. You taking over all streaming sites, bro? I wanted to fucking try it. That is legitimately the only reason. I thought to myself, why am I restricting it to just Twitch and YouTube? Why not just stream to absolutely fucking everywhere? And just let the cards fall where they may, you know? Let it just be. And let the thing happen when the thing happens. We'll see how it plays out, I guess. So yeah, this is where we are now. We're on 4 sides. This feels like fucking madness, is what it feels like. But they allow it, and it's good. Welcome back from the Formula One stomach. Nick, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, fam. Risotto, yeah, I'm building a following, a cult, if you will, that will spread across all of the social medias. Okay, so Alderson, we have Twitch, YouTube, X, or Twitter, and Kick. Those are the 4. Is there any strain on your internet with simulcasting? No, Cesius, none whatsoever. I have no problems whatsoever doing this, and the reason I have no problems doing this is this. So all of the streams go to Restream, and then from Restream, as you can see here, they're sent out to all of the other sites. So Restream takes care of the shit. I had to pay for the ability to stream to more than 2 sites, but I thought, why not? It's $190 a year to stream to 5 sites, and I only know of 4 sites to stream to anyways. So I was like, fuck it. Yeah, I'll pay $190. Try it out. See how that goes. I don't know how successful X streaming is. I don't really know how good Kick is. We only ever streamed on Kick once, and it was to try it out effectively. So I have no idea what the fuck is gonna happen with it, right? No idea. Like crazy. Might just be high-end, however. Token, are you lagging? Thanks for Snapchat, the next hamster streaming Wayne. OG Apocalypse, how you doing, fam? Probably never. Bane Fox, how you doing, fam? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. But no, I mean, there is the ability. So you can, from here, so this site, Restream, allows you to stream to Facebook. Who the fuck still uses Facebook? It allows you to stream to TikTok. Could not be asked. Don't even know how I would do that. It allows you to stream to Instagram. Again, could not be asked. Will not be doing that. And then there's a bunch of other fucking platforms on here that I just don't know. Like Trovo and Amazon Live and Kakao TV or whatever the fuck that means. Zanki TV, Huya, Doya, Live Edu, Afrika. I don't know any of this shit, but it is there, right? I don't know. It's weird. How many of you are lagging currently? Because technically you should not be lagging. Like nothing should make you lag on your preferred platform. Evan, oh yeah, it's definitely going places. Definitely going places. Sweezy, how you doing, bro? Why are we trying out X today, Echo? Fuck it. I just thought, why not? Like, I have the ability to stream to everywhere. May as well do it. See how it goes. You never know, right? Coming up a few minutes. Echo, it did. I mean, yeah, if it's Twitch, it's probably their fault. Because I have... Well, actually, no. I just realized there was some frame drops. But that's probably just my internet shit. Let's just wait and see if it hopefully it doesn't get any worse. Might have to reinstall it. Shay, I mean, you're already watching the exact same stream on Twitch. It's not like I'm going to do different things on X as I'm going to do on Twitch, right? You're watching the exact same fucking thing. I still believe the premier way to watch streams is Twitch. Like, not going to lie. The only time I don't watch Twitch for live streams is esports. Yes, there I actually do think that YouTube is better for streaming. Because you can actually pause and then go, you know, grab a drink or whatever, come back and just keep watching. Twitch doesn't allow that. But outside of that, I still think X is, or Twitch is like the best place for streaming. To watch, but I do know there's some people that prefer YouTube. There's probably even people that prefer X, because why not? I know Elon Musk is... Like, let me ask you this, chat, because this is actually an interesting sort of discussion to have. Did you guys hear that Elon Musk is sort of going after Twitch and YouTube and Kick? Like, Elon Musk wants to enter the live streaming game in full force. Did you guys hear about that? What do you think? Do you think that it is possible for Elon Musk? Niara, how you doing? Welcome back. It has been a very long time. Very happy to see you back. How's France? Do you guys think it's possible for X to challenge YouTube and Twitch and Kick? Do you think it's likely that X will make some inroads in there? Because remember, this is all part of Elon's dream that X will become the everything app. It's weird seeing you here and not on YouTube. Robert, how you doing, bro? Well, I'm still on YouTube. I'm currently live on X, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So pick one, just fucking enjoy, you know? Just enjoy. But I think X might get too bloated. The thing is, if he figures out, I think, if he figures out the right way to categorize it, there's probably a chance. And I'll tell you why. So here's why I actually think X can be one of the few contenders for Twitch's throne and even YouTube's throne. The biggest problem with live streaming platforms everywhere is community. People watch on Twitch because there's a community there. They have their favorite streamer, but their favorite streamer is also connected to a community. It's very difficult to get that community to go somewhere else. So the problem is, you guys remember Microsoft and their streaming service. They spent millions upon millions of dollars to try and get, very famous people over there. They got Ninja, they got Shroud, they got a bunch of other people, and it failed. Why did it fail? Well, fundamentally, if you get Ninja, that's great. Some people are going to go over to watch Ninja, but as soon as Ninja is offline, they're going right back to Twitch, because that's where all their other streamers are, and that's also where all the other communities that they are connected to are. The issue that pretty much has existed since the first competitors to Twitch is that it's not the streamers. Funnily enough, everyone keeps thinking that it's the streamers that make it impossible because there's so many more streamers on Twitch. No, you can have all of the best streamers. The problem is community. It's you guys, the viewers. If you can't convince the viewers to leave and sign up to a new platform, you're screwed. While here is the kicker for X. The vast majority of streamers are already on X, and the vast majority of their viewers already follow them there. So why wouldn't they watch there? You're not actually asking the viewer to sign up to a place that they aren't already a part of. Most content creators, like for example, if you follow me on X, I discuss and retweet and tweet the same stuff that we do in live streams. I mean, my interests are my interests on everywhere, right? So it doesn't matter where I am. It doesn't matter what I'm talking about. I'm always talking about the same stuff. So it's not people who follow me on Twitch will also enjoy following me on X because I discuss the exact same stuff. The community is effectively exactly the same. So you're not actually asking people to leave their community behind. This could actually be the one thing that counts in X's favor. You're not asking viewers to leave and go to somewhere new. They're already on there, and guess what? All of the other streamers in the world, the people on Kick, the people on Twitch, the people on YouTube, they're all on X too. So it's not like you don't already have a massive ecosystem there. The ecosystem already exists. You just need to give the streamers a tool, and they'll take it away. They'll run with it. So yeah, it is the only thing I think that may actually count in their favor. Okay, Ferorius, I need to figure out how to fucking mod you. Maybe it's the same as on Twitch? Mod. Yeah, it's exactly the same as on Twitch. Great. Ferorius, you've been added as a mod over on Kick. Ferorius is now a Kick viewer. Can you believe it? Hello, Fight. How you doing, bro? Discord and X are integrated. Interesting. Dude, X is integrated into everything. Zafarak, how you doing, bro? Like, think about it. There is not a service in the world that doesn't use X. All Elon Musk basically has to do is make the tools useful. Wait, what do you mean subscriber only mode? What? I don't think I have control over that. I definitely don't. I don't even have subscribers. the fuck do you mean subscriber only mode? Dude, wait. Something's weird here. I need to fix this, but I don't know how to fix it because I don't fucking stream to this thing ever. How do you turn it off from subscriber? I don't have subscribers. I don't have the ability to have subscribers. What? Twitch has also X overlay? What do you mean Twitch also has X overlay? Wait, what is Xenarath actually referring to here? Hold up. Sorry, I'm asking a question here because this is wild. So, subscriber only chat. No, I'm good. Can you guys check that? I'm pretty sure I don't have a subscriber setting. Like, you cannot subscribe to me. If you go over to my profile, there's no way you can subscribe to me. You can type normally. So what the fuck is Zenith talking about here? Don't see X renovating anything. All it had been doing is chasing other platform successes, essentially just chasing trains. But you don't... That is the way you get successful. I mean, so what you're ultimately talking about there, I don't think matters. I don't think that matters, Epic Thulu. The thing is, success so often comes from imitation, not from innovation. If I can take what other people are doing and just do it better, winning. Like, that's an absolute win. He does follow me, so he should be able. He should be able to see it, right? Just gonna use my Google account one for this. Yeah, I don't know what the hell he's talking about, because so I don't have any monetization on X. I don't get paid on X. So anything I post isn't farming for engagement or anything, because I genuinely don't get paid on X. And I don't believe that anyone is able to subscribe to me either on X. So yeah, that's just like complete bullshit. And all of you can fucking chat. Aaron, how you doing, bro? All of you can chat there. So it's all good. Who gives a shit? Right. What was I talking about again? I can't remember now. Oh. Yeah, so fundamentally, I genuinely do believe X has the opportunity that almost no other site has. Right? Because it fundamentally already has all of the what we would consider to be downsides sorted out. Because it's already there. Roaming Firebat, how you doing, bro? So yeah, I can see a world where X can I don't want to, like, okay, so this is going to be big brain, and it is a hot take, but I can see a world if X does things right, where X takes over the streaming space, because it makes it super easy to stream. It literally was 2 seconds. That's how easy it was to stream on X. It is, there's legitimately fuck all to do, which is crazy. Hey, let me show you what you have to do in order to stream on X. So you go on here, you click here, you say edit settings, bam, title done, stream. That's it. There's no categories, there's no nonsense. It's literally just hit stream, go. And now it all boils down to monetization. That's it. Jake Henry, how you doing, bro? Tuning in from the train. Hector Hall, how you doing, fam? innovation, but what we've seen is that humans prefer stability, prefer not changing. I don't see X doing anything to make people move outside just outright paying people, but no one needs to move. Kick already allows you to co-stream to anywhere. X doesn't give a fuck. YouTube doesn't care where you stream, and Twitch just now started to allow people to stream anywhere. So all you really need to do, is start co-streaming to X, and before you know it, a lot of viewers, rather than see the notification, because think about this, how many of your favorite Twitch streamers post on X that they're going live on Twitch? I would assume almost all of them, right? Almost all of them. Asmongold does it. Emaru, I think, uses Instagram, but she may actually use Twitch as well. X as well. Not entirely sure. But pretty much all of them fucking tweet out that I'm going live, come check me out there, right? Imagine if instead of having that tweet, they just went live. It was literally just a button that said, hey, I'm going live here. And I am live here. You can literally just watch from here. In the beginning, people might see that and then come join Twitch or come join YouTube, right? Because who gives a shit? But eventually, you might actually get viewers that just stay on X. Why would I leave, right? I'm already here. I am subscribed here. I'm giving the guy money or whatever. Why would I leave? So you can see a world where that shit does happen, right? X is just a good platform, not gonna lie. I like X. Although, I must say, I have a love-hate relationship with X. I think things like live streaming is a really good thing on X. I don't think that X, in general, is a good platform. Hector, the problem with Facebook is by the time Facebook tried it, it was already the platform of our grandparents. Dude, I'm 38 years old. In 4 days, I will be 39. I haven't used Facebook in over a decade. The only people that use Facebook are in their 40s or 50s. It's not young people. Young people aren't using that shit. So the Facebook was just never going to capture the same audience because the majority of the audience wasn't on Facebook. X, on the other hand, pretty much everyone is on X. Chat window though, unless you're supposed to use the reply thing. So Shay, it's weird. Let me show you how the chat thing works. Okay, so you go to X, you go to profile, you see the stream, and then you have to click this button in order to get the chat thing open. But yeah, that's how you get that open. Click and then you have button in order to get the chat thing. I don't know why they do it that way. Because apparently you can just watch it from here. Yeah, you can literally just watch it from here. But if you want to see the chat window, you have to click the that button. I don't know, it's weird. Anyone even watching on Twitter? Yeah, 3 people. Although, to be fair, I think everyone that is watching on X, because it went up to like 14 and then went down to like 3. And then I saw a bunch of the other viewerships go up. So people are jumping over. Once they see the Twitch, the stream is live, they jump over to the other places. To be fair, no chat can be worse than the YouTube chat. I don't know. Yeah, okay, that is true, Holified. Say 7 on my phone. Right, I don't know. It's 7 on my side as well now. Everyone here also watches on Twitch. Yeah, I would assume so. yeah, I don't know. I have actually sent an email to YouTube specifically asking about top chat and live chat and asking them if there's a way for me as a streamer to turn that shit off because it's super annoying. Sweezy, I don't give a shit where you guys watch. As long as you enjoy the stream, I couldn't care less. You know, just enjoy it. DJ Mark, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the bits, man. Really appreciate that. Echo with some bits. As I've realized my most chats are coming to your attention. What an idea of mine. Dude, what I should do is limit or put a minimum amount of bets that you can send me in order to ask questions. No, I'm lying. Bro, I read chat as I read chat. That's just how it goes, right? And fuck you. I have responded to you when you just write normal shit. You're a liar if you say I haven't. The only reason I will respond to every single one of your chats if you send a bet is because it's money and I feel like I have to. So, yes, true, you will get 100% interaction, but also that's because you're spending money. That would be like donating $1 and then asking me a question. Of course, I'm going to react to that one 100% of the time. There's $1 attached to that. Master Echo has done that. Venderalia, true. Half the time, some messages are randomly not even shown. Yeah, that's the top chat thing, where the AI thinks it knows what the fuck's going on better than anyone else does. It's, yeah, one of the worst parts of it, at least. Riddle, how you doing, bro? I'm good. Thank you very much for asking. Twitch is being annoying for me, so the stream gets choppy. Roaming Firebat, go over to YouTube. Go chill there for a bit if it's getting, like, super unwatchable or some shit. I don't know why Twitch would be doing that, but yeah, if it's completely unwatchable, go over to X or go over to YouTube. You have options now, ladies and gentlemen. Never again do I want to hear bullshit about I can't watch, the stream is so choppy. You have fucking options now. There's 4 different places that you can watch me. Be a moron. To the new League cinematic, or have you no interest in it? I do not know. Riddle, I love League. I have already watched it. I did say I will watch it with you guys again because it's really good and there's some things I missed in there that I think I should watch again. But the reason I don't react to League cinematics is they're always copyrighted. Fucking always. X is smooth at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I think usually Twitch is smooth as well, but we know that Twitch is going through a hard time. I don't know if you guys saw the layoffs. 500 people being laid off. Things are not looking well at Twitch, boys. This is, by the way, part of the conversation with X. Things are not looking good for Twitch. Twitch is not making money. And Amazon, I think, is now at the point where they're no longer willing to carry Twitch. They were, for a long time, willing to carry Twitch and sort of treat Twitch as a, you know, sort of like a tax write-off. I think the problem is that eventually they wanted Twitch to start making money, and Twitch just never made any money. And the reason Twitch has never made any money is because, for the most part, Twitch did fuck all. Now that you have DJ Clancy and he is really trying, he's going to need a lot more time, and I don't think Amazon is willing to give them more time. So we are sort of... Ooh. The owner, or one of the founders of Kick, tweeted saying, eventually, we will just buy Twitch. That was one of the owners or co-founders of Kick that said eventually we'll just buy Twitch. You want to know why? Because Stake.com does not give a fuck. Stake.com basically prints money. For them, Kick is a very welcome tax write-off. It's the ability to say, oh, look, we lost millions. We can't pay taxes on this. Sorry. Oops. They don't give a shit. They don't care whether or not Kick ever makes money. Because as far as they're concerned, what's dead? Is the stream dying? It can't be. On my side, it was perfect. It may be Twitch having a problem. Yeah, I mean, it is gambling money, 100%. But I think mostly it's... Did it lag for anyone else on any of the other platforms? YouTube was good. Freeze, but an F5 and it's fine. Dude, I hate when Twitch does this. Twitch's fucking servers causing shit. Always fun. But, okay, so... See, so for Stake and Kick, they couldn't give two shits about Kick ever making money. This is one of the reasons they are more than happy to give creators a 95-5 split. I will tell you, as someone that actually knows the inside of that, Twitch makes no money on subscriptions. If you include all of the processing fees in order to actually pay creators, a 50-50 split, Twitch makes no money. The fuck is that? Twitch makes no money. Right? So the problem is, Kick don't care about losing money because that's not why Kick exists. And I know this is going to sound weird, but Stake wants Kick in order to introduce more people to Stake. Because by being on Kick, you have people signing up to Stake in order to have an account, and maybe they start gambling, and Stake makes money. So Stake couldn't give two fucks about Kick making money. Twitch, on the other hand, Amazon very quickly realized, Twitch doesn't really help us get more customers on Amazon. If anything, it's the other way around. And so, yeah, Twitch really doesn't serve the same purpose. So I can see a world where either Elon Musk ends up buying Twitch in order to get X a proper streaming platform, or Kick buying Twitch. I could see a world where that happens. Yeah, Stake is a gambling platform. I mean, at the end of the day, if you think about it, it's very clever from Stake. It is a very clever move, business-wise. Morally, Personally, I'm against gambling, but I'm not against gambling for other people. It's your life. Do whatever the fuck you want with it. All right? I couldn't give two shits. If you want to gamble away all your money, that is your choice. As long as you don't use other people's money, it's got fuck all to do with me. So I don't have like a moral qualm with gambling. Yeah, they can exist. It's up to you, the individual, the adult, to make decisions in your life. But yeah, you know, from a business perspective, it's a clever move. Fuck no. Fuck no, Hector. I don't want that. Hey, Bobby Kotick, dude. No one will mourn that guy's passing. Like, that guy is the worst man in the world. I don't want him anywhere near anything. Balthazar, how you doing, bro? Bingo. I've never played bingo in my life. Oh, Olified, yeah. I hate people that act all fucking moral. You had that, right? When Kick was first introduced and, you know, they made that big move with XQC. You had all these streamers coming out. I will never stream on Kick. Ever. I do not condone gambling. It is morally reprehensible. And it's like, oh yeah, fam. Please tell me how fucking morally good Amazon is. Like, let's go over Amazon's greatest hits of human rights abuses and their absolute disregard for the well-being of normal individual people. Sure, you know, tell me about the saint that is Jeff Bezos. Like, let's go. It's like, bro, the fuck are you doing? You're sitting in a bag of filth, screaming at the other bag of filth that they're filthy. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, please. Really? We're gonna talk about this nonsense? Oh, man. Unity sacking 1,800 people is fucking on the worst list. Yeah, but the Unity thing was sort of always gonna happen, right? It's not filthy. Ferroris, that is true. Which child do I have to enslave to get the money? Dude, Ricky Gervais said it best. Like, Ricky Gervais, if you... let me find that. I don't know if we're allowed to show it, but fuck it, we will. Where's that great fucking speech of his? Is it this one? I mean, it's 7 minutes, but let's fucking go, I guess. Now, all I need you to do here is substitute all the actors for streamers.
Hello and welcome to the 77th Annual Golden Globe Awards. Live from the Beverly Hilton Hotel. Here I'm hosting these awards, so I don't care anymore. I'm joking. I never did. NBC clearly don't care either.
Jordy, how you doing, bro?
So, I mean, Kevin Hart was fired from the Oscars because of some offensive tweets. Hello? Lucky for me, the Hollywood Foreign Press can barely speak English. And
like,
they've no idea what Twitter is. So I got offered this gig by fax. So let's go out with a bang. Let's have a laugh at your expense, shall we? Remember, they're just jokes. We're all going to die soon, and there's no sequel. So, yeah, remember that. But you all look lovely, all dolled up. You came here in your limos. I came here in a limo tonight, and the license...
I'm looking for the specific part of it, but I don't know where he does the... But replace that with streamers, and it's the same thing, right? How's the stream going? Very good. Thanks for asking, man. How you doing? Him hosting the Stream Awards? I would die to see that. Dude, he wouldn't know where to fucking start. Like, look, here's the thing. Normal people, like actors and parents and stand-up comedians, they don't know what it is. So I was legitimately watching 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown, which is like this British comedy thing, an hour long, where they have different comedians doing math and word puzzles, right? And one of the stand-up comedians said he literally had a stroke the other day when he heard of someone streaming video games. Like, he thought he had a stroke because he could not fathom someone is sitting there playing Call of Duty while other people are watching him play Call of Duty. Now, when I think of streaming, it just makes natural sense to me. Of course I'm watching Asmongold play video games. Why wouldn't I? Right? Like, it's natural. That's what happens. But when you think about it the way that he described it, you kind of immediately realize, oh, I kind of get it. It's very different. Like, whenever I try and explain to my dad what it is that I do, I can literally see his eyes glaze over as his brain just sort of stops thinking. It stops at, I play games. I mean, because he understands that. He knows what video games are. Everything after that, lost. Like, he doesn't understand the concept of watching someone play video games or watching someone talk about video games, especially doing it live. That makes no fucking sense. He still doesn't understand how I make money on YouTube. Like, that completely escapes him 100%. So it's sort of, you can understand why this would never work. You can't get someone like Ricky Gervais to go host the Streamer Awards. He doesn't have a clue. But I'm looking for the exact... Let me see if I can spot the faces in the crowd. Like, I think it's here. It's somewhere here. Must be somewhere here. Hold up. Let's just go.
Plate was made by Felicity Huffman. So, no. Shush. It's her daughter I feel sorry for.
I like how he wanted to be outraged, and then someone called him and was like, oh, enough of that. I'll just, like, look at this. Fucking Tom Hanks, bro. Wanted to be outraged when he made this joke. He was like, oh, that's uncalled for. Oh, yeah, of course. Just had to get the camera moment in there.
No. Shush. It's her daughter I feel sorry for, okay? That must be the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to her. And her dad was in Wild Hogs. So, lots of big celebrities here tonight. I mean, legends, icons, yeah? Look, at this table alone. Al Pacino, Robert De Niro. But... Baby Yoda. Oh, that's Joe Pesci, sorry.
All right, come
I
on,
love you,
get
man.
to the
Don't
good
have me
part.
whacked. But tonight isn't just about the people in front of camera. In this room are some of the most important TV and film executives in the world. People from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's
Don't know who
coming
the fuck
for you.
that is.
He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving
shit.
R. Kelly, Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. Shut up.
There's a video up on that. Have you seen the new LOL cinematic? I have, but we will watch it again. We will watch it again. I'm just looking for a specific fucking thing in this 7-minute video because I'm trying to make a point. I just need you guys to remember that I'm trying to make a point and then just watch until he makes the thing and then I'll continue with my point, okay? So just keep in the back of your head, we're not just watching this because it's funny. I want to make a point, but I don't know exactly where he says the thing that links to my point, all right? So I need you to sort of suspend reality for a bit while, like, pretend we're not actually watching this, and then I'll tell you when you should start listening to what the fuck he has to say, all right?
Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. Many talented people of colour were snubbed in major categories. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The Hollywood foreign press are all very, very racist. So, 5th time. So, we were going to do an in memoriam this year, but when I saw the list of people that had died, it wasn't diverse enough. No. It was mostly white people. And I thought, nah, not on my watch. So... maybe next year. Let's see what happens. No one cares about movies anymore. No one goes to the cinema. No one really watches network TV. Everyone's watching Netflix. This show should just be me coming out going, well done, Netflix, you win everything. Good night. But no, we've got to drag it out for 3 hours. You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife instead of watching this show. That's a show about a man who wants to kill himself because his wife dies of cancer. And it's still more fun than this, okay? Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way. So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up. I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You had to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you? Right. But seriously, most films are awful. Lazy.
Where's the Apple bit? Because that's where it starts.
Remakes, sequels. I've heard a rumour that there might be a sequel to Sophie's Choice. I mean, that'd just be Meryl Streep going, well, it's got to be this one then. All the best actors have jumped to Netflix and HBO, you know. And the actors who just do Hollywood movies now do fantasy adventure nonsense. They wear masks and capes and really tight costumes. Their job isn't acting anymore. It's going to the gym twice a day and taking steroids, really. Have we got an award for most ripped junkie? No. No point. We know he'd win that. Martin Scorsese, the greatest living director, made the news for his controversial comments
Apparently
about
there
the
is a
Marvel
Heat
franchise.
sequel in
He
total.
said they're
What the
not
fuck
real
is
cinema,
Heat?
and they remind him of theme parks. I agree. Although I don't know what he's doing hanging around theme parks. He's not big enough to go on the rides, is he? It's tiny. Right. The Irishman was amazing. It was amazing. It was. It was great. Long, but amazing.
It was too long for me, not gonna lie. The Irishman, couldn't finish it. I was just like, fuck this. It's good. Can't watch it. This is way longer than what my ADHD bullshit will allow for. I think I got like half an hour into the film, and then I was like, haha, there's too much left of this film for me to keep watching this.
It wasn't the only epic movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So... Even Prince Andrew's like, come on, Leo, mate, you know. You're nearly 50, son. The world got to see James Corden as a fat pussy. He was also in the movie Cats, but no one saw that. And the reviews, oh, shocking. I saw one that said, this is the worst thing to happen to cats since dogs, right? But Dame Judi Dench defended the film, saying it was the role she was born to play, because she... I can't do this next joke. Because she loves nothing better than plonking herself down on the carpet, lifting her leg and licking her...
Wow.
Furball. She's old school. It's the last time, who cares?
It's from my town, grew up just down the road.
Apple roared into the
TV
game.
Here we go, chat. This is the part that I wanted to show you. Right at the fucking end as well. But this is the part that I wanted to show you. Now, this is where he gets sort of serious about this, where I think it goes from just being sort of silly jokes to actually being a thing, right? He's trying to make a point here. Of course, most of these guys have their heads so far stuck up their assholes, they would never know. And all you have to do here is substitute actor for streamer, and it is effectively the same thing. Remember what we spoke about before, right? Our discussion before, the thing that sparked this whole thing, is how streamers will sit on their thrones of filth and make moral judgments. Like, for example, when Kick came into existence and you had all of these Twitch streamers going, oh, I would never stream there. Gambling is so reprehensible, whatever. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what your company does. Like, you can have a company that uses child labor openly. If you're willing to pay enough money, there's streamers willing to take that cash. Of course, pretending you know, they're still very, very good people, but they'll take the bag, no matter what. So this is basically them.
With a morning show, a superb drama, yeah. A superb drama about the importance of dignity and doing the right thing, made by a company that runs sweatshops in China. So, well, you say you're woke, but the companies you work for, I mean, unbelievable. Apple, Amazon, Disney. If ISIS started a streaming service, you'd call your agent, wouldn't you? So, if you do win an award tonight, don't use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg.
What I like is there's a couple of actors that's applauding this, which suggests that at least in some respects, there's actors that are somewhat based. Like, there's actors that have just as big of a problem with the bullshit.
So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and... So... It's already 3 hours long.
I like how Tom Hanks, the camera consistently cuts to Tom Hanks, because he is one of those people that like to preach to everyone. But anyways, that's the part of that's the thing I wanted to show you guys. Fuck, that was a long as reaction to basically react to like 1 minute. But that's the part that I wanted to show you guys. Facts, boys. Streamers, especially Twitch ones, say that until they found out Kick pays out a lot of money. It's weird how money changes people's minds and attitudes and principles. That's because the vast majority of people, and this is really not a stab at people because I think I'm pretty much the same. So only about 25% of human beings on the planet have what we call internal morality, right? So these are people that have their own internal principles and morals that are basically immovable. So it doesn't matter. Even when no one is watching, they won't do it. Right? They just will never break their own morals. The rest tend to be more of a, can I be caught? Or I don't even know if I necessarily agree with that, because that is statistically, psychologically, that is what the studies show, or at least some studies show. But basically, point being, let's not get into a massive psychological, because I just realized there's maybe a bit that I disagree with there, but I'm not going to get into it. Let's just stick with that for now because it's fine. Overall, that is pretty true. Let's rather say the vast majority of people have. We should be back. We should be back. Okay, we're back on Twitch. We're back on YouTube. Yeah, I just switched to Amsterdam rather than London. It seems like London is having some weird hiccups or some weird bullshit. If that happens again, we're back on Kick as well. Okay, that's good. Weird. I don't know why that happened. And we should be back on X too. Although I don't know how X treats this shit. Norman lady, how you doing? Okay, so now that we are back and everyone should be able to watch again, the vast majority of people in this world basically have, I would say, the vast majority of their morals are morals that only really exist when everyone's watching. When no one watches, when there's no one around to see it, or if there's a belief that they can get away with it, they would absolutely betray those morals in a heartbeat. Because those are not morals that is imprinted in them. It's not morals that they absolutely stick to no matter what. So when you have streamers coming out saying, oh, I will never betray my morals to go to Kick, but then they'll accept, then they'll charge $30 for a bag of cookies and then call people poor, because they can't, they have a problem with the cookies. That's not a problem to them because, again, it was never a moral thing. The only reason that streamer has a problem with Kick is because it's cool to have a problem with Kick. It's a way for me to signal how virtuous I am and tell the world what a good person I am. By the way, that's sort of the video that I want to react to today. That's the video that I have. It's a video about narcissism. And specifically, it's a... what do they call it again? There's a word for it. It's a type of narcissist. It's a brand new phenomena that psychologists and psychiatrists are starting to notice, purely because of how the world is now set up. But it is effectively, it's narcissists that believe what they are doing is good. Venderalia, name a politician that doesn't suffer from it. It's not necessarily covert narcissism, but I guess covert narcissism is decent enough. But effectively, what it is, right, is you believe yourself to be a good person. And therefore, you believe that everything you do is good. Now, you may say to yourself, wait, but isn't that just normal people? No. Because if I believe myself to be a good person, then that means that anyone who doesn't agree with me is a what? If I believe that I am a good person and everything I do is good and will be good for the earth, then if you don't agree with me, what does that make you? It makes you evil. It makes you a bad person. Because I just want to do good things for the world. And if you don't agree with me, you're automatically bad. That is narcissism. And there are a fuck ton of people that suffer from that. There are malignant narcissism, Echo, is what you're thinking of? Yes, malignant narcissists. Thank you, Vinderalia. That's the one. There's a book written about it. It's Malignant Narcissists. It's very difficult to spot because you won't know unless you are absolutely looking for it. Because a lot of the time, the things that they do they do seem like they want to make the world a better place. They do seem like they really care. The problem is they don't really care. They care about themselves and they care about their own image. And fundamentally, I would say that there are a great many of those in the streaming spaces, in the content creator spaces. A great many malignant narcissists that you have. Take that. We reacted to that video the other week. The guy that has the charity. What's his name again? The charity scam dude. That was a big drama not that long ago on the channel. Gerard, yeah. But he's full, like, his channel name. But the Gerard thing, almost guaranteed that guy is a malignant narcissist. The completionist, thank you. Yes, that's the guy. Almost guaranteed that guy is a malignant narcissist. He just does not. He doesn't really give a shit, but he thinks he does. See, I think that's the biggest problem and that's what makes it so incredibly dangerous, is these people themselves truly believe that what they're doing is good. Because of your streams here, you are keeping things as real as possible. Chris Katzi, I try, right? I try. I mean, the problem is you can never know. Maybe I'm a malignant narcissist as well. Although I don't think I care enough about anything to be that. I can promise you I have no interest in making the world a better place. I'm just here to fucking stream. I think that's it. But you never know, right? And yes, the truth is that the vast majority of personalities, like bad trait personalities, are attracted to things like streaming and things like content creation, because what is the one thing that psychopaths, sociopaths, and narcissists crave above all else? That is recognition. Content creation gives you recognition. Right? It makes you recognizable, and it turns you into a celebrity. If you're good enough with it, it does turn you into a celebrity. And like any personality with an inherent god complex is going to crave that recognition. So how could he crave recognition? I think in a healthy way, yes. What I crave recognition for is when I make a video and I put a lot of effort into that video. When I read a comment of someone saying, man, this is one of the best videos you've ever made, I like reading that comment because I know I put a lot of effort into that video and it's nice that people are noticing. But in general, no, I don't really give a fuck about recognition. In general, I don't want to. I don't want to go anywhere where people would ever recognize me. I think it would be annoying to go places and be seen. I would hate that. Set up your subs right now. We can do it. Oh shit, Georgie, wait, are you like, do you work for Kick? I'm assuming you work for Kick. You work here. Oh shit, how you doing, bro? That is the one thing I will give Kick. I think you guys are pretty active with your streamers, which is very interesting. Yeah, I mean, we can do it. I don't know if I don't think I meet the criterias for it, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say no. Like, absolutely not. It would be very, very cool. That's the word, guys. Validation is wait, DIOFF. What the fuck does that mean, Mentrole? Tell them I said hi. Rubbing fire about who? Who should I say hi to? Jordy, I did not know. I genuinely did not know that you work for Kick. But yeah, I would not mind that. I mean, we were literally, I don't know if you heard, but we were literally talking about we were talking about what's it called? Kick buying Twitch. I believe one of your founders tweeted that you guys are just going to eventually buy Twitch because Twitch doesn't seem... Well, it seems like there's some fires at the minute there. Yeah, we were having a discussion about that at the beginning of the stream. I don't have Stripe because I'm in South Africa, and Stripe is not allowed in South Africa. But I believe I can set up a bit like a crypto wallet or some shit. And I can do it that way. I'll figure it out after the stream, but thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we see some hearts in chat for Jordy? A dude that works over on Kick. Literally came into the stream just to say hi, hung out, and gave us subscriptions. Can we see some hearts in chat? That is very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. The only time anyone from... I will say this. There's only ever been one person from Kick in my channel, and that was when they thought that I had said something that they should ban me for. And then they asked me to explain, and I explained what I said, and they were like, oh, I thought you said something else. And then they left. That's the one interaction I've had with someone working at Twitch, was when they were looking at, should I ban this guy? Like, what the fuck did he just say? And then they left very quickly after that again. But yeah, very much appreciate that, bro. And the only interactions I've ever had with YouTube is when I'm asking them, why the fuck do you keep copyrights or striking my videos with no ads? At least they listened. True. No, yeah. Well, once I explained, they were like, oh, okay, then that's fine. Elodie, how you doing, bro? What did you say? We were having a conversation about a video game, and I was talking about Sylvanas. Well, fucking video game. I was talking about World of Warcraft, and I was talking about how Blizzard, whenever they make strong female characters, they always make the strong female characters go fucking nuts for some reason. We've had this discussion before. But always, they'll make the strong female characters absolutely bonkers. And the Twitch mod, someone must have reported me for saying it, because the Twitch mod came in and thought that I had said that women are crazy and all women just genocide people. So the Twitch mod thought that I was being incredibly sexist. And then I explained what I was talking about, and they were like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Bye. And then they left. So it was like, oh, I guess that's fine. Like, I guess, all right, cool. So yeah, that was the interaction. That's the only time I've had an interaction with Twitch staff, when they narrowly wanted to ban me. automatic ban. I don't think many, like, there's very few platforms that just automatically ban. Right? I think YouTube is one of the only ones that like have an auto ban feature that runs and does shit. By the way, thank you so much to all of the follows. Georgie, thanks for the follow. Elodie, Sweezers, Zafan, and Kick Ban Ignore. Thank you so much for the follows over on Kick. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay, so it seems like the absolute bonkers multi-streaming experience is actually working, boys. It is working. That is very interesting. I'm enjoying that. How does Twitch... how does Twitch do it? Do they send someone to look to? Yes. So, in general, when Twitch bans someone, it will be by human review. Nameless, how you doing? Alcove, by the way, 9 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Nico Spider, 24 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are far too kind. Really appreciate that. Nice for me. YouTube is more stable compared to Twitch. Dude, I'm happy to stream anywhere you guys want to watch. I could not give two fucks. I genuinely don't care. As long as you guys enjoy being here, that's all I care about, you know? That's all that makes me happy. Tubot, I'm streaming everywhere. Stream on Pornhub. Dude, I have unironically said before that I think the first person to start a Pornhub gaming stream wins. Like, no porn, all your clothes on, you literally just sit there and play video games. Why? Because after the guys have knocked one out on Pornhub, they go, oh, man, I want something to watch. Ooh, what's this? Some guy playing World of Warcraft. Let me check it out. And then, you know, right there, you're already there. They're just sitting there watching. And then when they feel in the mood again, they quickly switch off, go watch someone for a bit, you know, come back and out again. The first person to do that, the first person that has the guts to do that wins. I reported a guy that was calling for the extermination of my people, ethnicity. They said it didn't meet their criteria for a ban. Bans on YouTube are all BS. If it makes them money, they treat you with kid gloves. Massey, I never know. You never know, right? Hello, Fight, 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Be the change you wanted, the world echo. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. I don't want to stream on Pornhub. There's no shot. No shot that that would happen. All right. You guys want to watch the LOL cinematic, right? I see my chat is once again really interested in seeing me banned from YouTube. This is really nice, guys. The fun thing is League of Legends always plays copyrighted music. YouTube hates copyrighted music. So if the YouTube stream goes down, just come watch on literally any of the other platforms, because clearly YouTube has had enough. So yeah, just keep that in mind. You can already see that featuring Thoughts, Tiffany Harris, and my immediate copyright strike waiting to happen. But all right, let's watch it.
Tomorrow is a hope, never a promise.
Oh shit, Tryndamere. Dude, their graphics so good.
Hands, the shapes I used to take. Hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here.
Hey, props.
Stay like God in our eyes. And my shadow
Badass, dude. Looks so good.
It's in my blood, it's in my
Dude, I'll say this. The lore. So, for those of you that may know nothing about League of Legends lore, let me give you a little bit of a backstory here. You have Kayle and Morriganna, her sister, and this is sort of the origin story of how Morriganna goes dark and Kayle stays light or whatever. They're sort of starting to lay down what the lore is. If you're not hyped for the League of Legends MMO, dude, League has some incredible lore. It's like some really badass lore. You have to be hyped for this MMO because it is probably gonna kick ass.
It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun.
Why did they make him old though? I don't understand. He's not that fucking old though.
As it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. Reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still here.
Dude, I love how they show his windshield. Like, he has a shield of wind, so when you move around it, the bar goes up, and when the bar fills up, when you do damage to him, it absorbs the damage. I love how they show it in the cinematic. I'll be honest, this bit gave me a slight, like, choking up feeling. Like, just a little bit. I went like, no, what's that? The fuck is that? Like, last night when I watched this for the first time, there was a definite moment where I was going, oof. Oh, that was rough.
It's in my blood, it's in my veins.
Tryndamere fighting off death, bro. You have to understand why this is so impactful. If you're not a League player, you wouldn't get this. He's in Undying Rage, which is like when he's at death's door, he goes into this Undying Rage thing that eventually does kill him. That's where he is right now, right? So he's fighting death. He's like literally fighting death here. He's in Undying Rage. So he's gonna die here. 100% will die eventually. And yeah.
I'm still here.
No, not Sylvanas. Ash. Oh, the great being mysterious again. You know what makes it even better? What is that, Hollified? Dude, this is like Riot rocks with cinematics. Trent fights Wolf, the beast that hunts those running from death, but Lamb prepares an arrow, meaning he slowly accepts death till Ash comes. True. Mizzet, by the way, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, another cool looking cinematic, but the music is shit and doesn't fit. Dude, but that sort of, at this point, that may just be Riot's thing. Like, Riot likes showing off almost like K-pop-esque kind of music. And then they have this like truly epic cinematics. What I'm looking forward to, and this will happen once we get the MMO, is Riot doing actual story cinematics. That's what I'm looking forward to. When you get actual voiced cinematics from Riot at this level, the detail, the quality of it, like, oh man. Oh man. Never K-pop, that is usually reserved for Worlds. Dude, I consider music like this K-pop-esque music. Oh, the Fiddlesticks trailer is really good, but let's not fiddle too much with more League stuff. We're already on thin ice, I'm sure. My favorite is still K-pop is 100 times better than that shite. Dude, I would not fucking go that far. K-pop is not 100 times better than any music. My GF is making me play FF14 again. When you're going to play? Dude, I have no fucking idea when I'm going to be playing again. Like, why are you asking questions that I can't answer? What is Fiddlesticks fiddle? Should I be concerned? No, bro. Yeah, well, Fiddlesticks should concern you, but just because he's creepy as fuck. The Island Boys. No idea who that is. No idea. Jordi, I don't know if you're still in chat, but if you are, oh yeah, you wanted to ask me something. You can ask, but I want to ask you a question as well. I just realized that I want to ask you something as well. I don't know if you'll be able to answer it, but sure, ask away, and then I'll ask my question. Fiddlesticks is fucking terrifying, dude. Actually, you know who's more terrifying than Fiddlesticks? Fucking Ivan. Ivan, it may actually be the most terrifying character in League of Legends, and most people don't even know about it. So Jordy, yeah, all I wanted to ask was, are you guys ever gonna do PayPal integration? Because like I said, the problem for me, at least with Kick, is Stripe. I've sent emails to Stripe asking them, are you guys ever going to allow integration for South Africans? And like more than 2 years ago, they said we're working on it. Nothing's happened as far as I know. Or maybe like Stub, which is South Africa. Like it's a South African PayPal-esque kind of company. They also do integrations and stuff. Just sort of wondering, how do I get into League lore? Gun for Bullets, now you're asking a very difficult. I think there is a website for it. There is a website that covers League lore, but there's also a shit ton of videos. So basically find content creators that cover League lore. I think there's like 3 or 4 really big ones in the League space that go over every... Necrit's one of them. Does really good League of Legends videos. But League of Legends lore is crazy big. It's absolutely massive. What's scary about those guys? Saving Raven, scary about what? What guys? I understand totally. We want it as well, but it's out of our hands at this point. Hopefully, though. I can see why you would be sort of standoffish about PayPal. They are weird. to say the least. Like they are very ban happy and just pull the rug right from out under you. Easy life. Ivern, Saven. So Ivern is this tree-like figure that when you play him, just sounds like the sweetest little guy making jokes and sort of, you know, who gives a shit. And then you find out that he enslaves children and turns them into toys, and like he's just a super creepy, evil fucking dude. Like super creepy. Jody, but yeah, you wanted to ask a question, so please. We play time. How you doing, bro? I'm in chat for about half an hour because I would love to feature you on the front page. Georgie, yeah, I could do that. I mean, holy shit. Yeah, I could do that. Is that, mate? No, I don't really care. I just have it on there so my chat knows who I'm talking about. But dude, this is nuts. I really appreciate you for doing this. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get hearts in chat again for Geordie for going through the fucking trouble? You know, some random 3-4 viewer Andy on Kick and just a member of Kick staff jumping into the chat to come say hello. You know? Well, Saven, cleaning up my act, that's... I'm not going to be doing that. We're still going to be the same degenerate filth. But I can see why they wanted, you know, on-screen chat to be turned off. Obviously, they don't want to advertise other platforms when they're featuring you on the front page. And that I fully understand. Like, 100%. Makes sense. Scaver, how you doing? Oh, shit. We're on the front page now, boys. Boys, we're on the front page of Kick, apparently. Hold up. Let's check this out. Oh, shit. Look at that. Look at that. There we are, boys. Just fucking chilling. Just chilling. Jody, thank you so much. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hearts in chat. I shall be screenshotting this. Just for funsies. Take off your shirt. Why the fuck would I do that? Like, what? Why would I do that? The new top G. Yep. I'm the #1 streamer now on Kick, by the way. It's confirmed. You guys can see it here, right? So you can see it. #1. Yeah, dude. I mean, I think it's sort of the difference between new companies and then your old guard companies, you know, the ones that sort of been weighed down already by things. They're on featured streams as well. Wait, what? How does featured streams work? Oh, this one. Oh. Let's see. I may have to reload. Hold up. Oh, shit, boys. Look at me. Fucking look at me, boys. I've never had this on Twitch, I will say. It's never happened to me on Twitch. When am I going to gamble? I don't find fun in gambling, so I won't be doing that. Cloudon, how you doing, bro? You just got to know the right people, man. Get on your knees, smile like a donut. It happens for everyone. Like, that's the rule. You want to be featured, you get on your knees, you smile like a donut to the right people, and you're good to go. Don't they have a hot tub section like all the cool sites do? Dude, everyone now has a hot tub section. What are you talking about? Of course. But yeah, no, I really appreciate this. Dirty, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Ixer, how you doing, bro? Sorry to bother you in chat, but does anyone know how to look up volume? It should be on the overlay. If I'm correct, it's on the overlay. There should be a speaker symbol. Just hover over that, and you should be able to up it. Should be easy. Nice face there too. Makes you wonder what you're doing under the desk. Yeah, that's a sexual face. I don't know if that is the based face, but you know, it is what it is. Mac 3, how you doing, bro? He's brisket hole. Hey, you can do that too, right? CCS, what PC did you bolt? Thank you. Appreciate it. Just thought you were Boogie 298 for a second. Restless Souls, how you doing, bro? No, just as fat, but nowhere near as famous. How you doing, bro? Coach Zenith, 10 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. See, that's why you're cool, Akko. You can take a joke. Dude, why wouldn't you be able to take a joke? What do you mean? Hit a blinker and I will give the 100. The fuck's a blinker? I don't even know what the hell that is. Hey, how you doing, bro? Shamanita, how you doing? Let us find out. You're on Epstein's flight log, Akko? And you never know, right? I could have been. I could absolutely have been. Trust me, Akko, you don't want to be as famous as Boogie. He's not doing too well in the public eye, apparently. Dude, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, all Boogie has to do now is start making content and stop being like feeling sorry for himself and looking for people to feel sorry for him. That's it. That is all Boogie has to do now. If Boogie can start doing that, he will profit. Every single content creator wants to be known and wants to be talked about. It's the one thing that every content creator is looking for. If you can get that, whether it be positive or negative, all you have to do is turn that into a fucking positive, right? Turn that into a positive and you're good. Inferno, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Inferno. Really appreciate you, bro. Welcome. Happy to have you here. And Toby, I can't get subs yet. Even though subs are turned on, I still have to figure out how to get payouts and shit like that. So it's cool. I don't know what the fuck a blinker is. I'm very new to the Kick streaming scene. So yeah, I wouldn't even know where to go with that culture. We'll see. Rich Campbell can make a comeback. I don't know, because the problem or the thing that Rich will probably run into is he's been silent for so long that may count against him. That may be the one thing that will sort of fuck him. Racist Holes, Inferno, DS Faz, Xer, Mike Hayes, TTF, FM Rock, Alcoves, Scapaku, and Sweezers, Elodie. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Racist Holes, I'm streaming everywhere. You can make a random Randy Orton appearance? Who? I mean, CM Punk? Dude, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. So way sooner. Shadows Kelly, it's not even about fighting a lawsuit way sooner. It's that if he didn't want people to believe that he is guilty, he should not have remained quiet. The problem is when he said to everyone, hey, boys, I'll be right back with my response. And then nothing, right? For a year, not a peep. Silence, most people would go, maybe he did it. You know? And once people go, maybe, you're fucked. Like, at that point, stick it up your ass. It's over. Yeah. I don't know if he can come back from that. He could probably try. I mean, anyone can try anything, right? Kick team, how you guys doing? Welcome. Thank you so much for the welcome. Really appreciate you. Skull, how you doing? Not Boogie, just as not as famous though. But I appreciate it. I think he is done. Let's see how the lawsuit goes. Because if the lawsuit does go in his favor, I think he might be good, you know? That's the only way Rich gets back into the public eye, is if he wins the lawsuit, or even if the lawsuit manages to throw enough shade on the gold, he might be good. Hopefully he saved a lot of money. Asmongold left his boy high and dry. If it's not true. Titanborn, we don't know the ins and outs of what actually transpired there. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm willing to say that Asmongold left him out to dry, or that Asmongold should have done anything differently, because we don't actually know. Remember what Asmongold said. Asmongold said that he will talk about this more once the lawsuits are over. So he already knew that there were lawsuits in the works. It is entirely possible that Asmongold spoke to Rich. Okay, so I'm going to be incredibly, let's give Rich the biggest benefit of the doubt here, and let's say that he didn't do anything. Rich speaks to Asmongold. Asmongold learns of all this shit. He goes to Rich and he's like, bro, what the fuck? And Rich is like, man, I'm not going to let this slide. I'm suing. Because this absolutely did not happen. I am absolutely innocent, but I am going to be suing them. And Rich then goes, which means I'm not going to be able to talk about it because I've already spoken to my lawyers and they said I'm not allowed to say a thing. Asmongold then tells him, all right, bro, but you have to then step down from OTK, because if you're going to be suing, it means that we can't say shit, you can't say shit, we can't be involved in this, right? Because if we can't make a tweet saying that Rich was innocent, or, you know, explaining the situation, we're going to get dragged for this while you and your lawyers fix the shit, okay? So it is entirely plausible that is the conversation that happened, and Rich was more than happy to step down while he's doing his thing, right? While he's suing or whatever. That is if we're being incredibly charitable, okay? Is that gonna happen? Is that what actually happened? I don't fucking know. I don't know any of these people. I'm just telling you a world in which Asmongold may have decided not to say anything and may have decided to completely step away from the situation. You'd have to make up your own minds, right? Reg, Tugra, Quirky Quirk, how you doing? Thanks for the follows. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because anything you said will and can be used against you in court, innocent or not. Shadow Skellig, it's not just that. So if you, in any court proceeding, if you speak and it can be argued that you've poisoned the jury pool, it's over, right? Because all the other lawyers then do is you go to the judge and they say, no, you poisoned the jury pool. There isn't a jury anywhere that we can get that wouldn't know exactly what happened here, and therefore you can go fuck yourself, right? And then it's over. When are you doing another criminal court case reaction video? Oh shit, Evan, I was actually thinking about it the other night. we do have to react to a few more of those criminal cases. Those were fun as fuck. Also a little disturbing, but fun as fuck, you know? Why not? Banger Watchers, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm positive there is a jury who doesn't watch YouTube drama. Epic Thulu, but I just have to be able to argue it. In that case, I don't have to prove it. I just need to show all of the things you said and all of the things you tweeted, and the judge will go, yeah, no, that's bullshit. So you can see it with OTK and can't even answer a simple fucking question of how it got to this point. Venderalia, what do you mean? It's funny to see the cultural difference about a fair like that. In my country, it slides way easier. Wait, what slides way easier, Miara? People don't care about what? Because I'm pretty sure Coach Zenith, by the way, did I say thank you for the 10 months part of the DJ Nation, Zenith? I'm not entirely sure, but if I haven't, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can you please? Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. What guns, bro? There's no guns to show. And Asmongold always preaching how they were different than everyone else, only to have the same shit that befell others happened to them. Yeah, but if you look at how Asmongold and the others actually responded to it, they are different to the other people. Madison Beer, how you doing, bro? They are different to the other people because the way, like, most organizations respond with completely shut down, say nothing, be quiet, fuck it, right? We're not going to talk about it. OTK actually immediately took action, right? And they immediately, like, look, bro, I think the problem is when you say we're not like other people, you obviously can't control for everything, right? There are bad people in all areas of life. And this is sort of similar to people blaming you for who watches you. It's like, the fuck? How can you control who watches you? There's no way that you can do that. So it would be wild. Contrast that to, yeah, that's actually, Shamanita, very good fucking idea, very good comparison there. Contrast what happened to Rich and what happened to Method Josh. Like, how did Method deal with Josh and how did OTK deal with Rich? That's all you need to do. Neckbeard, how you doing, bro? ZZ, how you doing? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate Bleeding Soul. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rich is immediately moved from the company. That's how it's different. Yeah, you can't control the things that will happen in your, like, world, right? There's no way that you can control for that. You can only control how you respond to things. That's the only thing you have power over, is how do you respond. And that's it. Do you react to music? I do not. Sorry, ZZ. Rich was immediately removed from the company. Then that was a stupid thing to crow about, to be honest. But how? So was SBF and FTX. He got booted as soon as they figured out he was running a scam. So, no, they aren't different. But they are. Dude, okay, so wait. What Rich did and what SBF did is not exactly the same thing, right? Because what SPF did, the only way he could get away with that is because no one else was paying attention to the company. That's the only way he got away with it, is because no one fucking else was following was following along with what the hell was going on in the company. What Rich did, Rich was doing things maybe in his private life. And he got caught, and it came out. Like, how the hell were you supposed to know what someone... Like, dude, if someone is watching granny porn, like, let's say, for example, you have a roommate, right? And your roommate watches granny porn every single night, sticks his finger up his asshole, and jacks off to granny porn. And then suddenly it turns out that, like, everyone finds out that your friend is watching granny porn and fingering himself in the asshole. And now everyone comes to you and says, how dare you not fucking do something about your disgusting roommate, you asshole. What? I didn't know. I live with him, but of course what he does in his bedroom is his thing. How would I know about it? Of course you can't blame me for what my fucking friend is doing. That's the difference. SBF stealing a bunch of money from people, and the people in his own company not knowing that he's stealing a bunch of money, even though they can see the books, and they should have paid attention to what SBF... There's a massive difference between these two things. You can't fucking say it's the same thing. You're like, what the fuck? Master Meatball, Anthony, how you guys doing? Thanks for the follows. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's wrong with gills? Stop shaming. Dude, I'm not shaming anyone. I'm just saying, if you do that, it may come out, you know? Granny and grandpa porn. Easy. Yeah, well, whatever the fuck you're into, Niora, I'm not going to judge. You couldn't tell me people in OTK didn't have an idea of what Rich was doing or acting like. I can, actually. Because... just because someone is creepy doesn't mean that they will be creepy everywhere, if that makes sense. Right? So you can absolutely have a world where this guy in public, where everyone is seeing, is one of the nicest guys ever, doesn't do anything, doesn't really piss anyone off. And especially when you have someone that has a bit of a bad personality, maybe like a very low self-esteem, it is entirely plausible that when too many eyeballs are on them, they act very, very cool, very, very distant, very, very sort of couldn't give two fucks, right? Because they have low self-esteem. Then once they get behind closed doors, that's where shit starts to kick off. And of course, no one would know that. Now, there have been instances of creeps being creeps in public and everyone sort of knowing, because you always get this afterwards where people go, oh, I always knew there was something off about this guy. And that's when people usually go, what the fuck? If you always knew, why didn't you say shit? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You always knew, but you didn't say anything? That's funny. Or, and this I like the best of all, right? This is one of my favorite things ever. A girl will come out with a story of some very terrible, horrible shit that happened to her. And then suddenly like 4 or 5 other girls come out saying, oh yeah, he did this to me as well. It's like, well, why the fuck did you not warn other girls about this creep? Like, you should have warned the other girls so that other girls didn't step into this. Why wait until now? You know, now that there's 5 other girls. Or saying, yeah, I always just avoided him because he's such a fucking creep. And it's like, well, why don't you go? And I'm not saying warn them by coming out and saying it on fucking Twitter. I mean, like, there's genuinely been stories of girls going to the same parties as other girls, and then it turns out that some girl got something happened to her at this party, and then girls that were at the party went, yeah, I always knew that guy because he did it to me too. It's like, then why the fuck didn't you go over to that girl while she was hanging out with this guy and tell this girl, hey, you should be careful of this guy, he's really bad? Like, I don't know. It's weird. Mentions granny porn and fingering your ass, bro. That's just life. Bleeding Soul, by the way. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you, fam. Isaac, dear freighter. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Was that I was in fear for my life? Or I didn't know how certain social circles would respond. Like, look, I get that. I'm not asking girls to come out and be public about the things that happen to them if they don't feel up for it, or if they don't feel comfortable with it, right? I don't think you can force anyone to do anything that they don't feel comfortable doing. But at least warn the person, right? At least warn the person. That's all you need to do. Like, go to the person and you know, fucking warn them. That might help. I don't know. Richbox, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Isaac, what's the new thing you're trying? prison brides, where women that never met the dude IRL marry a dude in prison. Wonder why they do that. Guys, people are starting to realize that OTK is getting boring because they're getting older and richer and more unrelatable. What do? I know, let's make more drama. OTK marketing team. Doc the Hack, I don't know exactly if that is what they're doing. I get it, but I don't think that is actually what they're doing, because there's a limit to how much drama you can manufacture before you actually step into that landmine where it just blows everything up. Plus, I don't see the owners of OTK really as drama people, you know. Asmongold, for example, loves reacting to drama, never wants to be a part of drama. Sodapoppin very much the same way. So I don't know. I mean, if they want to fucking do it, they can, I guess. So, Jenny, what is this? Okay. How have I been clipped out of fucking... This is out of context again, isn't it? You fucking clipped me out of context again, didn't you? What? I'm not asking goals to come out and be public. What? Bro, that's absolutely not the fucking context of what we were talking about. Just FYI. Like, absolutely not the context, but thanks for the fucking clip. Dude, I swear to God, one day I'm gonna be banned on most streaming platforms, and it's not even gonna be for something I said. It's gonna be for something people think I said. Because my chat is just clipping everything out of context. It's like, oh, he said this thing. Let's twist it to where it sounds like he said something completely different. Ty, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Is okay, Echo. You'll always have your brisket. Not if I get banned everywhere. Like, what the fuck? How am I going to afford buying brisket? Welcome to the media, friend. Panda, how you doing, bro? Let's report him and see if my staff appears. Oh, man. To be honest, the granny porn would have been funny out of context. Yo, I think I phrased that correctly so that you couldn't fucking get that out of context. If Logan Paul can film someone choking out in an infamous forest, known for that on the internet, and still be relevant, then there's literally no limit to what can be done. Santa Maria, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Panda also, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Dak, you may have a point. I have... Okay, so here's my... In general, I would say Smoking Monkey, 15 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Being cancelled, I think, is much harder than what people think. Okay? Because in the vast majority of cases, being cancelled almost always leads to more views. If you look at the people that's been quote-unquote cancelled, the creators, they almost always come back with bigger followings than what they had before they went away. Right? So it is true that if you handle it correctly, and in my opinion, the best way to handle being cancelled is do not apologize. Unless you absolutely did do something terrible, do not apologize. Do not say sorry. If what you said you actually believe, then fucking say it and be done with it. Who cares, right? At least that's my way. That's how I've dealt with it. I've had exactly 2 cancel campaigns run against me. Both in the WoW space. One on Twitter and one on... Oh, what the fuck was that called again? Oh, there was a site where people would share pictures and shit. It was like a massive circle jerk site. What was it called? This was like, I don't know if it's still around even. But it used to be very big with like teenage girls. Not Facebook, no. Oh my fuck, what was the site called? Was it Tumblr? May have been Tumblr, actually. May have been Tumblr. But, so the first one ever was on Tumblr. The other one was on Twitch. Not Twitch. On, Twitter. And in both scenarios, I literally just went, fuck you. I said what I said. I don't give a fuck. Both, funnily enough, was because I called someone woke. Because they were being fucking woke. Although the one may have been... Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what the Tumblr one was. One of the mods maybe remembers. Did you get cooked for that Rurikon wild take too? No. No, I don't think so. I've never been cooked for a wild take. I don't think. At least not... Dude, maybe there's a bunch of people trying to cancel me right now. I wouldn't give two fucks. I don't know. I don't care. Not really. So, who knows? I had a disagreement with Panda TV about that Rurikon tweet. What Rurikon tweet? Epic Thulu, I've never used Pinterest or Tumblr. I just know Furorious was the mod that found the threads on Tumblr where they were sort of trying to get everyone to unfollow me and unsub from me and to tweet everywhere about what a bad person I was or whatever. So Furorious sort of fucking dug down into all of this. Oh, I remember now. I remember what the Tumblr one was about. I tweeted out a meme picture that Furorious made of Sylvanas standing being in the game. Sylvanas is standing there fucking tied up, and Furorious then photoshopped me into the picture standing there with a dildo in my hand. And Furorious made this picture and I thought it was funny as fuck, so I tweeted it out. Before I knew it, people were fucking coming at me from all sides, saying I'm a sexist motherfucker and this is rape apologies and all the rest of it. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is BDSM at worst, right? At the worst, this is BDSM. And then all the people that were tweeting this, their feeds was full of BDSM bullshit. But they were complaining because I had said it, right? And I wasn't allowed to say it. And then Furorious started to dig into the threads, and he found the person's address and their name and literally everything. We eventually knew everything there was to know about these people. Super Strange, how you doing, bro? AXTC, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Misogynistic son of a bitch. Yeah, I know, right? What those people don't get is Lady Sylvanas would have loved it along with some grade A brisket. In all seriousness, Furorious has been a G for a long time. Dude, I don't know. No one knows. No one in my Discord knows what the fuck Furorious does for a living. For all I know, he works for the FBI. Sosan Louis, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate that. Welcome to stream. Thank you. I have asked Furorious before, what do you do? And he's just like, never mind. He doesn't want to fucking say. Man has talents, but no one knows what he does. His body stands in true. Is the FBI agent that tracks terrorists on WoW private chat? I don't know what he does, but I know it's probably not kosher. It's probably not kosher. All right, let's fucking watch that video, man. If I can find it. Hold up. See, I'm not on the right YouTube channel right now. Let's see if there's some good videos on this YouTube channel. No. Fuck. Okay, wait. I need to swap YouTube channels. Elodie, I don't know what you do. The reaction to a streamer being shitty is helping that streamer. Dak. This is why I say it. So, actually, yes, I want to finish my point. There are, I think there are some things that you can't come back from. Like if you actually committed a crime, right? So if you actually did stuff that is just absolutely unimaginably bad, I don't know if you can come back from that. But yeah, in general, I would agree with you. No matter what, depending on how you deal with it, you'll probably come back stronger than what you went into it as. You look horrible with those fake lashes. Denied. I used to do money laundering back in Iran. Now I'm done with illegal shit. Dude, I don't know if you should admit that. I mean, do what you fucking want. I just don't know if that's healthy.
Be sinful, be full of
Dark people are worthless. Coxie, how you doing, bro? I'm not going back there. Who cares? Dude, I'm pretty sure money laundering is like an international crime thing. Like, maybe don't fucking say shit like that, especially on live stream. Like, I don't want to be caught for fucking harboring a fugitive or whatever. Like, bro, did you actually know? Oh, fuck. He won't say it if I stream. I don't know what to do. Like, how guilty am I of what? What am I guilty of here? Like, I don't want to know shit like that. Like, bros, if you guys commit crimes, keep that shit to yourselves. I don't want to know. I don't care. It's got nothing to do with me. You got fuck all to do with me. Leave me alone. Oh, shit. Throw the speed limit sometimes. Plot twist, he is the head honcho of Hamas. Fuck me. Because now an accessory after the fact. Fans don't care. I committed a piracy once. Dude, sailing the high seas is not the same as fucking breaking the law. Especially with how shit these companies are acting nowadays. Sailing the high seas is... Who gives a shit? Just fuck them. Fuck all of them. Yeah, well, why not? The Target parking lot, they're not enforceable since they're on private property. Yeah, I ignore... Like, if a stop sign is on private property, I ignore the shit out of that as well. I couldn't give two shits. They fuck you, bro. Why would I stop here? There's no one here. What are you talking about? Panchara Kundi, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Ham Sandwich, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. We're talking about in here. Bleeding Soul, literally everything. Like, literally everything. There is no limits to what I'm willing to discuss or what I'm willing to react to. The one thing I happen to almost fucking never do is play video games. I don't know why, but that is the one thing that barely ever fucking happens here. We talk about video games a lot, but we never actually play them. And when we do play them, I don't finish them. Yarakunas, I feel like that is just the truth now for the vast majority of my audience. They're not here to watch me play video games. I'm invested in the story. This is like Seinfeld. It's a stream about nothing. That's probably the best way to describe it, yes. It is a stream about absolutely nothing. My goal with this stream is for 3 days a week just to entertain you. For 3 days a week, my goal is to have you come, hang out, forget about the bullshit of the world, and have fun. And then I fuck off and I go play video games on my own. Because why not? And that's it. It's easy. Oh yeah, I did want to watch a video. I remember now. I had the video open, but fuck it. So I wanted to watch this video Monday already, but then I was ill and I needed to shit myself. So I had to end the stream. Now I'm not ill anymore. So now we can watch this video. No offense, you're better than Boogie, of course. I wouldn't know. I would say, you know, Boogie's good. He got famous for a reason. I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I think Boogie fucked himself because so Boogie's biggest problem is he wanted to be edgy without actually being edgy. Because the whole point of being edgy is you need to be able to take a joke and you need to know how to not take things too seriously. The problem with Boogie is that he would be super edgy, but then also be very offended whenever anyone clapped back. You can't do that because now your audience is starting to get mixed messaging. Are you being edgy? Do you have an edgy personality or do you not? Boogie also had this phase where he was trying to pretend to be the coolest, nicest person on the internet, while also at the same time, while being live. And this is why I tweeted out the other day, be very careful before you hit go live. You have to ask yourself one fundamental question before you ever hit that go live button. And that is, are you okay with people seeing the actual real you? Because if you are not okay with that, do not hit that go live button because people will absolutely find out who you are during a live stream. And that's Boogie, right? Boogie fucked around and found out. That's the biggest issue. What the hell can you say? You know? What else is there to say? Big Muff, how you doing, bro? Donation. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate you. Zero Pointius, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. I didn't think I had donations active on Cake. And also, nothing's coming through. Why is nothing coming through, though? Let me just check something. Live in the shittiest, most boring part of Texas, next to Dallas. Did one through your PayPal? Dude, that is... Fuck me. What? Why is it not showing up? May I ask which service you used? Through PayPal? Bonkers. Why is this not showing up? Let me see something here. Hold up. I'm investigating. Sorry, guys. This is my first time, like, massively live streaming absolutely everywhere. And it is difficult to keep track of everything. I will fix this. I promise. But apparently now I have to fucking log into shit. Why? What am I logging into? Okay. All right. I'm in South Africa though, so I have nothing to do with Texas or with the US of A. I don't know. Like, I know a lot about the USA, but I have nothing to do with the USA. South Africa's problems are so fucking laughable that you kind of have to pay attention to America. Because as fucked as America can be from time to time, it is nowhere as bad as South Africa. Our president used a swimming pool, built himself a fucking swimming pool, and then defended it, saying it's to fight fires. So, and everyone bought that, FYI. Everyone was like, oh yeah, that 100% makes perfect sense to us. Why not? Yeah. that was easy life. Also, by the way, Omar, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Thank you for the dono. I don't know why it's not showing up though. That is super annoying, but I really appreciate the $10, fam. I will figure that shit out. I promise. I have to fix Botrex because it is the streaming one that I'm using, but for some reason it's not sending. Wait, let's see if I can fix it live. Fuck me. See if this is doable. Hold the phone. Okay, I think okay, that may work. We'll see. My name Noah. How you doing, bro? I am trying to... Kushka, how you doing? Welcome, everyone. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to fucking do massive co-streaming bullshit. Like, I am taking co-streaming to a whole new fucking level here, boys. And it's wild. It is wild. Well, I'll figure it out, though. Yeah, I'll fix it in time. Trending, what do you mean why though? Why not? So here's the thing. Twitch allows you to co-stream now, right? And then I started co-streaming to YouTube. And that was fun for a while. Kushka, yes, I am South African. I started co-streaming to YouTube, and that was fun. It is still fun. And then last night, I sat while I was busy setting everything up for today, and I thought, wait, but why not just co-stream everywhere? Like, what's the worst that can happen? Yeah, now I'm live on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and X. X2, that's right. First ever time, though, on X. But I'm live everywhere, so why not, you know? I like it. What's the worst that can happen? Engraved on his tombstone? Yeah, fuck it. Right? More followers, Isaac? I mean... yes and no. But mainly, so Twitch was the first place that I started at, right? And I love Twitch. I enjoy streaming on Twitch. But I also know that I have a lot of viewers that prefer watching on YouTube because YouTube is my premier place, right? YouTube is where I do pretty much everything. I make videos there. I make most of my money on YouTube. Actually, I make all of my money on YouTube. So YouTube is sort of the place. And I know I have a lot of viewers that don't like watching Twitch. They want to watch on YouTube. And so post-streaming to YouTube just kind of made sense. It was just like, it made sense for me to do that. And then the more I started to think about it, the more I started to think, well, I know for a fact that there are many people that prefer Kick. They like the freedom that Kick brings. They like that Kick feels a lot newer and a lot more contrarian. So why not go there too? You know, and if you happen to find an audience on Kick, why not? You know? Of course, nothing could have fucking prepared me for my first ever Kick stream. Jordy showing up, one of the Kick staff, and just being like, "Sup, bro? How you doing, fam?" And then just going, "Yeah, fuck it. How about we, you know, give you subscriptions and also feature you on the homepage?" On my first ever Kick stream. It's like, the fuck? Cool. Like, yeah, I'll take it. You know, so it is cool. I liked it on YouTube when you and OG did your chats together and discussing all things WoW. Yeah. I might bring those back one day. I don't know yet. We'll see. Bigfoot Beard, by the way. Chase, SFD, FDV. Thanks for the follows. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need you on OnlyFans. Make it happen. Dude, what the fuck am I going to put on OnlyFans? My name Noah. How you doing, bro? I do nothing. My name Noah. Okay, so main content. This, I guess, goes out to anyone that literally just found me on Kick. To all of the Twitch viewers and YouTube viewers, I apologize. You already know this, but fuck you. On my main channel, which is just called Akalon on YouTube, I talk about World of Warcraft. And I talk specifically about lore and story. So basically speculating about where the story could go, what the story is, some of the ways in which the story can be better or whatever. Basically, whatever the fuck I think about the story is what I talk about. Then I have a second channel, which is called Akalon TV, which... let's call it a diary, because that is literally what it is. It is just a diary. It used to be a reaction channel where the reacts that I had during live, I would upload there. The problem with that is YouTube is now in their sort of, you know, teenage phase where they're demonetizing every single one of my fucking videos. So I decided to start uploading just reaction or like commentary videos, right? I see something I care about and then I make a video about it, talking about it. And now I love that so much that Akalon TV has now literally turned into my diary. If I see shit I care about, I make a video and I say it. And then I upload it. And if there's people that like that shit, they can watch. If someone doesn't like it, they can fuck off. I don't really care, right? Pictures of you giving Lady Sylvanas brisket. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I don't do the Warhammer stuff at the minute, of course, because Twitch or YouTube keeps fucking demonetizing all my videos. But in time, yeah, we will probably do it, right? In time, we'll probably get back to Warhammer stuff. If YouTube can grow the fuck up and stop thinking that swear words is bad for you. I don't know. It's a whole new band. Sassy Woman, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jwiz, don't vape. It's banned. I don't know what banned means, but cool. What about us X-viewers? Dude, to be fair, if you're watching on X, you already fucking know me. Right? So, yeah. I'm just gonna count you as one of the Twitch or the YouTube viewers. Tubot, they demonetize everything. Grace, how you doing? They demonetize absolutely everything. It's a bit wild. Means gay, but as a joke. Dude, I would rather vape than smoke, and if I'm not vaping, I'm gonna smoke. I like nicotine. I fucking love it. It makes me feel good. And I would rather vape than smoke. Shit, I don't have coffee left. Fuck. CC is no, because I can't remember why. Shit happened. Trying to map the warp. Yeah, YouTube is difficult. YouTube is very difficult. All right, fuck it, boys. I actually do have something I want to react to here. I wanted to react to this already on Monday, but as I said, I got sick and felt really ill. So yeah, couldn't finish it. But I really wanted to react to this because I wanted to watch it. And then I thought, screw it, you guys will just watch it with me. But it's basically called Virtue Signalers Are Really Covert Narcissists, featuring Richard Grannon. Yeah, I don't know, but it's interesting.
Be sinful, be full of lust, be full of rage, be full of sloth, be full of envy. Tell yourself that you're doing it in the name of charity.
Stupid question, why doesn't Discord centralize streaming? They could create their own platform and make it exclusive. Coach Zenith, price. It is... Okay, so streaming is one of the hardest places, or one of the hardest businesses to actually turn profitable. In fact, I don't know of anyone that has ever actually been able to do it. It's going to be very interesting to see how Kick transitions it into something that actually makes money. If that is even possible. Because it's super expensive. And it will always be super expensive. You're not only dealing with massive amounts of server capacity requirements, you're also dealing with stuff like transcoding, which is probably the most expensive thing ever, is transcoding. And if you don't give transcoding, you're automatically going to limit the amount of viewers that will actually watch stuff. It's me, then May. How you doing? So just that alone will basically eat most of your profits. Then you have to pay the actual streamers, right? So you're at best only going to get like half of the money, like Twitch, for example, 50-50 split, or if you're Kick, 95-5 split. But that's still not... It's even harder for Kick to turn a profit, right? Because they're only taking that 5%. For Discord, I imagine the thing is they're already making so much money. Why would they now go lose a bunch of money by entering the live streaming space when the live streaming space already exists? Right? Because remember, at least 2 years ago, you only had to face off against Twitch. Now you have to face off against Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. And apparently TikTok has entered the conversation at some point as well. And X, Elon Musk, is now heavily talking about entering the live streaming space. So, it gets difficult, right? It gets very difficult to justify another streaming competitor. So yeah, I think Discord is just like, bro, we good. We're making our money. We fine. At least that's my thinking at the moment. Pull it off. Just wait and see. Kushka, we spoke about that earlier and the opportunity that he has. I'll make a video on that right after the stream anyways, because I do want to talk about it. Oh shit, CCS, I do need mods. Fuck yeah. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I do need some mods. Now I just have to get your name exactly right. There you go, Cesius. Back at streaming cross-platform for the first time. So it's dude, it is an absolute clusterfuck. We're never reacting to this virtue signaling video. Like, never. It's just never gonna fucking happen. Kushka, no offense, I don't know you yet. But I will keep you in mind. If I get to know you better, I'd be happy to. Shrek GG, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The only reason I'm giving CCS this, he's been a viewer of mine, and he's an actual mod on Twitch and YouTube, right? So happy to give him that. But no, I mean, okay, so the X conversation, just to sort of quickly recap it, unlike any other Twitch competitor, X plays by its own rules, and in many ways the old conversation that we've always had, right? When it comes to competitors, if you guys don't remember Microsoft coming up with their competitor to Twitch and whatever, the conversation has always been the same. Why would viewers leave Twitch to go to another platform that they don't know and that they don't know any streamers on? Because Microsoft did this. They spent millions and millions of dollars trying to get Ninja and Shroud and all of these streamers over. And the problem for the viewer is, yeah, but I don't know any of these people other than Ninja or Shroud. Right? I don't know anyone on this platform. Why would I go there? So it's always been very, very difficult. Kick broke that mold by coming in and basically immediately taking the battle to Twitch. When Twitch was pretty much putting its foot in its mouth daily, Kick came in and said, by the way, 95-5 split, go fuck yourself. And that immediately, just that combat between Kick and Twitch made a lot of viewers pay a lot more attention. Picking up XQC and just the natural outflow of a lot of content creators moving to Kick meant that there were now viewers actually migrating over to Kick. And it slowly but surely, you will see a community form on Kick that will probably rival, if that isn't already there. By the way, I'm talking about you guys as if you're not even here. This is my first time streaming on Kick, so I genuinely don't know the cultural stuff. Hey. Skybree, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yeah, apologies if I'm speaking about you and you're like, dude, we already have a culture here. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm still figuring a lot of this shit out. But Kick came in and it made enough waves that enough people paid attention. The biggest hurdle that pretty much every competitor to Twitch is going to run into is viewership. Getting viewers to leave Twitch it's almost impossible. In fact, we see it's almost impossible to convince viewers to leave Twitch for YouTube. And most people that watch Twitch also watch YouTube, right? But they will not watch live streams on YouTube. They watch live streams on Twitch. So it's very difficult. But here's where X is in a league of its own. Every streamer that streams on Kick and on Twitch also has an X account. The vast majority of viewers on Kick and Twitch also have X accounts and also follow their favorite streamers on X. Most streamers will do a tweet where they say, going live, come watch me, or this is what we're going to be doing today. Okay? Now, here's what it looks like when you go live, right? On X. Okay, so here we are on X. It's a literal post. It's a literal post. So it's like any other tweet, which means when your favorite streamer goes live on X, it's like him just letting you, him or her letting you know, by the way, I'm live. At first, what will happen is viewers will go, hey, oh shit, he's live. Let me go over to Twitch or let me go over to Kick. Let me watch my favorite streamer. But as time goes on, the viewer might go, I'm already here. I'll just watch here. That's the difference between X and pretty much every other streaming platform ever. I don't know. There's some weird shit that can happen here. We'll see, but they can't make. We'll see. We'll see what Elon Musk pulls out. But there's definitely, there's room to see some wild shit going. You're not here for the live part? Well, yeah. Disco option, you'll be surprised. We have Hector Hal was watching on X. He was on the train. He saw the post and he watched. Chat on Twitch is better in my opinion. From what I've seen, it's just as good on Kick too. But I will say YouTube chat is by far the worst chat. And I don't mean the people, love you guys. I mean the actual chat experience on YouTube is dog shit. For the average chatter on YouTube, the biggest barrier to entry is this. When you join the fucking stream, it's on top chat. Which means you don't see everyone that's chatting. If you want to see everyone that's chatting, you have to go to live chat. Most viewers don't know that. So what I see is viewers coming in, typing one or two things, and then going quiet. Why are they going quiet? Because they think, well, fuck it, you know? No one else is typing. Meanwhile, I'm seeing people type, right? I'm seeing people chat, but no one else is chatting, so why will I chat, right? British Girl J, how you doing? Most people didn't know that. Most people don't. And so it creates this thing of, well, why am I chatting when no one else is chatting? You know, I'll just sit there quietly and watch. And I don't know why YouTube has this. Like, fuck. I'll be fucked if I know. My job, I'm not going out much, so I'm sitting home. Risotto, I am happy to entertain you. Welcome, bro. I just don't write when I have nothing to say, either to you or to chat. Bro, that's perfectly fine. I'm not, like, this isn't me sitting here going, you guys better start fucking chatting. Like, no, do what the fuck you want. Look, I'm just here to entertain you guys. That's it. That's why I'm here. I'm here to entertain you. You do whatever the fuck makes you feel good. I don't care. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one thing you shouldn't come to this chat for is the expectance that stuff will make sense. stuff will not make sense. And I don't apologize for that. Done a good job of it, dude. Hey, then I'm happy. Then I'm fucking happy. Most of us leave when the 50-50 happened. As a South African, it happened to cut my paycheck even more due to the tax and transfers I have to pay in South Africa. Kushka, well, I've always been on 50-50 split. So for me, the Twitch split has never mattered, right? 50-50 doesn't bother me at all. I mean, 95-5 is great, but yeah, I mean, that never bothered me. They're bucket on every cent we bring on. Yeah, don't fucking get me started on South African government. Everything nice. Neptosis, you can go dance for yourself, bro. Hope you enjoyed being featured. I did, Jordy. I really appreciate that, bro. I really appreciate that. Appreciate the love, man. This was a really cool experience. Yeah. It was fun. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat for Jordy, for featuring us and for giving us a little bit of love. We gained like a fucking boatload of follows and shit. So it was really, really cool. Really appreciate that. Chatting while I'm playing something. What are you playing at the minute, girl, British girl? Catch you next time. Have a great stream. Kushka, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. I'm not delaying shit. I'm talking to you guys. Like, what the fuck do you guys want from me? Thank you very much, Jody. Really appreciate that, bro. Like, guys, I'm always gonna choose chat over any reaction and any other piece of fucking content. So when you guys bring up an interesting topic, of course I'm gonna ignore the react and start talking about the interesting topic. I don't know what the fuck you expect. No, I recently started playing RimWorld. I'm absolutely playing the shit out of that. Like, just fucking knocking that out of the park. You know the giant plastic duck? Yeah, that's not happening. I don't own like fucking jacuzzi or whatever. Trending, yes and no. RimWorld is amazing, but also super, super, super frustrating to me. Darius Rossfield, how you doing, bro? I've never played Monster Hunter in my life. But as I've said to Rurikon before, I'm also not expecting it to be my type of game. Yeah, I'm not a huge Dark Souls fan or a Souls-like fan. And I'm a fan of stories. I'm not really a fan of fighting. So yeah, I've never played it. How do you like it compared to Oxygen Not Included? It is. I always thought that Oxygen Not Included was really difficult. I will say RimWorld is definitely more difficult than Oxygen Not Included. But I also think they're different. A lot of what makes RimWorld is just the survival of your colony. Whereas Oxygen Not Included is more about industrializing and being very, very efficient. On a dirt stream when? Dude, I still have to finish Baldur's Gate 3. We will eventually. I promise. I know I always fucking say that. I promise. Eventually we'll finish it. I don't know what to tell you. It'll happen one day. Can I get your quick and dirty thanks for responding to my email? but that's not what I asked you for. Email language. I would write it like that. Why? How do you want to write it? To be fair, though, I don't do email language, and I see that throws a lot of people off. Because usually when people send emails, they'll end with stuff like kind regards and bullshit like that, where I don't do that. Like, for example, my internet was down this weekend. I emailed my service provider and I was like, hey, my email's down. What's going on? And the guy replies, hey, Stefan, thank you so much for reaching out to us. We're currently experiencing an outage here, and here. We're trying to get to the bottom of this. Kind regards, in the guy's name. And I responded with, okay, thanks. Can you please let me know how long this is going to take? And then I just say in the email, it's like, why the fuck am I going to write, hey, name, bada, 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 bada. Like, bullshit, bro. I have a question. I'm going to ask the question and then it's done. Also, not kind regards. I don't even quite know what the fuck kind regards mean. So why the hell am I just going to, like, write that the whole time? Fuck that. Being apparently unclear, but further to my previous email, you are a nonce. I should have recommended a PC build with an AMD GPU. It's interesting because I had a hard time picking NVIDIA this generation. I think it depends on what NVIDIA you're building. Now, I think if your budget only allows for you to go 4080, it's very difficult. Because, yes, AMD does have competition for 4080. But if your budget allows for a 4090, there's no shot that anything AMD has to offer will even come close to competing with that. Not for a creator. For a gamer, maybe, but not for a creator. AMD just doesn't have the encoding options that NVIDIA has. And the 4090 is an absolute beast. So it all depends on your budget. But yeah, I mean, for him, I think this is his second PC and it's a pure gaming PC. So it made sense for him. Ultramar. No Man's Sky is another game I really want to get into, but just always fucking struggle with. Big J, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, bro. Right. Let's quickly see. I'll figure that out later. Okay. I think my personal build only uses a 3070, still 8 gigabytes. This build for my father-in-law, he only really does Flight Sim, so went with 40. Dude, isn't Flight Sim like one of the hardest games to fucking render? Flight Simulator apparently uses massive graphics. But yeah, 4060 Ti is a good card. I would go with that. Sure. Why not? Okay. Now we're getting to the React. All right, chat. No more interesting topics. No more bullshit. Let's React now. Okay. We're about to learn why virtual signalers are really covert narcissists. Are you ready, chat? This has now turned into a hashtag education stream. Education is cool. Okay, I will be your host for this evening while we educate ourselves on covert narcissism.
Be sinful, be full of lust, be full of rage, be full of sloth, be full of envy. Tell yourself that you're doing it in the name of charity, virtuosity, and what's good for the greater good. There's a very positive correlation between heavy-handed virtue signaling, exhibitionistic displays of altruism, and the dark triad traits. When I turn on the TV or I look in the music industry, you'll see a lot of covert narcissism. It's not so easy to detect.
She's like alpha narcissist to me.
You idiots keep worshipping them. Stop platforming people who are evil. The road we're on now is not a good one. I sense bloodshed.
All right, fuck it.
Richard
here we
Grannon,
go.
what's the smiling note
That was not a charged intro at all, but let's fucking go.
test?
It's where you casually tell somebody that you suspect has a narcissistic personality disorder, and gently and politely no, and you smile as you do it, and that's the smiling no test. If they then have a temper tantrum because you smilingly said no, then that's an indication that they're probably having some issues relating to reality in, let's say, an adult way.
And does that tell us
Wait, that's interesting. I did not. I genuinely didn't know that was even a thing. So wait, if you look at a narcissist and you smile and you go, no, that sets them off? Why? Do they feel like you're Wait, why would that set them off? Maybe they feel like you're disrespecting them, or you're not respecting the seriousness of saying, I don't fucking know. Your smug aura mocks them. You think so? Because that's what I thought as well, but why no and smiling? Because you're denying them your full attention subliminally? Ah, okay.
they are narcissists? Because are there non-narcissists who also have a difficulty with no?
It would be an indication of a highly narcissistic style. It wouldn't, I mean, it's not the final test for narcissistic personality disorder by any means. To really know, we'd have to take them to a psychiatrist, and they would need to run.
Why? Because you are now a dichotomy? Yes, it's the smile, but your mouth says no. Yeah. But I get that. What I'm wondering is, why specifically is that a problem for narcissistic personality disorder or people that suffer from narcissism? Because, I mean, I get it, right? Your mouth is saying, your mouth looks like one thing, but your voice is saying something completely different. And I can get how that may be confusing, but they can't deal with non-absolutes. Narcissists. Interesting.
A series of tests under clinical conditions to get a definite affirmative yes that they have MPD. But it's an indicator that you're dealing with somebody with a highly narcissistic style for sure.
I want to talk to you today about narcissists, or people who are nice, who act nice, who are actually narcissists. I suppose both on an individual level, but also on a political, larger level. I saw recently that people who engage in virtue signaling and victim signaling, where they keep considering themselves to be victims, are very likely to score highly on one of the dark triad traits. Triad traits. What are those traits, and does that surprise you at all?
It doesn't surprise me. But when you asked me to interview, I went and reviewed the research to make sure I was up to date. And there's actually a lot that's been done in the last 5 years on this area. And there's a lot of
wait, who is this
published
guy? Who is this guy that he's talking to? Richard Grannon. Finding no taste, narcissism. A narcissism expert, Richard Grannon has devised the perfect taste for catching nice acting COVID and woke narcissists and spotting their secret abuse. Oh shit. He's a narcissism expert, this guy. Holy shit. I feel like they were painting his son's portrait with words.
reviewed research that indicates there's a very positive correlation between heavy-handed virtue signaling, exhibitionistic displays of altruism, and, as you just rightly said, the dark triad traits. The dark triad...
Dude, I'll be honest with you. Like, I have said this before. Anyone that goes on X, for example, and then talks about, how much money they give to charity, or anyone that and you all know someone like this in your own life that brags about all the good things they do in life. They're not doing the good things to help other people. They're doing the good things so that they can look good. And I've always said, I feel like that's some kind of psychopath or narcissistic tendency, something to do with that. It's evil people, in my opinion. So I'm glad to hear this.
Would be narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism.
What does Machiavellianism mean?
It's from Machiavelli, who famously said, the end justifies the means. These are people who are very, very goal-orientated, highly manipulative, and very low in compassion.
There sounds like a few people I can think of. But so, and what, okay, we should also go with what is narcissism.
Narcissism is a trait that all human beings have. We all have latent narcissism, so we're all somewhere on a sliding scale of trait narcissism. And as it gets stronger and stronger, as you slide up the scale, it becomes more and more maladaptive, meaning it does more and more damage to the person who has the trait. And
oh shit, Rubbish Boat with the 100 MKD, dude. Really appreciate you. How you doing, fam? Elodie, is that you? Oh shit. Yeah, I never even realized there might be a bunch of you watching this, seeing yourself being described here. That is possible, I guess. Kane Death, how you doing, fam?
more and more damage to the people around them, until eventually you're looking at a situation, say you're low in narcissism, you can cooperate, you can deal with people, but you can be self-interested. That is good. That is healthy. All human beings pass through a phase. Narcissism was largely defined by Freud, not originally by Freud, but he did the most development of it. And he said there's a phase that all infants go through. When you're a toddler, you should develop a healthy narcissistic phase, and then you should mature beyond that phase. Right. And some people never do. Yeah. And so they're stuck in this child phase, but a very early stage of development. They're stuck at like age 3, age 4. You see little kids age 3, age 4, they start saying no to mummy and daddy, or they grab something and go, it's mine. This is good. This is healthy. They should pass through that. They should then learn to share. They should learn to cooperate, and they should realize when their little friend or their little sister is crying.
Dude, I genuinely had this conversation, not the exact 1 year, but about kids and about the world that we fucking live in today on X yesterday. So there's this massive movement, you guys have seen this before, in the manosphere, and even from some girls nowadays, where... So there was a girl that basically tweeted out, if your husband cheats on you, you should pretty much always try to forgive him and find a way to reconcile the relationship, right? That was her tweet. I then retweeted that, and I was like, if anyone cheats on you, if you forgive them, right? If a man cheats on you, it is because he sees zero value in you. If you then forgive him for that, you simply approve his estimate, right? You approve of the estimate. Let me see if I can find this, because I don't want to fucking... Here we go. So this is what I said. Any human that would suffer the insult of cheating isn't worth much. If a man cheats on you, it's because he sees zero value in you. If you stay with him, you simply confirm his estimate. And I stand by that. Like, I'm sorry, but bullshit. Bullshit. Why would you, as a man or a woman, be okay with someone cheating? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the amount of things that could go wrong in that situation is absolutely whack. It's just absolutely I do not condone it. I won't show anything, but in this, there was then a response from one of the viewers. The response effectively was, actually, I could show it because this was just his opinion. But he said, okay, so he said, or maybe, hear me out, men are hardwired to stick it in any available ovulation factory our DNA program instructs us to. All right? Basically saying men are biologically incapable of not cheating. So I made the following tweet. Men are biologically incapable of monogamy. We are made to have sex with as many women as we can. Well, we are also biologically hardwired to go out and hunt for food, Yet I see you are more than happy to head to the supermarket to buy your food like a regular old bitch boy. Humans are the only animal on Earth with the ability to refine ourselves. We have tools like impulse control and self-awareness built in to help us change and adapt to allow for society to become better. A man who cannot control his impulses and urges is no more than an animal, and his brain is wasted on him. It's effectively what this guy is saying here. Anyone that uses the excuse of, oh, biologically, fuck you, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You are not incapable of doing something just because biologically or historically this has been the case. You have tools that have specifically been developed for you to adapt yourself to society. And the argument that, oh, men just will always cheat because, you know, why not? It is basically weak people trying to justify their life choices and turn that into virtue. That's all the manosphere is. It's a bunch of guys that have no impulse control. They have no self-control. And instead of working on that, instead of going, hey, you know what? So I'll give you guys a great example of this. Why am I fat? It's simple. I have no self-control when it comes to food. When it comes to food, it is far easier for me to give in and eat a bunch of shit that I'm not supposed to eat than not do that. That's saying, no, I will not do that. I want to lose weight. I'm not going to be eating X, Y, or Z, right? That is a lack of self-control that I have in my life. I know that that is a very bad thing, and that is something that I'm actively working on in order to get better on so that I can ultimately move on, right? So that I can ultimately lose the weight and eventually get into shape. But I have to admit that that is a bad thing. That's a vice. That's not a good thing. The problem that I have with the manosphere is they have taken their lack of self-control, their inability to say, no, I will not stick my dick in that. And they've sort of tried to convince women that, no, that's actually a good thing. Like, a man that fucks as many girls as he can, regardless of his relationship status, is actually a high-value man. No, it's not. It's a child that's never grown up. Because children have this. Children can't say no. Children just do things. If you give a child a plate full of chocolate, it will finish the chocolate. And then you give it another plate, and he will finish the chocolate again. And the child will basically keep eating chocolate until the child feels sick and throws up. Because children have no way of going, no, that's enough, I should probably quit now. All you're doing is saying, I've never grown up and I also don't feel like growing up. That's all it means when you say, oh, I'm a man, you know. I was biologically not designed to say no. No, you were actually biologically designed to do a lot of things and learn a lot of things and be good at a lot of things. That is not one of them. And yet these same men will go nuclear if women do the same thing to them. Pretty cool, but that's exactly it, right? They can identify why sleeping around and cheating is really bad because they feel the same thing that a woman feels when a woman does it to them, right? No woman would want to see her man go around fucking other girls. In fact, there's even, like, for girls, it's even worse for girls. This is why I feel so sorry for girls with this manosphere bullshit. Because I know from personal experience, girls will get jealous if you are too nice to other girls. Like, there's certain things that a boyfriend is only allowed to do for his girlfriend. And we're talking, like, very silly stuff here. We're not even talking, like, super, like, romantic shit, right? I'm not talking about cuddling, for example, which, yes, absolutely should just be for your girlfriend. I'm talking about silly stuff, like, for example, giving a girl your jacket. If your girlfriend saw you giving your jacket to another girl, she would go fucking ballistic. Like, that is hers. If she feels cold, she will get your jacket. If she doesn't feel cold, no one else can get the jacket because she may feel cold later and you have to have the jacket for her. That's her that's her privilege, right? As the girlfriend, she gets full control over your clothes, sometimes even more than you get. So girls get just as jealous as guys do. So the idea that these guys go, well, you shouldn't be jealous of me sleeping with other women, but I should absolutely be jealous of you sleeping with other men, again, just goes down to them never growing up. Because children do the same thing. They are fully capable of saying no to you, and that's what this guy's saying here, right? Children at the age of 3 will learn how to say no to their parents, but they will lose their shit if their parents say no to them. Right? Akko is fat only to make us feel better about our weight. It's true, Rubbish Boat. What I'm doing here, me being fat, public service.
They're crying the same way that they cry when they're in pain. And that's how you develop, as a human being, empathy and compassion. For some of these people, for some of these children, when they're growing up, because of there's epigenetic factors, for sure, there's a genetic component to this, we know that, but it's largely environmental. Their response to the stress of the environment can be to develop a full-scale psychotic break with reality, where they unconsciously choose to live inside of a fantasy version of reality where they are the center of the universe. That's narcissistic personality disorder. When I was describing the sliding scale of traits, that isn't. So you can have somebody who's highly narcissistic. They can go to talk therapy once a week for 6 months and come back with better communication skills and a better sense of empathy. I would claim that with narcissistic personality disorder, the full break from reality, therapy won't work. Therapy will only be an environment where they can practice their narcissism, and it can actually make them worse. That's not...
Fuck. Okay, that is rough.
Just my opinion. There's published literature that says that as well. Some types of psychopaths and narcissistic personality disorder, normal, naive, well-intentioned talk therapy will make them worse.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I went to therapy for a while, and it actually did help me become...
We actually, last year or the year before, when we were going through all those criminal YouTube videos, you guys remember the dudes committing murder and then being questioned by the police, those video series that we did? We watched a video on A and B type personalities, and I remember the psychologist there saying the exact same thing. The problem with dealing with specifically narcissistic personalities and disorder is they view the session with the psychologist as a challenge. It is a challenge to show how intellectual they are, how smart they are. They don't believe that anything is wrong with them. They don't believe that they need therapy. And so they're in there to see if they can be smarter than the psychologist, than the therapist. So you basically, how do you deal with someone like that? Like, how do you fix someone like that?
I don't know if maybe narcissistic's not the right word, but less self-centered in some respects. So maybe I don't have the disorder as such, but I definitely went in, and the therapist told me this as well, that a lot of people go in to talk to him and they start by saying, oh, this person did this, my parents did that, everyone's doing that. And if it's working after 6 to 12 months, often they'll start to say, well, okay, I can't control those things. It's not necessarily their fault, but they can help it. And I can choose how to act about things and take control of things.
Yes.
Would you sort of offer that advice as well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, and to be compassionate and forgiving. We're all human beings. We all have blind spots. We all have a shadow that needs integrating.
This is one of the big things when you talk about those virtue signalers, right? Those people on social media that once they catch you in a small little thing, there is no forgiveness for you, right? They will go, they'll destroy your job, they'll destroy your life, they'll destroy your marriage, they'll destroy everything. You do not get forgiveness for your sins. You have to be punished. Punishment without forgiveness means death, effectively, right? That's the only way we can actually We can burn you at the stake, so to speak. So compassion seems to be a thing that's very missing today. What scares me is he's describing, at least if I look at X, it feels like he's describing the majority of people on X, bro.
These are classic Freudian defense mechanisms. It's not all about early childhood. Some of these develop in adolescence, and then in school, at university, in your first jobs, where you learn to offset the responsibility of things that perhaps are yours to hold by projecting them onto other people. There's a lot of defense mechanisms that we all use regularly. A good therapist will teach you that there's a better way of interacting with reality and other human beings than through defense mechanisms, which are fundamentally ego-based, which means they are narcissistic defenses.
It feels sometimes like control as well. Is control involved? I guess I had to feel like, oh, this person isn't behaving the way.
I used to do this. So I still do it from time to time, but it's something that I'm actively working on. I used to, when I get into an argument and I get cornered, so I'm basically wrong, right? What I would do is I would get angry. And what that would afford me is the other person then has to go from attack to defense, because now they're trying to put out the anger, which gives me the upper hand again, which means I win the argument, right? Because now I can steer the argument in whichever way I want, because I'm on the attack again, they're on the defense. I'm lucky in that my brother doesn't fall for that shit. So whenever we argue and I got angry, he would be like, that's changing the argument. Like, you can get angry as much as you want. This is the facts. This is what you said. This is what I'm saying. You're wrong. And he would just keep me to that until I'd be so fucking frustrated that I would like walk out and be super fucking angry. And I've been teaching myself, I've been sort of hyper focusing on that. When I realize that I'm now wrong, right? I misspoke, or I fucked up, or I believed the wrong thing, to say sorry. It's hard because initial reaction is usually it wants to kick in and you want to go, no, fuck you, right? You want to change the argument. You want to adapt. You want to move the goalposts around just to protect your ego because you don't want to be wrong. But then you stop yourself and you go, you're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about it that way. And funny thing, you usually end up looking better, right? You walk out there and people think, wow, what a grown-up. He can admit he's wrong. Good job. Kugara, how you doing?
Way I wanted them to,
yes.
So I better advise them how better to act. And if you start doing that to everyone around you,
yes.
You're trying to control your environment.
It's very much a disease, a mental health issue of control. And in fact, sometimes for certain types of narcissism, it's frequently comorbid with something called obsessive compulsive personality disorder, which is all about perfectionism and control and trying to make external reality fit your ideal of what it should be inside of your head. Which, if you think about it, that's quite childlike. You're like, no, I want it to be like this, but it isn't. But I want it to be, but it ain't. So the ability to accept that people aren't what we want them to be, the world isn't what we want it.
Norman lady, so between me and my brothers, very rarely will our arguments be about different opinions. We share a lot of the same opinions. Our arguments will usually be fact-based. And that is just sort of like an outflow of my brother. So my brother isn't a guy that deals with opinions very well. Like, he doesn't like opinions. He operates within a realm of facts, right? So what is the fact? And if we don't know what the fact is, what is the logical, rational conclusion of something? And if what you believe isn't rational or logical, then what you believe is wrong. Then you can say it's an opinion, but it would be the wrong opinion. Very rare. I don't think we've ever gotten into an argument where it literally is just a class of opinions, because for me, the most important thing is that my opinions must always be based on reality. Because if your opinions are based on reality, then they're right. If your opinions are just your opinions, regardless of reality, then most likely you're wrong, and you wouldn't even know that you're wrong, because just because it's your opinion doesn't mean you're not wrong, basically, right? So yeah,
To be, that's a sign of maturation, what Jung would have called individuation.
Interesting. So I had OCD as a teenager. It's not bad now. And I think part of that, I don't know, because often we sort of put people in boxes. This person has that, this person. And I think part of developing away from the OCD was
okay, wait. I need to explain this. It's not that there aren't instances where there's multiple ways of looking at it because we don't yet know what the truth is. I'm saying we don't argue about stuff like that. Null Moon Lady was specifically asking about arguments, and I said, well, me and my brothers don't get into arguments like that, right? So if we do talk about a topic that have multiple sort of possibilities, then we just discuss the possibilities and everyone chooses a possibility that they think is most likely, or we choose the same one and then we justify it based on rationality and logic. What do we think is true? But we very rarely argue about that. Arguments for us usually boil down to things that can objectively be true or untrue.
teenager. It's not bad now. And I think part of that, I don't know, because often we sort of put people in boxes. This person has that, this person. And I think part of developing away from the OCD was the same as what I was saying with the therapist. I started to understand and to actually embrace not being able to control. That was the way to do it. It was like I'm almost controlling my way of not controlling and just letting be. And that was so nice. And then the OCD sort of fizzled out a little bit.
Yes, it will do. I mean, I want to make clear that like there isn't a correlation between OCD and narcissism. OCPD is quite different, but it's rooted in similar defense mechanisms.
The fuck is OCPD?
Don't want them to. I just don't want to destroy your confidence.
What was the P? The OCP?
The OCPD is personality disorder. So obsessive compulsive personality disorder is different to obsessive compulsive disorder.
Interesting.
So OCPD is an obsession with perfectionism and making the world the way you want it to be, but it isn't unrelated to OCD, obviously, because in OCD you're engaging in sort of ritualistic, repetitive activities that are external to try and moderate your internal feelings. It's almost a way of dealing with anxiety, depression, emotional dysregulation through an external source. You're like, oh, if I just do this and this and this, everything will be okay. Yeah. And actually, probably the healthier and more adult way to deal with things is to say it's as good as it gets right now. Just let it be, and whatever happens, you'll cope with it.
Just take a breath.
That is the one thing I've never struggled with. Well, yep, that's as good as it's going to be. Fuck it. Let's go.
Yeah, take a breath. Take a breath. Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
That feels nice. I try to do that more. Take a breath and just enjoy breathing.
There's a lovely technique I got from Andrew Huberman. He didn't develop it, but he's espousing it. It's called the physiological breath. So you know when little kids cry, and then when they finish their crying or their tantrum, they go,
yeah.
That's called a physiologic breath. So if you do like 5 repetitions of 2 sharp intakes, 1 long exhale, it actually
does feel good.
Yeah, just 5 repetitions.
I'm concerned about podcast listeners with the sniffing and breathing, but I did listen to a Joe Rogan episode recently.
Dude, try that shit very quickly. Like, just try that for a second. Just go. That does oddly feel not bad. Wow, that's a bit wild, but that does actually feel pretty good. Like, how do you guys find that?
Elon Musk, where they ate pizza for about 45 minutes.
Oh, God.
Just chewing. Just that for 45 minutes while talking with their mouths full.
Yeah.
And it was only after about 40 minutes that Joe Rogan, the world's most famous podcaster, so he should know a bit about audio and things like that, said, you know what, maybe this isn't nice for our listeners.
There's a specific psychological condition I can't remember right now where it really drives people crazy if they can hear you chewing.
I might have that. I'm sitting there, I'm like on a run as if I was running. I was walking somewhere, listening to that. I'm like, can they please stop eating the pizza? I want to hear what they say, but I'm not interested in the pizza. So yeah, a couple of sniffs and a
Dude, there's something like, So I have a family member. I don't see them often, but they chew as if there's a mic inside their mouth. when they chew and you sit right next to them, well, even if you just sit on the fucking table with them, it's as if someone took a tiny mic in their mouth and the speakers are right next to your fucking ears. It is so harsh. It's like, bro, come on, man. You have to fucking know that is, no one wants to hear you. Like, what the fuck are you doing? My anxiety affected my breathing and vice versa. When I resolved my breathing, my anxiety lessened. I mean, it makes sense that breathing would have such a big response because breathing is how you get oxygen to the brain. And a lot of the time, a lot of the physiological responses we would have would be either too much oxygen, too little oxygen, just a burst of oxygen, or the way you get oxygen. All of that shit would help, right? Sign of a psychopath. Oh, Brett Goldjay, yeah. Like, I cannot deal with people that eat with their mouths open. Dude, and what freaks me the fuck out is the amount of people that nowadays just sort of do it. The other day, I'm walking in the mall, and there's a group of girls coming, like, from the other side, just walking. I don't know what they got, but they got, like, treats or some shit, and they're eating the treats, and literally all 4 of these girls like this. I'm like, dude, you have lips for a fucking reason. Close them and then just move the jaw. Like, the whole mouth doesn't have to fucking do this the whole fucking time. You can keep the lips closed and just move the jaw. That's how it was designed to be used. It is disgusting to me. Also, when I see food inside people's mouths, like if someone starts laughing, like they're in the middle of eating and then they start laughing and they just fucking open their mouth and you can see the half chewed food inside their mouth. It's like, oh, no, come on, man. Like, no, hold your hand in front of your mouth, some shit, if that is going to happen. But please, Troy, how you doing, bro?
Breathe out, I think, is actually all right.
Yes.
I would encourage any listeners to do that now. Yeah. Do you in your life, do you think of either famous people or just in your life, are there many in your mind right now who are narcissists who are hiding it
Here we go.
from you?
I mean, certainly when I turn on the TV, or I look in the music industry, or I look at like social media influence.
Oh, CCS, there we go. Yeah. Genuinely, I don't even know if I should tell you guys this because this is disgusting, but fuck it. I saw a guy in his car sit digging for gold, and I mean like fucking going, bro. This guy is going deep. Like, he is finding all of the right fucking angles, taking that shit out, looking at it, and then scraping it. What I can only assume is like at the bottom of his car seat or some shit. Just hiding that little nugget there for, I don't know, someone else to fucking find or what. Like, I'm just sitting there in the car. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing that?
Influences. You'll see a lot of what sometimes refers to as covert narcissism. It's not so easy to detect. It's also sometimes described, or a variation can be pro-social narcissism, where people gather their narcissistic supply by genuinely doing charitable things and actually having benefit in the world, but they're doing it for narcissistic supply. So I didn't say before, and I should have done, when we're talking narcissistic personality disorder, if anybody wants to understand the behavior of a narcissist, they should think of them as a junkie, an addict who needs supply. Narcissistic supply is not just being seen or being heard. It has to come as a form of adulation and congratulations, preferably from an audience, preferably from multiple people. That's pro-social. Communal narcissism is where you're drawing your narcissistic supply by contributing to a community and being a member of a community and saying, hey, I represent the group and this is what I'm doing. I see you nodding your head because I'm sure you can think of a few people.
I'm thinking, well, you and I have spoken, and I don't want to labour it because that was my old channel, and this is for the new channel.
Yeah.
Meghan Markle
Yes.
is a prime example. And
Yes.
I think we can talk about that a little bit without being overly sensationalist. I mean, it's just a fact that she appears to be somebody like many celebrities who uses like, I'm a feminist, I'm doing this nice stuff.
Yeah.
But actually, you just married a prince.
Yes. I think
Yeah,
it's
funny how
a
that
funny
works
thing.
out, right?
It's one of the few things. There's not. It's
There's that other girl as well that played in. She was in House. Very cute girl that was in House. That's also like major league. Absolutely hate men, girl bosses everywhere. You know, men should sit down and shut the fuck up. And then she goes and she marries a billionaire. Olivia Wilder. Yeah, that's the one. She marries a billionaire. And it's like, oh, right, yeah. So, in other words, you say one thing, but do the exact fucking opposite. Like, okay, never mind.
a sign of age and a sign of going to therapy as well. I think like there's not much that winds me up. But one of the things I do occasionally get wound up by is I can see these people very, very clearly, and a lot of people can't. And I start to stutter. I'm exasperated. I'm like, how could you possibly not see? I'm indignant with rage. How could you not see? Open your bloody eyes. I sound like my grandfather.
No, but I relate to that, and I'm sure most people listening do as well.
Yeah.
There's nothing more frustrating than when you're like that. Like, it goes back to school. Say you're 14 years old, and like one of the kids in class is being a suck up to the teacher.
Yes.
And it's like, you want to say like, don't you see through that? They will get a good score. Why is no one else seeing what I'm seeing? And I think most people are.
Yeah.
We're not saying anything, and then they're getting away with it.
Yes. And people really are, sorry to say, they're getting away with murder these days. And it's frequently in my field when, the online space of narcissism is just booming. It's exploded since I've been involved since 2011. It's exploded in the last 12, 13 years. And I spoke to a group of therapists this Sunday just gone, and I was like, most of your clients are getting their information about narcissism from people on YouTube like me. They're not getting it from the published research. They're not getting it from they're not getting it from the books. They're getting it from YouTube. And one of the things that I want to shout from the rooftops, because everybody's saying we're in a pandemic of narcissism, we're actually in a pandemic of codependency. Narcissists are very few and far between, but people are like, it seems to be everywhere. I'm like, it really isn't. It's just you idiots keep worshipping them. Stop platforming people who are evil. Stop worshipping people who are clearly have no interest in you. They don't care about you. They're addicted to themselves. They're addicted to their own image, and they're seeking to exploit you, and they feel entitled.
I think the other problem is what may be on the rise, because yes, narcissistic personality disorder is very rare. Like what he described there, like the absolute no cure, nothing they can really do. You are just an absolute narcissist. Very rare. But he also explained how narcissism is sort of like on a sliding scale. We're all on that scale to one end or the other. Your ego is your narcissistic traits. And we all care about that to one extent or another. But here's the thing. When you take an ordinary human being and you worship that human being like we do nowadays on Instagram. Think about all of the girls on Instagram that have millions of followers or hundreds of thousands of followers. Every single time she uploads a picture of herself, there are thousands of people writing, "Oh my God, so beautiful. You're so cute. Wow. Holy shit. Love, heart, eyes, all that crap," right? It feeds into your own ego, right? Now, these girls are starting to do it very young. You have girls now at the age of 16, 17, uploading their own pictures on every single day, doing reels. And you have this endless stream of people feeding your ego. You go on Twitter, people are feeding your ego. Look what happens on Twitter, right? When people upload when girls specifically, but guys also, I see it on my own Twitter. When I upload a post with a picture of me, that post gets 70, 75 likes. All of my other posts will get 20, 30 likes maybe if I'm lucky. I'm very bad at Twitter, right? I'm fucking terrible at Twitter, actually. But all of my other posts, maybe 10, 15, 20 likes, 30 likes if I'm lucky. I always just make myself feel better by saying my audience is too busy with other shit to fucking like post the whole day. So that's how I cope with not getting enough likes on my fucking post. But when I attach a picture, 75 likes. Usually, sometimes even more than that, right? It constantly feeds this narcissism. It feeds this I am a god, right? And if that consistently happens, if you're consistently told how special you are, and this is, by the way, one of the reasons I have never turned my spaces into echo chambers. This is why I don't ban people that disagree with me. This is why I don't go out of my way to curate my spaces. Because I've never had any interest in being worshipped. I've never had any interest in being special. I like to converse and I like to get to the truth of things and I like to learn new things. So yeah, sometimes people disagree with me, but I think what makes that cool is when you have viewers that disagree with you, when you have viewers that say, dude, that's not fucking true at all, it destroys your ego, right? So it sort of keeps you level-headed rather than allow your narcissism to just keep growing. The horny customer is always famous, super seductive, though. Of course it is. Of course it is. And look, I could do that, right? I could instruct the mods tomorrow to start removing anyone and everyone that says anything bad about me. If anyone says anything evil or mean about me, just ban them immediately. I could remove all of the comments that say bad things about me, and before you know it, I believe that I am God's gift to humanity because every comment I see is from someone telling me how good I am, from someone telling me how cool I am. Yeah, that is, I don't think that's healthy. And I do think that feeds into that narcissism that we have. And that's why we're seeing it so much more.
Entitled to do that. But we don't. We're codependent, we're passive, and we let this take place. It's for me, it's one of the few things that still can get me wound up.
Yeah, well, I wonder if as well we're dependent on them as well because they're often promoting messages that we might agree with.
Yes.
So I'm thinking of another narcissist. Before I say these things, I'm already imagining the comments being angry at me. But Greta Thunberg for me is like, she's like alpha narcissist to me. She's like the narcissist of all narcissists.
Yeah.
Who's of the nice people narcissist because she's the activist. And I think if you're someone who wants to promote that message, the fact that a 15-year-old at the time she was is saying it in the most simplistic terms, you don't care because you just want to get that message out there.
Yes.
But how could she not have become a narcissist when at 15 years old she was told that she wasn't just smarter, better than everyone, she was more morally virtuous?
Oh, she was a little saint. She was the saint of that particular manifestation of environmentalism, this hardcore extreme form of environmentalism, and she was the saint of it. There is something called context-specific narcissism. I remember years ago people getting very angry with Justin Bieber because he got drunk and was punching paps and peed in a flower pot in a 5-star hotel. And I'm like, can you imagine any of you what it would be like to be 17 years old and
Bacon Axe, enjoy it, bro. Enjoy it. Yeah. Watching videos with me, you have to be ready for a lot of pausing because I use that time to fucking react to everything they say. So yeah, I fully understand if you're going to go watch it on your own. No, definitely Bacon Axe. Absolutely appreciate you being here, fam. Coach Zenith, just because she's autistic does not mean that she cannot be narcissistic. If you look at Greta Thunberg, dude, there's so many things about her that is just hyper narcissistic. And no, she literally displays almost every single thing there is to display about narcissism. The same thing with all of these people throwing paint on paintings, sitting in busy highways, shutting the highways down. It's all signs of absolute narcissism. because you believe that you are absolutely in the right. You have the right to do this because everyone else is wrong.
And having that much wealth and fame and opportunity thrown at you, as if we'd all just be sat there going, oh, no more cocaine or fame for me, darling. That's quite, no more money. Thank you. I've had enough. No, you'd be grabbing at it with both hands. And eventually, of course,
As you were before we started.
as I were, yeah, they just had to wipe me off. There's cocaine everywhere. The eventually, of course, he ends up, as he is now, like he looks to me a pretty broken chap because that fame machine spits people out. There's the double standard as well. So we're incredibly
doing, bro?
codependent, and then we're massively hypocritical, and we're hiding all of our would be called in Freudian terms, that we're disavowing our own dark sides and then projecting it out onto other people. This is not fair. It's not right, and we do it in the name of virtuosity. Who is virtuous? Really, we're humans. We're just out the trees.
Yeah.
We just climbed out the jungle. Can everybody calm down with this holier than...
Dude, this is so fucking spot on. Think about the amount of people. Dude, we were just talking about her, Pokimane. Think about the level of narcissism when she sat there speaking about XQC and how XQC is... Like, she would never betray her own morals like that. Never. But why would I betray my morals for money? You see, this whole thing, like he just described there, of, but I am perfect. I don't have a dark side. I don't have sin. So I am completely capable of punishing your sin and calling out your sin because I am sinless. As the Bible says, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. What was the point there? The point there was no one can fucking cast stones, bro. Like, none of you can do shit because you all have sin. But it's become so easy for us in the modern era to pretend like we're perfect and then call everyone else out. Like, just go around and make everyone else the evil people. How dare you? Look at him. You know, how can he? Without realizing that, you know, people are people. We all struggle with shit. You know, life is hard. Life is crazy hard. And as humans, we are more often imperfect than we are perfect. In fact, I would say we are almost always imperfect. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. And once you realize that you are not perfect, it makes it very difficult for you to judge anyone else because you do a bunch of bad shit as well, right? And then it sort of makes you feel bad for calling other people out that do these bad things because you realize you do the same shit, right? You do it just in other ways. Just because, for example, one person struggles with gambling, right? And you don't struggle with gambling, that doesn't mean that you don't struggle with a bunch of other shit that they maybe don't struggle with. Our struggles are not the same, but we all have skeletons in our closets. We all have dark sides, as it were.
Now, I would never... Yes, you did. We all did. It's okay. I don't think it's healthy to pretend that the things that happened 60, 70 years ago, these mass psychotic movements, whichever side of the political spectrum they're on, that caused the death of millions, for us to be like, oh no, but not us. Yeah. No, we're more evolved. I'm like, evolution doesn't work like that. You can have like massive...
Dude, I see this very often on X as well. It's actually funny to me because there's someone that sits smack bang in the middle looking at both sides. You have no idea how often people on X will be like, oh yeah, this reminds me of all those Trump voters and how fucking stupid they are. Or someone will be like, yeah, this reminds me of all those libtards and how stupid they are. And I'm just sitting there going, yeah, they're the stupid ones. Sure. Like you both are falling for bullshit, but you're calling the other side stupid, not realizing you're being had as well. Yeah, we're the good side. See, that's our tribal nature. I'm one of the good guys. Hey bro, welcome to the Degeneracy. Andy, how you doing, bro? Everyone just wants to be 100% right these days. We can be wrong, and it's okay. I would say we are wrong, and it's okay. I wouldn't even say we can be wrong. I would say we are wrong. Chances are, more often than not, what you believe is completely wrong. More often than not, you are actually the bad guy. More often than not, your sins are greater than those that you are judging. I think if human beings realize this, life would be a lot better.
Brain and physiology evolution in 130 years. It doesn't work like that. We need humility. We need to be humble, and we can say, yes, maybe me. In that context, that's why I brought up context-specific narcissism. If I was Greta Thunberg, age 15, shoved onto that platform, saying those words, and all the adults around me, I was in an echo chamber, they were going, oh, so brave, so wise. Maybe I would have also become a bit obnoxious with it. Maybe you would. Maybe any human being would. We've got to be compassion has to flow both ways. Like if I'm being compassionate, has to flow to me, has to flow to other people. And I look and I see and I go, yeah, I can see what you're doing. But if you keep doing this, and I know you see this, the road we're on now is not a good one. This is a dangerous path we've chosen.
Yeah. And as you say, it's happened so many times throughout history where people have started saying we're nicer than everyone, we're better than everyone, and then bloodshed.
Yeah. How
do they not see that? We're back to that again. I can't keep going back to that. Why doesn't everyone see it? But they don't see it. But Greta, I think that's an absence of parenting. That's bad parenting, isn't it? To tell your 15-year-old kid that they're better than everyone else and they should be meeting Obama and lecturing him.
I can't imagine that it's anything other than highly narcissistic parenting. You know, I mean, I've never met her parents, I've never seen them, but we don't have to complicate everything and draw psychoanalytic theory into everything. Her parents chose to allow that to happen and maybe even trained her for it. I mean, it's possible that she trained herself, that she's some sort of a high IQ, maybe somewhere on the autism spectrum, virtuoso, who just had a message, believed in it, went out there. But it's likely.
Dude, if I rocked up to my dad at the age of 15 and I was like, hey, Dad, I want to go to the UN because I have a message, my dad would be like, shut the fuck up. Like, genuinely, my dad would be like, shut the fuck up. You have no message. Just be quiet. Go play outside. We're done with this. Well, actually, not go play out. Go play on your PC. We're done with this bullshit. I'm not driving you to the UN. Fuck off. Like, genuinely speaking, that would have been my dad's response. Neither of my parents would have been like, yeah, our son definitely has a message the world needs to hear.
So forgive my cynicism, that her parents had a hand in it. And her family had a hand in it. And the environment and the culture and the country that she comes from also impacted this. The holier-than-thou virtue signaling is a good thing because we know what is right. How dare you?
True.
How dare you?
Thanks,
like, you're a human being. You've got socks on, right?
Are you deliberately parroting what she said?
Yes. How dare you? How dare you steal my dreams?
My childhood.
My childhood.
What a narcissistic thing to say. But she was a kid, so...
Yeah, well, she is a kid. I just think the idea of her or anyone saying, I have the solution and this is how we should live. I'm just like, just chill with that. Yeah. You don't. We really don't. Like, because of the interview, I went and looked at the science as much as I can understand it on climate change. This is not settled science. Why are people acting as though it is?
Like, I wondered, just hearing you say that, what percentage of people listening or viewing suddenly got their back up and they're going, hang on, why am I annoyed? Because I don't know enough about climate change, so I want to listen to what you're going to say now. But I'm just thinking, are there some people who've gone, he's going to be a climate change denier, and they're already ready to pounce?
Yeah, I can't be a climate change denier because, and I'm sorry, but like, if you're on either side of the spectrum on this, you're wrong because none of it is settled science. It seems to be that if you take the consensus from science, which is usually how science works, you've got to look at the thick end of the wedge and say, well, what are the absolute experts saying? It's not conclusive. It's not that there is no. It's very unlikely that human beings are having zero impact on the climate. That's extremely unlikely. It's also extremely unlikely that imminent doom is around the corner in 30 years' time if we don't reduce car emissions. Neither thing is settled science. I forget climate change for a second because I'm not an expert on that. But we can talk about, and we both can, psychologist, journalist, what's the narrative? And how are we constructing that narrative? And how?
It's not. So the thing with climate change denier is it's such a weird thing. Because I believe in climate change. Like, absolutely. The climate changes all the time. I have no problem with that. I believe that. What I'm not convinced of is that the climate changing is catastrophic. And if you actually do yourself the favor to look at the science, there is no evidence that it is. The vast majority, like I explained this actually the other day to someone, one of the viewers came into chat, well, actually DM'd me, and they were like, we talked about a bunch of things, and then eventually we got into the climate change discussion, and they were firmly on the idea that climate change is a problem and we are going to destroy the world because there's models out there that show that we are destroying the world. And here's one of the things that I found out just very recently. I genuinely didn't know this. It was a climate change. It was a guy that used to be for climate change that then started looking into the models and realized, wait, there's something really wrong with these models. So if you imagine this to be the Earth, right? So this is the Earth. And then you say, this is the immediate atmosphere around the Earth, right? This is the upper atmosphere. And there's 4 more than this, but let's just do it like this to make it easy enough to fucking understand. And this is the final layer, and everything outside of this white, the last white circle, that we'll call space, okay? There's one thing that none of the climate change models take into account. The Earth, our environment, has an incredible tool to deal with heat. Now, anyone that understands any laws of thermodynamics will immediately understand how this works. When 2 surfaces exist, where one is hotter than the other, the heat, the energy, because heat is nothing more than energy, will flow from the higher concentration of to the lower concentration of in order to charge the other side. So if you have a room like this, right? Say with the dividing line there, and this side is incredibly hot. So each of these dots represent energy, right? And this side is cold. We have an AC over here blowing cold air into this, removing the heat. If you open a door here, right? So if we go and we say open a door in this space, what ends up happening is the heat flows through, right? The heat now moves over to the cold side because there's space for the heat energy to go to the other side. So the heat will immediately escape and go to this side because there's not enough energy here. That's how the laws of thermodynamics work. It turns out the Earth has a very similar thing that it does. You see, the Earth, as it gets hot, it gets hotter than the outer atmosphere, right? Or the atmosphere just above Earth. So the Earth starts to transfer heat into this atmosphere. As this layer of the atmosphere gets hotter, it eventually starts transferring into this one starts transferring into this one, and this one transfers it out into space, which is very fucking cold. No climate change model takes this system into account because this system is incredibly hard to understand. They don't know how to predict it. It's very difficult to predict. at what exact temperature does it flow over to the other side and how fast does it happen. But what we do see is as the Earth gets hotter, it throws more heat out into the atmosphere, and the atmosphere then transfers that heat all the way out into space. And in space, it just fucking goes because space is pretty big. It's going to take a lot of heat to heat up space. And that is one of the key ways in which the Earth deals with heat. So the idea that climate change is catastrophic is problematic because most of our models are incredibly limited in how it views limited in what it takes into account. Let's put it that way. Can transfer heat. There are very few particles in space. It still does it. We can see it happens. Green Angel, we actually see it happen. The Earth does it. There's a guy that explained it. I don't know what the Earth does, but our atmosphere actually throws parts of itself out in order to get rid of excess heat. Like, it actually does do that. Like, they actually do see it happen. It is something that they've observed, and it's very new. It's a newly thing. I was watching this. I don't know how the fuck I got into that rabbit hole, but there was a massive rabbit hole that I got into about a month ago where I watched a bunch of scientists all talk about, like, global warming. I think it started with, like, global warming, like, people warning about global warming, and then eventually it got into, like, people explaining why so many of what like, what's wrong with the models. Let's put it that way, right? So yeah, it's sort of like, dude, I'm not a scientist, just to be clear. I'm just sharing what I hear other scientists talk about. So at no point am I trying to convince you of anything here. I'm just telling you what I heard. You'll have to go do it for yourself. Go study science if you fucking want, right? I don't fucking know. I'm just telling you what I heard. But yeah, so for me personally, I'm in the camp of whatever is good for humans, we should do. Is it good for humans that the Earth is clean? Yeah, probably. Is it good for humans that the air is clean? Yeah, probably. So maybe if we can do things to make the air a bit cleaner, and if we can do things to keep rivers clean, and if we can do things to keep the oceans clean, we should probably fucking do those things. But if you're gonna start asking me to destroy the world economy so that we can go fully green, I'm gonna be like, nah, fam. Now you're going too far. I don't think people should starve just so that we can have green energy. So as long as we can come up with solutions where humanity still thrives and countries have the ability to make money and people have the ability to live, I'm happy to do whatever, right? I'm all for green living as long as none of that makes people's lives worse. Because I don't think anyone deserves that.
How are we conducting the debate? You as a journalist and me as a psychologist can say, well, we could do it without extremism. We can do it without shouting each other down. We can do this without emotional and psychological violence. Let's go facts first, not feelings first, like adults should. Because if we're not going to do that, I have to assume that what I'm consuming is propaganda and is politically motivated.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And even if you were to go with the most extreme end, that in 30, 40, 50 years, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. That's very troubling. But it doesn't mean it's easy, because a lot of people live on the poverty line, depend on the current situation, the current fossil fuels and things like that. So, and that's what she doesn't have the solution for. And too many activists come forward and they don't have a solution. They're just angry at what's going on. And it's like, well, I would like car exhausts not to be all horrible and smoky and even, just for that. But if that means that some impoverished communities are going to not have any money and put food on the table, think about these things. But I don't think it goes through a lot of activists' minds.
It doesn't seem to, because that would require nuance. And maybe we could say, if you're an activist on either side, because you've obviously read similar research to me. I got mine from Michael Schellenberger cited it, and it's from a guy called Hannes Sacker from this year, March of this year, published from the University of Leipzig, and he's talking about the correlation between dark triad traits and environmental activism. And I would say on either side of any activists, but like, what is an activist? They're saber rattlers. They're trying to get attention for a cause. They're raising awareness, and they want to, through doing that, affect change in the world. Fine, that's okay. But will it not, by necessity, attract a certain personality type? And do we not need to have some checks and balances and filters for that? Because if you genuinely and sincerely believe in this cause, that cause, but leaving aside environmentalism for a second, that's fine.
Most ordinary people I know aren't activists, though. Of you guys in chat, how many of you know genuine activists? Like your friends. How many of your friends are activists? Are people that will go out and fucking protest bullshit? Brickle, very, very true. Reddit posters don't count. No, it has to be people that you know, execute. Be friends with activists, but no longer. I'm cannibal rights activist. But no one, right? Your normal people aren't activists. Like, dude, I know vegans. In fact, one of my viewers is a vegan. No activism. I believe I have more vegan viewers probably, but one I know for a fact is a vegan. He's never made any sort of activist bullshit, nothing. The only way I know is because we were once talking about my carnivore diet, and just through the conversation, he eventually said, well, he doesn't eat meat, so he doesn't really know. And that's where I asked, oh, so you're vegetarian? He was like, no, I'm actually a vegan. That's the only way I fucking knew, right? Because the most normal people don't feel strongly enough about anything to become an activist. Like, I think in my own life, there is nothing in my life that I am convinced of enough to where I would become an activist for it. You see, because my main... So, you guys know I'm an anarchist, right? The reason I will never be an activist for anarchism is I'm not entirely sure if that's the right way humanity should be. I believe that it could be. I believe that anarchy will probably lead to most people being happy, but I can also understand that there might be instances where people would get fucked in anarchy. And so I immediately think, I will not be the one to try and convince humanity to go anarchism, because maybe millions of people die as a result of that. So maybe I shouldn't do that. And it's sort of like the same thing when I think of people being capitalist activists or communist activists or socialist activists or whatever the case might be. If you're for democracy and you're an activist, or if you're for authoritarian activism, whatever you are, the idea that you think you have the truth is a scary one to me. It's like, whoa, how do you know you have the truth? What if you're wrong? Because if you're wrong and you manage to convince everyone, we're all fucked. Right? That's what most people don't realize or seem to think about. It's all good if you believe in communism, for example. But if you then try and turn the whole world communist and you're wrong and hundreds of millions of people die, that's your fault now, right? You did this. And you didn't think about it. And now what? Right? We can't undo this. Hundreds of millions of people are dead.
Fine. But are you here because you're angry with your father? Are you here because you're struggling with drug addiction? Are you here because you're diagnosed with psychopathy, borderline personality disorder? Because we know, the psychologists are too polite, they won't say, but they know very well Jordan Peterson avoided saying it for the first 5 years he was famous. I had people who are following me who went to see him ask him about borderline personality disorder and political activism. For the first 5 years, he wouldn't answer the question. Now he does. Because it's known. We know that it's not just borderlines, for the people who then go crazy in the comments. It's not just borderlines who engage in this, but we know there's a correlation between political activism and certain disorders that involve emotional dysregulation, like borderline personality disorder, manic depressives as well. Because they want to be part of a crowd screaming against authority figures, because that's what's already, if they didn't have that, they'd be shouting at the wall at home, because they're unhappy, they're traumatized, they're in pain, they need a release valve. And we know this. You've seen the footage, the memes, the same as I have on Instagram. People shouting slogans and calling people literally Hitler and this and that. And then when they're actually interviewed and they say, why did you just shout that? Do you know what you're saying? No, I don't. I don't know what the words mean, but I feel, okay, you feel wonderful. We are adults. We're not children. If you go,
Dude, I actually remember watching people go through this. There was some speaker that was talking, and there was a massive demonstration for the speaker, and the crowd was screaming things like racist, Nazi, whatever. I can't remember the whole thing. And they had one of the people in the crowd, and they asked him, so what did he say that was so racist? I'm like, oh, just a lot of things he says is racist. And like, yeah, but can you just give us like a couple of examples of things that he said that is racist? And like, well, he just says a lot of things that's very racist. And like, yeah, we just need one, because we agree with you, by the way. We just want to be able to like know what he said. And then the person says, well, I've never actually heard them speak, but I was told by my friend that this guy says a lot of racist things. It's like, the fuck? You're in the crowd, you're protesting this guy, and you've never heard this person speak? Like, you've never watched a talk of this person online? You've never actually informed yourself on what this person says? You just decided that, fuck it. I believe this.
go feelings first, facts second, that's only acceptable to somebody under the age of 12. Everybody else has to do better.
Peter Boghossian was on this channel recently. Did you see that? The famous video he did in Portland State University when there were people on the roof. Peter Boghossian does this game where he goes and asks a question that's controversial, and you have to stand either at that's totally disagree or agree or in the middle. And he just wants to know, okay, how would you move a bit further this way or that way? It's really interesting. And he did one that was a bit controversial, I suppose, in front of the Social Sciences building in Portland State University, which is the place you don't want to do this. And there were only two genders.
Oh,
and then you have
brave man.
Yeah, and you have to stand then in the specific place. And there's like someone doing it, oh, I think I actually don't agree. And it's like interesting, you can have the conversation. Oh, I think there are more genders. Okay, that's interesting. Why do you think that? And a bunch of people, students and teachers, I think, from the social, they were on top of the building looking down, swearing at him, screaming at him, shouting horrible things. And eventually they came down, like arms folded, just like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
And he's like, do you want to know what the game is? And they didn't want to know. They're just like, well, no, because it's offensive. And all this stuff is like, and they're ganging up, and he was so calm. He's
great. He's really. I follow him on Instagram, and I love watching his videos.
Oh, you got to watch that later then.
Yeah, he's a good example of just the kind of thing that I suppose I'm alluding to, which is we got to bring the Socratic method back to the way we hold dialogue. We have to bring reason back. Socratic method would be, I mean, strictly speaking, for the Socratic...
I don't think you can. You see, the problem is, I would argue the vast majority of mankind was never meant to have a mic to the world. The vast majority of humans have always been pretty shit, right? If you say we should bring back certain elements of argumentation, certain elements of debating, the Socratic method, things like that, you how the majority of human beings never had that to begin with. So it's not like you're bringing it back. The problem is now, and I've said this before, the problem is that now every village idiot have a microphone and also the ability to find all of the other village idiots. And now they're ganging up on everyone else because they have finally found a community. They were always the village idiot. That's where the saying comes from. And there's no way you're gonna, like, fix them. That's just who they are.
Socratic method to be the Socratic method. You say there's two genders. Let's take that as an example. I say no, there's as many genders as you want. Before we debate, you have to express my position to me, to my full satisfaction.
Oh, I like that.
And I have to express your full position to you.
My brother does this. And it annoys the fuck out of me because it is so fucking effective. Whenever you get into a debate with my brother, he will always go, right, what is my position? And then you have to tell him what his position is, so that the whole point of this is, once I have correctly expressed your position, I am now not allowed later down the road to shift the argument or to build straw mans, because I have already laid out your position, right? So it's basically a way to trap you in the confines of the argument. Ikura Samura, how you doing, bro? Why would I do that?
If it's not to your satisfaction, I have to keep going until I get it right. And then you say, go on then, lads, now argue. Now I fully know what you mean, and you're hearing me, and I'm hearing you. It's simple.
Why don't we all do that?
That's base level philosophy. It's like philosophy 101. And we should absolutely imagine how many debates would end if we simply were forcing each other. Well, sorry, forcing is a bit. The dictator in me is coming out.
Imagine how many if we force people with handcuffs.
If we encourage them gently to engage in the Socratic method, we would resolve so many issues so quickly. I mean, again, it's away from narcissism, away from ego. We've got this platform, we've got social media, we want to be seen, and you want your gotcha moment. So,
see, the thing is, the reason it's so important before you go into a debate to have the two sides concisely and precisely express the other side's opinion is to eliminate any sort of misunderstanding before you even get going. Because more often than not, in any debate, the reason we're debating and arguing is because of a misunderstanding. I thought I heard you say this. Now I'm angry at what I thought I heard you say, rather than what you actually fucking said. And that's usually where the problems start. So that's why it gets so frustrating when you have to do that, because it usually shuts down an argument very quickly. When you say out loud what the other person actually wants to say, and you realize, oh, but they're actually right. It gets very frustrating. We used to do that in debate club. It's frustrating, but it works. Yeah, it does work. There's a reason we still go back to Socrates for a lot of things, right?
Like Andrew Gold destroys Narcissism Expert with 2 million views. Narcissism's not real, and I'm there going, oh, sorry about that. People love it. Okay, so that's the environment. That's the incentives that are created in the environment. It's incentives driven. I got this from Konstantin Kissin, and you'll be speaking to this weekend on trigonometry. People are motivated by incentives. Okay, so what's the incentive here? Well, it's to kind of be a dick. Who's going to get heard? Who's going to get millions of views on YouTube? Who's going to get millions of views? This, a gentle, reasonable conversation, you'll get views, but you want screaming, you want shouting, you want clothes torn and people banging their heads on the table.
I would say yes, but also no. I think we are moving into a newer era where I think a lot of people are hungry for intellectual conversation. I do believe that. I think I think as things like TikTok and YouTube Shorts keep going up, right? Those are fun things and they provide a level of entertainment. But I usually find myself after, say, doom scrolling for 2 hours, a desperate need for some kind of intellectual conversation. So that's when I'll turn on the Andrew Hubermans or, some podcast or something that feeds some intellectual, some intellectual, emotionally deep and heavy conversations. And I do think that is something that is going to continue to play itself out. As entertainment gets more and more short form, people are going to start seeking more and more intellectual conversation to offset the short form. Quick as you can, give me a dopamine boost right now. Station, as soon as they're comfortable. Bacon acts so fucking true, bro. So true. Just quickly want to see your Cardboard Golem. How you doing, bro? The question is whether some people Cardboard, based on at least the information we have, you cannot teach someone how to think critically. They've tried. No matter how they try to tweak the curriculum in a school, there's no difference. A very small percentage of the human population can actually think critically. The problem is that everyone thinks that they are part of the very small population of people that can think critically. So everyone else accuses everyone else of not being able to think critically, which is always funny to me. When I hear certain people, I won't go into detail, but it's someone that, became very hysterical in a call with me very recently. When they say you have to think critically about this, I go, yeah. When did that ever happen? Everyone nowadays thinks that they are the critical thinker, right? Even though it's like, I think 2% of the human population are actually capable of critical thinking. It's like 2%. It's a tiny amount of people that is capable of critical thinking. But everyone thinks that they are the critical thinkers and everyone else has it wrong.
It's like two chaps just having a polite conversation. I ain't gonna do it. Let's go. We're doing it for the views.
Yeah. Well, they literally do start boxing all the time, don't they? The big YouTubers.
Yes.
Did you see Alex O'Connor? Is that his name? Alex J. O'Connor. But I think this is Cosmic Skeptic.
Right.
Had Peter Hitchens on.
Okay.
It's probably the biggest sort of meltdown I've ever seen on TV or YouTube. It's extraordinary. And Peter Hitchens just goes off for no reason. I really think I don't understand what the reason was. It was because Alex kept asking him the same sort of questions, and he gets cranky.
Yeah.
He got cranky.
I like Peter Hitchens, but
so do I. So do I. But this time it was like I can't defend this because he goes off the screen and he's just going like he's talking for half an hour off the. You can just sort of hear him. And every now and then he comes back in and he's like, and another thing you did was this, and Alex is just like. Oh, and he's going, what you don't realise is you've had me under false pretenses. And it's great, but it's like the biggest video he's ever done, Alex O'Connor now, because it's just like millions of people, because we all wanted to watch it.
We love that,
I watched it every day. So
couldn't get out of bed without it. But that's the environment we've created, and so it rewards polarization, it rewards a lack of reason, it rewards emotionality and extremism. Well, I gently put forward the notion, ladies and gentlemen, that that's dangerous. That's not smart. We've got to do better than that because...
No doubt.
Look, in all due humility, like, whatever the issue is, it's environmentalism, it's the current situation, Israel-Palestine.
Wait, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly take a break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Neftosis, yeah, I would not do that. I want to hear the video too. Like, why the fuck would I let it play if I want to watch it too? Like, what the hell would that be? All right, everyone back? Can we go? I have arrived. All right, let's get going again.
Stein, we are mortal beings. We're not here for long. We can make this a fucking hellscape if we try. Or we can edge towards something that is peaceful and pleasant for us to live in, because life is hard enough. At the moment, we're going the hellscape route because, I don't know, ego. It just seems to be something in the human ego, some dark side in human nature that we can't integrate is taking over, and it seems to take over cyclically. So we've had several decades of unusual peace, and now as a species where we see, to me, it feels like we're gearing up for the old gulags and genocide and jackboots again, because...
Well, it's not hard to see why. Usually all technological advancements lead to some manner of chaos. We spoke about this last week, the printing press. The printing press led to a period of war where Europe almost destroyed itself. Literally, to the point where Europe had to go, bro, fuck, let's stop. This can't keep going. The Protestants and the Catholics were going at it to the point where there would be no one left if they didn't call it quits and say, okay, enough of this. Let's calm down. And all of that was a direct result of the printing press. The ability for us now to print information en masse and get that shit out was ridiculous. Right? It was fucking ridiculous how much bullshit we started as a result of that. And pretty much the same is true for all technology. Now think about the technology we have today. We have given, I mean, if you think about what the printing press did, and you think about social media, not only do you now have the ability to get information out there to people on a pretty decent time frame, you now have the ability to get information out to people instantly. Like, bro, I am sitting in my fucking room in South Africa, streaming, saying bullshit, and it is currently going out to Twitch or to Twitter on X. It's going out to YouTube. It's going out to Twitch, and it's going out to Kick in real time. Everything I say right now in real time will make its way to all of those platforms and into the ears of people around the world. Of course, that's going to lead to bad things. Of course. How can it not?
I don't know, unintegrated shadow. We've disavowed too much of our own animalistic nature. I don't know what it is, but I sense bloodshed. I sense...
Wait. Living Life, you're completely misunderstanding. I am not blaming technology. I am saying any technological breakthrough, we do this. You want to know why we do this? Because we're fucking human. We get a new piece of technology. The first thing we do with it is we try to destroy ourselves with it. Until we finally realize, whoa, what the fuck? And then we finally calm it down. We figure out how to coexist with this new piece of technology. The problem is we're in the beginning stages of the printing press just being discovered. It is going to take us a few more, probably years or decades, to figure out how do we live with this new piece of technology. Like, how do we balance ourselves and this new technology? against one another. I'm not blaming the technology. We have to keep innovating. We have to keep moving forward. That's another human thing we do. But it usually comes with downsides. And one of those downsides is we always try and destroy ourselves first.
It's imminent bloodshed and imminent chaos. It's like the piece is too much for us to deal with.
It's like we get bored.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't it, living life? Patrick West 400, how you doing, bro? Seeps through, but now have the ability to do it on a bigger stage. True. Very true, bad request. Like, 100%. Living life, it will take exactly as long as it has to take. There is no time frame. It will take as long as it takes humans to realize that this is no longer sustainable. And usually what ends up happening is the silent majority eventually reaches a point where they have had enough. And that is usually where we put an end to the bullshit. Like, once the extreme parts have basically brought us to the end of existence, the silent majority stands up and says, all right, wait, fuck it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Let's get back to normal, like normalcy here. Jax D, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
30 years, every 50 years. I was talking to you about this before, of course, the presidents of the top universities of America were sat there under some sort of court process. I don't know what it was exactly, with a woman saying and these were, I think they were all female, the presidents of the universities, just saying, would you consider it to be hate speech or to be against your code of conduct for people to shout for genocide of Jews? And she didn't say Israel, she said of Jews. And every single president, one after the other, would refused to say, that's against our code. They all just said, well, depends on the context, depends on and the person asking was just incredulous, just going, you won't say that. You won't say that you can't say genocide to Jews. And they were just going, depends. And that's obviously, they're trying to do something clever about virtue signaling and intersectionality and the idea that Jews, I suppose, to them are super white and so privileged, so they don't deserve the same protection as certain other minorities at their universities. But that's the kind of thing that gets it started. I mean, when you say bloodshed, that's when such high up elite people in those circumstances are saying that. It feels like we're ready to go.
So I didn't know about this incident until you described it just before we started filming. But, I like philosophy. I'm not educated in philosophy. I just try and read the books. There's a Slovenian philosopher called Slavoj Žižek. And he's made this point numerous times, like really awful bloodshed usually starts metaphorically. It starts through poetry, it starts through art, it starts through conversation, and that the worst forms of bloodshed, he goes further, because he talks about the reality of the virtual rather than virtual reality. He says that the virtual space has a reality that's hard for us to comprehend, and it has gravitational force, psychologically speaking. So the sort of the germination of an idea is there. And that really, the story you've told me, that bothers me a lot, because you're saying the presidents of Ivy League universities in America will not roundly denounce the suggestion of genocide of any ethnic group. What's happening? What kind of a time are we living through? That really is, that's very...
The Vice President thing was horrible optics, but also that kind of thing is a media circus. The questioner was always asking, does that constitute harassment? Why would you label bigotry as harassment? To be fair, though, there were a number of other questions asked before that, and all the other questions that was asked was labeled as harassment. It was when specifically they asked about Jewish students that the president just would not label that as harassment. But then also at the same time, the president could have just come out and said, well, we wouldn't consider any of that harassment, but we would consider it bigotry. But then again, you also have to understand that under Harvard's law, if I'm not mistaken, I was watching a guy talk about this. Under Harvard law, bigotry is considered harassment. So if you are bigoted on campus, you are in breach of Harvard's harassment laws. So, technically speaking, there was nothing wrong with the way the question was asked. But then again, who gives a fuck, right? Not exist, do not be afraid of death, and you will be stronger. Open and do not close the sack every evening. Add bleach to the food and throw it into the forest, the plastic into the sea. What the fuck? Alright.
Very frightening. That's frightening.
They do it from a place of sort of moral defiance almost. They think they're virtuous in doing so.
You can't. I mean, I would just, if I was there, I would have said, well, okay, let's make this really simple. Will you condemn murder or not?
They said, each one of them sort of then stipulated, well, if it actually gets carried out, and then the woman interrupted, if genocide actually happens, then it's bad at your university. Okay. Then it's bad. But if people are calling for it, it depends on the context.
So in the university then, if I was at if I was at Harvard and I said, right, what we should do is smash in the head with a hammer of everybody in this school called Kevin, they wouldn't stop me.
Kevin might be fine with Kevin. But some names you wouldn't be fine with.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. I just think it's so easy to ridicule and so easy to prove false. Like if you say, okay, anybody whose name begins with a K, I am saying that everybody on this campus whose name begins with a K, we should kill with a hammer tomorrow. Of course they would stop me.
It's an ideological thing.
That's a
whereby
wild thing.
They want to...
The fuck did Kevin do? Kevin's just fucked, bro. Like, yeah, fuck Kevin. I agree. I don't know what he did, but I'm there for it.
Protect their students who are protesting against Israel and who are calling for jihad and something called global intifada, which implies genocide of Jews. But that's not the question they were asked by this woman at the process. They were asked, is it wrong to call for genocide of Jews? And they were just, depends on the context.
That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. And they're cowards.
It feels like the kind of thing that in 50 years' time, after the next war, the next Holocaust, those videos are shown and people go, how did it get to this?
Yeah.
And they're so sure of their moral certitude.
That's really sick. I don't go online and bang on about woke and leftism anymore because I came to a conclusion about a year and a half ago that it just wasn't doing any good. In fact, makes things worse. But I did say 2 or 3 years ago in a YouTube video I did, the extremist end of woke radical leftism, and I speak as a former radical leftist, feels today like a death cult. Yeah. It is fundamentally anti-human. Everything that is human and natural and healthy, they find a way to denounce it as being racist, colonial, patriarchal, or guilty of some other ism. It's like they hate life. It's like they hate human life. It's an anti-life death cult is how it seems. So in a way, I'm not surprised to hear that this is where it's gone to. I'm disgusted, but I'm not that surprised because, of course, once you've chosen, you can either be a moral absolutist or you can be a moral relativist. And once you've chosen the cowardice of moral relativism, you can be made to do mental acrobatics to justify almost anything. And it sounds like that's the position they've put themselves in. They've made a deal.
I would be okay with, like, if we could, if we could argue to the point where blowjobs every Friday for everyone, that would be a position I could get in favor of. Like, I would support that. If there was a president or some shit running and they were going to institute blowjobs for everyone every Friday, fuck it. I'd be on board with that. That would be... Now, that is a cause that I'd be on board with. What the devil's dude just saying? What about finger and bum? You can stick your finger in your own bum on your own fucking time, bro.
With the devil.
It was a Voltaire quote, wasn't it? Those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities.
That's really good. I've never heard that before.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's good. We're talking about these nice acting narcissists. I don't want to make you think of 10 in your head right now, but what are 10? I've got a list of them, so because I've written them down from your video about it, so you can go through them. Yeah. So if you can remember a few of them, and then I can find out which other ones.
Do you mean traits?
Yeah, traits that would help you to notice one. I see.
To identify it. I think like one of the big things to look for is ostentatious displays of care for minority groups, even if So say minority groups, people might immediately assume something to do with race or ethnicity. Let's say I ostentatiously, in a very show-off way, suddenly start banging on about the mental health of all divorced fathers. You know, divorced fathers, I guess you could class that as a kind of a subsection of society. It's kind of a minority group. And you're really concerned with their mental health. And I start banging on. There's a lot, that virtuous stance becomes a shield to any criticism that's made of me. And I've seen people online do this. And they'll be like, well, why don't you care about divorced mothers? Or why don't you care about this? Why don't you care about that? My shield is, I am saving these men from depression and the possibility of, choosing to leave the planet. As I don't want to get your video, what are you called? Throttled by saying that word.
Yes. You are a fellow YouTuber.
You have a fellow YouTuber. Yeah. So these men could choose to leave the planet at any moment. How dare you? How dare you accuse me? So that is a
dude, that's an interesting thing. Like, it is oftentimes very interesting to me how many... I'm going to talk specifically about streamers because that's obviously the industry I'm in and the industry I'm most involved in. But it's interesting how many streamers finally, like, very quickly, once they get some form of fame, become a champion for some kind of group that I have never even fucking spent 2 seconds thinking about before reading their tweet about this group. Like, the other day, I see this new, let's just say streaming star, won't talk about platforms or anything like that. New streaming star talking about men's mental health. And I'm like, what I mean here is their entire stream is now basically aimed at helping men's mental health. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, I have never spent enough time thinking about men's mental health to where I would make an entire fucking stream and form a stream concept around men's mental health. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I am far too busy with my own bullshit every single day to even begin to think about that. Are there times in my day where I'll like see someone tweet something about men's mental health and that will trigger a thought in me and I'll happily discuss that thought and entertain that thought for a while? Sure, that does happen very often. But there's no group of people in this world that I spend enough moral bandwidth on that I would be able to make an entire video series about those people or be able to dedicate entire streams to those people. It just doesn't happen. I have far too many things going on to give a fuck about any one group of people that much. It just doesn't happen. And then you see these people that just choose their war, right? And now that is their war. And this is now going to be their battlefield. And everything they do is going to be this. And I can't help, in my own limited capacity, I've always thought to myself, you're just trying to get an audience, like a guaranteed audience that will eat up everything you fucking do and say. It's the same with politics. You see these streamers pick their side. I'm going to be edgy, so I'm going to be a right-wing streamer, or I'm going to be woke, so I'm going to be a left-wing streamer. And then you think to yourself, do they actually believe the stuff that they say? Like, do they actually care? Or is this just a very nice way of getting an audience? Because the hard part of being someone like me that sort of criticizes both sides and on part of any side, there's very few people, someone living life, you say thank you for creating a space where you guys can talk. That's always been my dream. So yeah, you're very welcome, bro. Very happy to have you guys here. Risotto, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. I have to hope that I get enough viewers that are open-minded enough to where even if they belong to one of the two sides, they're happy to hear someone else's opinion. Because very few people are actually in the middle. Very few people are actually... I'll say this. The vast majority of people that claim to be in the middle are simply too cowardly to admit openly what they believe. At least that's been my finding. Most of the people that I hear say, oh, I'm in the middle, you know, I'm not on either side. But then I look at all of the positions they have and I go, you're awfully right-wing for someone that's supposed to be in the fucking middle. Or you're awfully left-wing for someone that's supposed to be in the middle. Like, everything you believe is on the left, but somehow you keep going back. And that becomes their shield, right? Because now, if someone on the right attacks them and says, oh, you left-wing moron or whatever, they can go, I'm a centrist. I'm not on the left. It's like, no, but you are actually on the left because everything you believe is on the left. And the same for the right side, right? Exactly the same. You just use centrism as your shield. I am a genuine centrist insofar as I have views that go left. I have views that go right. And I don't know if any of my views are correct. So I don't pick a side because I don't know which side is fucking wrong. So yeah. Doesn't matter though if they think it, as long as they speak for it in public and have a stance. Patrick West, it does matter because these people aren't doing it for the right reasons, right? So they're not actually talking about men's mental health because they actually want to make men's mental health better. They're doing it because they want to be famous. And they want an audience of people that makes them famous and pays them to basically speak about stuff. And what ends up happening is they oftentimes cause a lot more harm than good. Because as their narcissism grows, they become a lot more, let's just, for lack of a better word, say problematic, right? And their views become a lot more problematic. And before you know it, you're dealing with someone that, well, should not have a platform at all.
Shield then to any sort of criticism, a shield of virtuosity. So, look, sometimes people really are doing good things. I said ostentatious. When it feels tinny, plastic, when it feels not quite right. I've seen loads of people do this. I've seen influencers do it. I've seen MMA, I don't want to name them, but MMA fighters do it. All of a sudden, out of the blue, they suddenly really, really care about this or that mental health issue. For somebody who's been at this for now since I was 18, so the best part of 30 years of my life, it's very irritating for me nowadays to see people just pick up mental health issue and then wave it round like it means something. I'm like, what are you talking about? What research have you done? What specifically are you referencing here? So ostentatious and also facile. I think if the cause is very facile, if they're not really doing anything and they're not really provided any insight, they're just like, well, I'm terribly concerned for the mental health of divorced fathers. I mentioned incentives before. In an incentive-driven system, I know perfectly well, you know perfectly well the YouTube algorithm goes. You put a thumbnail of a sad-looking divorced father and put divorced fathers come here and do that for a year, you'll have 1 million subscribers and however hundreds of thousands of views, and you'll be making your money from doing that. It's called niche marketing. So I would even go one step further and say some of the virtue signaling that we see being carried out online is so cynical. They're already thinking about the YouTube views and the Google ad revenue they're going to get as they make these public statements. Yep. Be cynical is what I would say to people. Be cynical. Watch out for this stuff because it's too easy to get away with in this environment.
There's the victim signaling ones as well. Have you seen there's loads and loads of usually particularly attractive young women who make these videos saying, I have no friends on YouTube.
Right.
They get millions of views.
Yeah.
And it's like, obviously, not only do you have friends, but you bully everyone else and you're horrible. But it's just, I just have like no friends. Oh my God. And it's like, and then everyone's going, oh my God, but you're gorgeous. You're wonderful. How could you post millions of comments? Because people are just like, how can this very attractive young woman not have friends? I can't believe it. And what's sad is that then people who really don't have friends and don't have a life and don't have looks and the things that woman has, they're all jumping to make this person feel better.
Yes, because there's no IQ gate to the internet.
Oh, bad request. I'm not saying that there is a way out of it, and I fully agree with you. I think what this guy is trying to do is there's only one way out of it, and that is if all humans start to realize that when someone does become a champion for some niche minority group, they're most likely a narcissist. They're doing it for themselves. They're not. I'll give you guys the greatest example of narcissism. You have, and I've spoken about this before, last year, right? I was part of one of the greatest Twitter exchanges in the history of the platform ever. I watched as a white, middle-class female educated a black man on why he doesn't understand racism. I watched that fucking play out, bro. I watched, let me repeat that, a white middle-class female tell a black guy that he does not understand racism. Now you have to like really understand the levels of narcissism that is taking place there. That white girl couldn't give two fucks about black people. She has made black people her pet project, and she uses the pet project to tell everyone else how cool she is. And then when a black guy comes in and he's like, actually, no, the fuck are you talking about? That white girl is so far up her own ass that she can't even realize that, wait a second, if a black guy is telling me you might be wrong, maybe I should listen. No, he's wrong. No one will tell me that I don't understand racism, especially not some black guy. Like, no black guy is gonna tell me, a white girl, that I don't understand racism. I am fighting for him. Like, he should sit down and let me fight this fight for him. It's like, whoa, the level of, first and foremost, actual racism there, but then also just the level of narcissism is quite fucking unhinged. And I was a part of that. Well, I wasn't a part of that. I commented on the lady's post because I thought she was full of shit. And then I saw this play out and I was like, wow. All right. There's no winning here. This is just it. We're raised to believe that they can change the world. Yeah, the problem is most people should realize that they shouldn't change the world. It's not even that you can't change the world. It's that most people need to realize that you shouldn't. We don't know. We can't possibly know the unforeseen consequences of our own actions. And if you cannot see the unforeseen consequences of your actions, then you should probably not try to change the fucking world. And here's another thing for you. If your Twitter bio reads like a fucking Psychology 101 textbook, you should probably not be in charge of where the world is going. I'm just a thought. Just gonna throw it out there. But if you have every single psychological fucking problem known to man, maybe you don't make, maybe you don't lay out the path for humanity's future. Just gonna say that might be the safest fucking bet here. You clearly have a lot of your own problems to sort through. How about you deal with your shit and let the world deal with their shit? I think that would make it a lot easier for everyone here.
That's unfortunately.
You should have to pass an IQ test before you have internet access.
Log in. I used to live with a woman who I thought was a narcissist. She came from a very, very wealthy background. It was no problem with that, you know. But we lived in her house, which was like a mansion, and I rented a room, and she would never do her cleaning duties, and it always felt to me like, because it was her house, it was so out of order really when you're living with a few people like that. And she would sometimes like have friends over and they'd be drinking wine and stuff. And I would be like cleaning around her feet, like her own stuff that she's done. And she would be like, oh, the thing with Andrew is he's good at like household chores and things, but I care about the Bolivians. She had like this thing about the Bolivians. I care about all the South Americans and all that. And I used to sometimes turn around and say, there are poor people in like Tottenham. Like, there's a hungry person right now within a few blocks. You can go and give them some of your leftovers.
Have you noticed they only hate people who are very, very, they only love people who are very, very far away and very different to them.
That's it. It's easy to love. They don't ever have to be proven. Nothing happens to be proven.
Nothing.
My God. So that's narcissism. Okay, so that's one. Let's go for another one. What else, mate? What should people look out for? They're going, okay, is my friend who seems nice a narcissist?
I think like where you see a lot of easy charm and they seem very, very friendly, but then when you actually speak to them and you start talking about yourself, they're clearly losing interest. So they appear to be interested in you, but then when you tell a story about yourself or you're talking about yourself, they either lose track, they have no idea what you're talking about, even though you just told them the names of the people involved 30 seconds ago. They start yawning, their eyes glaze over, or they actively start changing the conversation back to themselves. It's easier to see.
I'm trying to think now if I have any friends like that. Like, do you guys have any friends like that? I'm pretty sure I don't. Every friend that I have, like I have a very small group of friends, but every friend that I have, when they ask how you doing, they genuinely want to know. But there's also this unspoken rule amongst men. Like if I ask you how you're doing, I don't expect you to keep me busy for 4 hours with your fucking problems. That's not why I asked. Like, give me the fucking, like, the quick bits, just give me a quick rundown of why your life is absolutely falling apart. And then let's play some video games together so you can forget it, right? So you can just, for a couple of hours, forget that bullshit is happening in your life. So, yeah, I will get annoyed. Like when you ask someone how you're doing and then they just suddenly start offloading. Like it actually no, it doesn't really annoy me when my friends do it. I'm always happy to listen. But what does annoy me is when you ask, like, just being nice. In public, you're really nice. So you go, hey, how you doing? Everyone does that. It's just natural. But then every once in a while, you get this one person that makes you regret asking that. Because they actually fucking tell you. And like, whoa. That's uncalled for. Like, why are you doing this? I am forced by society to ask you how you're doing. No one is forcing you to fucking tell me. That's just what the way you respond here is, I'm well. Cool. Can I have food or whatever, right? Now you don't respond with your life story. That's not why I asked this. I don't know you. Why are you doing this to me?
Narcissism when the person is very brash, very aggressive, very arrogant, and very clearly exploitative. It's harder to detect it when it's like this. If the person is fundamentally only psychically energized by the attention being fed back into them, that's an indication, despite the niceness, despite maybe they're very generous in some ways, that you're looking at somebody who is the nice guy narcissist or pro-social narcissist.
We all have those moments, I think. Have you had this when you have a friend and you actually know they're not really listening, and you're sort of every time you have a conversation with that friend, you talk quite slowly. And I've said to certain friends, it might be that I'm boring, by the way, because I seem to have quite a few friends who must be narcissists because they're not interested in me. But I've had that a few times where I've just thought, like, I don't mind if you don't want to listen, but I'd rather not waste the minute of me explaining the thing you asked me about. Just
Yeah. I think it's environmental as well. It could be. It's different age groups, it's different cultures. The last time I had a friend like that, he's now an ex-friend, he was 29, so he's kind of like millennial, Gen Z crossover, and I hate to be that middle-aged man saying it, but these things are not helping.
That's a phone for anyone listening.
That's a phone. If you're just listening, I just wave my phone. They offer short-term dopamine by validating to you that you exist. They function as a mirror. Now, if anybody knows the story of Narcissus, that we get the term narcissistic personality disorder from, in various versions of the story, Narcissus is a beautiful young Greek hunter. He eventually sees his own reflection in a pool and gets stuck there. He falls in love with his own reflection. He doesn't fall in love with himself. He falls in love with the image of himself. And these effing black mirrors that we all carry around in our pockets, that's all they feed back to us, is an image of ourselves. That is an open invitation to narcissism that we carry in our pockets every day.
So, well, firstly, it's a remarkable thing to think. And every now and then I think of it, it blows my mind that until relatively recently in human history, nobody knew what they looked like.
Yeah,
It's just no
it really
mirrors.
is, though.
And the best you can do is a lake. I imagine that. You'd never know. Never. You'd be 90 and go, I lived a long life. I have no idea.
Was I fit?
Was I buff?
Yeah, yes, Grandad, you were beautiful. Thank you.
You still are. Well, what do I know? I just, you all look terrible. Maybe I look great. So firstly, does that imply then that narcissism, like, because I guess I would have thought back in the day, maybe you got a certain percentage of people, they're born and they're just narcissists. But what you're saying with regards to tech and social media and stuff, it's making more. So is it sort of a thing that can change, not just in the population, how many are narcissists, but in you as you become more narcissistic, less narcissistic, depending on what's going on?
There is context-specific narcissism, but it should really only be, if you imagine like a soundboard with various dials on it, it should just be dialing up the latent narcissism that you actually have. Full-blown narcissistic personality disorder is quite different, and I think it's still fairly rare because it requires a very specific type of abusive environment to be raised in. And as I said before, there are epigenetic factors, but trait narcissism is absolutely going up. I mean, absolutely trait narcissism. It's been going up. This is not my opinion. This is the published research. It started in the 70s in America, and they were like, trait narcissism year on year is absolutely skyrocketing.
What does that mean for Western civilization? Because we are more individualistic than Eastern, apparently.
Oh, that's the allegation. And I think I'm a resident. I've lived in the East in 3 different countries for a number of years. I'm currently a resident of the United Arab Emirates. Wow. I've lived in Malaysia. I've lived in Thailand. There isn't really an East anymore. That's kind of a fantasy. If they have internet connection and they know who the Kardashians are, you can forget about it. There isn't. So yes, the old idea was the East is collective and the West is individualistic. It doesn't seem to quite work as a generalization. I think one of the things that we can say though is that there will be, as trait narcissism dials up for Western civilization, which now will include Thailand, Malaysia, right the way through. Except there will be holdout countries, obviously, where the culture that they have in that country is stronger than what we can sort of call Instagram culture, Western culture. There will be some that can resist it, but most won't. Most will fall. Even the hardest core countries in the world are falling. Saudi Arabia is falling to the West.
It's just too alluring, the whole sort of individualistic internet, social media stuff.
It's too alluring, and the platforms are too powerful. I think as soon as I start talking like this, I know people switch off. They're like,
please continue,
because it's nobody wants to hear this. These things that we have in our pockets, they're the device and the apps have had billions of dollars pumped into them for more than a decade, finding out how to entrap and fracture your attention. Bottom line, indisputable. We know this to be true. The people who develop the apps turn around.
We stand no chance, boys. Tom Zara, how you doing, by the way, bro? We stand no chance. There's no way you can do it. These guys have worked with the top psychologists in the world to figure out one thing and one thing only. How do I get them? That's it. You and I, we are fucked, bro. No chance of getting away from that. Tom Zara, how you doing, bro? It's so this entire episode is about narcissists and narcissism, and specifically covert narcissists. So I just go who and pretend I don't understand. The only winning move is not to play. Yeah, but then what the fuck do I do? Right? Because I have to play. This is my job. So what do I do, Cesius? If the only winning move is to not play, what the hell do I do? Too easy to use. I can't help but be reminded of Cyberpunk. Bad request. I oftentimes wonder if Cyberpunk isn't exactly spot on of where society is going. Like, exactly where society is going.
Round and go, sorry about that, humanity. I seem to have released an evil curse onto the world. We know that this is true. And so it's the ideology is very, very powerful because it appeals to human weakness whilst presenting as a strength. So it's like, be base, be sinful, be full of lust, be full of rage, be full of sloth, be full of envy. But tell yourself that you're doing it in the name of charity, virtuosity, and what's good for the greater good. We know that this ideology is not for the greater good. We know it's hyper-individualistic, but it's a way of consuming a masturbatory consummation of your own virtuosity. And so, sorry, that
sounded like a rapper.
That was laboured. That was a laboured
I thought it was quite good. It sounded like rap. So, like Eminem.
So you're encouraged to solipsistically consume the idea of yourself as being a good member of society whilst doing fuck all. You're just wiggling your thumb on a screen on a bus and drooling slightly and fuck.
Dude, yes, and 100 and fucking million times yes. It sort of reminds me of all of these political channels, the communist channels, the capitalist channels, all of these channels that is endlessly on YouTube, you know, on Twitch, talking about how evil capitalism is, how evil communism is, how evil this is, how evil that is, whatever. But they do nothing. Nothing. They add nothing. They change nothing. They run nothing. They make nothing. They just endlessly talk. And then their belief is, and of course we're human, so we are very good at reasoning. The belief is that, oh, we are starting the conversation. It's like, no, but are you really? Are you really starting the conversation? Like, seriously? In what fucking way? In what way are you, like other people weren't having these conversations offline already? You're not starting any conversation, bro. You're just profiting off of the conversation. Like, you're not special. Just because you had a fucking thought doesn't mean anyone else didn't have that exact same thought. We all had the same thoughts. We just didn't profit from it. It drives me nuts, bro. You take someone like Hassan. Talks about the evils of capitalism whilst living the fucking capitalist dream. Do you think someone like Hassan is going to be in the fucking front row, in the trenches with you when the corpo wars break out? When you finally march to Google's head offices and attack it? But do you think he's going to be there? Do you think he's going to be there when the fucking bullets are slinging? No. No, he's going to be in his mansion, chilling the fuck out, streaming a little bit longer until the internet finally goes down. Because, and I'm not making a moral indictment of him here. At the end of the day, he's just like everyone else. He saw a gap in the market that he could fill, and now he's filling that gap, and he's doing it beautifully. Adam Smith would be fucking proud of this guy. The proletariats aren't going to buy their own Lambos. True. Neptosis, that is very true. Was it believed to be so special that you are the first human in history to have... That's so fucking true, bro. A good general leads from the front, not the rear, in an AC-controlled room. Brit Girl J, that's the point, right? These guys aren't there to lead. They're just there to eat. and they will eat until the bullets start flying, and then they will be the first off the boat. They will be the first off the boat the second the bullets start flying.
Farting whilst telling yourself, you know, they used to call themselves social justice warriors. Imagine the audacity and the, you know, the just narcissism, blatant narcissism of it. You're not a warrior.
That name died out.
Yes, thank God.
SJW.
SJW.
I do wonder this about activists in particular, because they do wind us up, and I do think you might have to be a psychopath or a narcissist or something to be a real activist. But then maybe does society need those people? Do we need people on both sides to sort of rock the Casbah?
We need rock the Casbah. We need sincere adults who are going about the business of activism.
Well, what about, like, so feminism? They got the vote, the suffragettes, and there was that woman who threw herself in front of a horse and died. And I don't know enough about her, so I'm not having to go at her, but typically for someone to have to do that, they might have to be...
They were warriors.
Yeah, well, they were, but it was pretty mad. And people at the time, just like with the Just Stop Oil, for example, Just Stop Oil stops the traffic. People want to get their kids to ambulances or... I don't know what I'm talking about. They just, I want to get my kid to ambulances. Can you please move out the way?
Oh, my kid loves ambulances.
We're trying to get to ambulances here. Gosh, just get out the road. People trying to get their kids to ambulances. And
I don't think that's what he's saying, Howard. He's just saying maybe you do need activists that, you know, cause shit so that we can fix the shit and move on, you know? Because at the end of the day, look, humans are incredibly good at friction, and we get better when there's friction. Whether that be good or bad friction doesn't really matter. We always end up, I think, being better than what we were before, right? Before shit went down or before shit went bad or whatever the case may be. So he's probably just making the argument here, you know, for whatever rhyme or reason, these guys do serve a purpose.
and we're wound up by it. But if you looked at it 100 years later, and you go, oh, wow, they really made some sort of change that they didn't realize at the time they needed. And people must have been annoyed about the horse 100 years ago, going, oh, we're trying to watch the horse racing, and God, they're trying to get the vote.
There's all these women just killing themselves under the horse's hooves. It's not good for the horse's legs either. I think you can sort of, with philosophy, good philosophy and good reason thinking, you can present a case that is different. It was objectively verifiable that women were being mistreated and that they needed more sovereignty. They needed more power. We were still in a phase that was thousands of years old where they were still being seen as property. My last two female doctors who've helped me with a life-threatening condition are both female. I don't want to live in a world where they wouldn't have the ability to step forward with they're smarter than I am. I couldn't become a medical doctor, where they couldn't step forward and apply that intelligence to healing people. So I think that's verifiable. You say these female humans need sovereignty. Do we need traffic stoppages because a group of people who are infected with a non-science-based ideology are obsessed with the idea that we're imminently going to face a global cataclysm if they don't do that? I think they're two different states. It's a good question, but I think I could probably play devil's advocate and probably could defend the case that what the suffragettes were doing was worthwhile and absolutely necessary for the good of humanity. And what these people do, they might be very well intentioned. I'm sure that they are. I'm sure if I spoke to them, I would see a good
See, I think he's being a little bit too... I think if you actually spoke to them, you would find out that most of them just don't have anything better to do. Like, they don't... And not that they believe that. They wouldn't tell you that. I think if you actually spoke to them, it would turn out that they don't actually know jack shit about science and about climate change. They're just there because they believe they know.
Intention sometimes in there. It can't all be about communal narcissism and pro-social narcissism. Some of these people must. But then if you convinced me, if you brainwashed me to think that the world would be on fire in 15 years if I didn't do the terrible thing today, I'm sure I would do terrible things as well. But I'm not brainwashed. I'm happy to read the published science and to read the data, and it just doesn't indicate that.
I mean, no, yeah. It's so hard to know how much
Oh, I'm not, Howard. I'm actually not talking about them pretending to care. That's not actually what I'm talking about. He just said that they are good intentioned. Now, in my opinion, if you are good intentioned, you will actually know what the fuck you're protesting if you're going to be protesting something. So you'll know all of the ins and outs because your intentions are good, right? You're trying to save the world here, and you want to make sure that you are absolutely educated on what it is that you're trying to achieve. The point that I'm making is they will sincerely believe that what they're doing is for the greater good. But when you actually ask them, all right, can you explain to me how does the climate actually work? You know, like literally lay it out for me. Explain to me every intricacy of the climate. They wouldn't know. And then if you ask them, well, how exactly is this going to come to an end? They wouldn't know. Because they aren't there. They aren't there because they're informed of what they are there to do. They are there because, well, they're narcissists, right? And they want to feel superior to everyone else. Not everyone in a mob is there for the same reason. I don't have to educate you. That's usually the answer, right? You wouldn't need to know exactly. You would only need to know what the odds are. Cardboard column, but that is not true. If you came to me tomorrow and you said, bro, there is a 90% chance that tomorrow is going to be, that the Earth is going to be hit by a meteor tomorrow unless you run outside with your dick out for 2 hours, you bet your ass I'm going to be like, oh shit, that's fucking bad. 90% you say? Google. Is a meteorite actually going to hit the Earth tomorrow? Yes. Oh, shit. Will it help if I run out with my dick waving in the air? Will that help? No. Well, then I'll just fucking wait for the end, I guess. Right? So, you know, I will definitely be doing some research at least before I just go outside and run with my dick out.
As you say, how much is narcissism? How much is being brainwashed?
Yeah.
And how much in 100 years they might look back and go, gosh, thank God they started doing that when they did. Those heroes of stopping kids getting to ambulances. Humble bragging was one of them.
Humble bragging is a big one, yeah. The humble brag and the name drop. I mean, everybody's going to do it every once in a while, and it's cool. Like, some things are genuinely worth saying. My favorite Slovenian philosopher, I once met him in a Starbucks. That's a name drop. The ironic thing about that is he's always slagging off Starbucks as being nonsense consumer capitalism. And I was in there.
Was he working behind the till? Was it Zizek?
Yeah. So he was preparing for a seminar at Birkbeck, and I was doing a seminar at Birkbeck the same day, and I saw him through the window, and I went in and I was like, oh, I'm a big fan of your work. And he's eating a chicken sandwich and drinking a latte. He's like, yes, thank you very much. I will see you later. And he was great. That sometimes is going to come out because it's relevant. What I would say is if you see people doing that a lot, if you see people, a lot of humble bragging, a lot of name dropping, a lot of, for me, I feel it before I have a cognitive realization. It's the somatic feeling that creeps into me. I'm like, something weird is going on here. Let me just analyze what this person is saying. Hang on a fucking second. They just told me a story 5 minutes ago where they did something amazing, but presented it as something that they didn't really want to do, but they were forced to do. And I was like, you know, that then to me is where I'd start drawing the line and saying there's something else going on.
I think it's the light living life. The light is clearly set up in such a way that it's reflecting off of their skin. You have to be super careful with how you set up your light. If you make the lights too bright, it does that thing where it makes you look like you're shiny. So it makes you look like you're sweating. But that's just because your skin is naturally shiny. I think the guy's light is a little bit too bright. I don't know if that's a feature or whatever. But we all know people like this. Every single one of you, every single one of you knows a person like this. The humble bragger. You know, the person that tells you this thing that happened. It's this awful thing that happened to them. But you think 2 seconds, you go, dude, that would be fucking awesome. What are you talking about? Like, why are you saying this as if it's a bad thing? When, like, clearly you were just trying to tell me you're fucking rich. Asshole. Why are you doing it? Why not just say, oh yeah, I have so much money?
On here, this person is trying to convince me of a version of themselves that isn't their authentic self. They're advertising.
It seems mad, again, going back to the beginning of this conversation, when we're both tearing our hair out, going, why don't people notice the humble bragging and oh, I'm so modest and I'm so wonderful, and call it out. I mean, I have such an aversion to it that I think a lot of us do this. I'm sure you do as well. Ricky Gervais is famous for it, is going the other way and just bragging really blatantly, and because it's actually better, I think, than doing the humble brag. So I just go, I've just done an amazing thing. Here's a photo. I'm really proud of myself.
He's probably the master of that. He's actually created his own art of bragging and playing the role of a total braggart in a way that is hilarious.
Yeah.
I think he must have got it from the David Brent character. They're playing the role of somebody who's totally unaware of how obnoxious they're being, but he's so charming when he does it. It's what he does is brilliant. And yes, it does seem to be that would be the way to go. I agree with you. I'm surprised when people can't see this kind of thing coming up. It's very, very frustrating because to me it's obvious when people are at it, when they're playing a game, when they're engaged in a game to convince you of something that probably isn't true. My propaganda alarm just goes off. I'm like, this is not sincere communication. This is manipulation.
I remember because we're so used to doing the humble, it has to be the humble thing. Remember everyone used to, I can't say the word for it. Well, you can, frapping. People used to leave their Facebook open.
God, yeah.
That was a big thing for a while, wasn't it? Everyone would get each other and then put out like a status and some of their friends' thing, or we'd put on each other. And we'd always me and my friend used to do it to each other. And it would always be stuff like horrible, disgusting things. But we started doing them more subtly so that it might look like it was actually them. And I did it to my friend, who was an academic, and she was all into the literature and stuff like that. And I think I just said like, just got a really good score in my exam, just really pleased about it. And because no one does that ever, she looked weird and everyone was like, you're right, and having a go at her. And she's like, it wasn't me. I was like, yeah, right. No one believed her that it wasn't her because it was so just really happy that I did well in my test.
That's some very, very subtle propagandizing, comrade. Wow. I approve.
Dude, I don't even remember ever doing that. Like, I never did that. But then again, I had Facebook for a really short period of time before I moved on to literally all of the other social medias.
What about nice people, fake nice people, narcissists? Does it ever show? Does the mask fall away?
Typically, the mask will fall away because what people should understand if they're not familiar with narcissism is we think of narcissism as being stable. So they're always feeling good about themselves and they always feel entitled. That's called grandiose narcissism. It's highly correlated with psychopathy. Most narcissism that shows up in the world is not like that. It's compensatory and it's vulnerable narcissism. So they're actually battling the sense that they really don't deserve the status that they've gone for, and they struggle with feelings of shame. When they're struggling with feelings of shame, they become hypervigilant and hypersensitive. Any narcissistic injury that they receive, which could be basically any feedback from reality or people in reality that say, hey, you're not as amazing as you fucking think you are, will induce narcissistic rage. So if things are not going well, the mask will probably slip and you'll see an incident of narcissistic rage and you won't recognize the person. It'll be like a Jekyll Hyde situation. They'll show up as a completely different character and get very, very nasty very, very quickly.
Have you experienced that?
Multiple times. I was raised in a household like that, so yeah.
What was that like?
Interesting.
For a child, it was confusing and frightening, and probably what led me to the study of psychology, because I got good at detecting it before it came along. I became hypervigilant of other people's emotional states.
Dude, what's very interesting is a lot of psychologists, when they go into like family life, especially not so much normal psychologists, just people that work with everyone, but people who are like psychologists, but then become like hyper fixated on one part of psychology. Like they obviously know all of the other things, but they make like this one part there. And if you go to their childhood, it's because that was the house that they were brought up in. That is what they experienced. They're trying to make sense of that. They're trying to, dude, it's, fuck. I don't know if my parents were narcissists. The other day we were trying to figure out if that may be the case. I don't remember my parents ever being like narcissists or like weird. I think overall I had a pretty good childhood. That's probably why I'm a streamer and not a psychologist.
I became hyper vigilant of other people's modes of communication. It was to try and make myself safe, basically, in that environment.
Was that both parents?
Yes, it was. Yeah. And alcohol could be a factor as well. This is the kind of environment that breeds codependency, a codependency that I've struggled with my whole life.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, codependency is not a clinical term. It's a term that came into popularity in the 1980s. There was 3 bestsellers written in America by American women talking about highly narcissistic and psychopathic husbands, and they described the women who stayed with them as codependents. So you are servile, you are submissive, you are overgiving in a way to avoid the pain of punishment. You trade off parts of yourself that you otherwise shouldn't do, just so that you feel calm and feel safe again. And that's a typical codependent mode of operating inside of a relationship.
Must have been very difficult for you growing up.
Yes, it was hard. It was unpleasant. I got out of the houses.
Tesla Booms, how you doing, bro? 3 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you. Far too kind, sir. My mother is sadly like this, and I've a couple of times tried to corner her about it. She either goes silent, tries to change the subject, or gets angry. It's rough, but I'm thankful she's not extreme. I think obviously the hardest thing, or the most dangerous thing ever, would be to try and diagnose someone with any disorder if you don't have the qualifications for it, right? First and foremost. But then usually people that live with narcissists or with people with some kind of mental disorder, they know, right? You might not know exactly, but you know. And if it is narcissism, good luck. Because from what I understand, even in this talk, but I've watched other videos about narcissism as well, you do not fix those people. They will fuck you up before you even get close to fixing them.
As soon as I could, as soon as I was of age, I left. It was a very, very uncomfortable environment to grow up in.
Does that affect you still today?
Yes, I'm still in therapy. Yeah. I'm seeing my therapist tomorrow. Once a week, I'm in therapy. Yeah, I have to go to therapy. Therapy massively helps. I stopped.
How you doing, bro?
I stopped for 5 years, and I really wish I had.
So some people say the issue is, and I've felt this a little bit as well.
Bad request, take care of yourself, bro. Very happy to have had you here, man. And also very happy to see people from X joining up, and coming to hang out. Really appreciate that, fam. I have often wondered if I should go to therapy. But I don't know what for. Like, just to fucking try it out. Because I've never been. Well, I say never. I went for like a month after my parents separated because my mom insisted on it. And then I got bored with it. So one day I got into the car and I was crying. My mom was like, oh, was this a breakthrough? And I was like, no, I just really don't ever want to do this again. It's so fucking boring. And my mom was like, okay, never mind. Fine. And then the therapist also told my mom, yeah, he's bored here. He does not want to do this. There's no point. Your divorce is not affecting him, at least not what I can see. And so, yeah, just moved on. And then another time I was just after my mom's death. I went for one session. And I walked out of that session. I was like, well, that was a fucking massive waste of time. Like, this lady didn't tell me anything that I didn't know already. So I just left and I never went back there. But I have thought if maybe I should give it a go. Because there are definitely things in my life that I would like to sort out. There are things that I feel like, for example, self-control. Learning how to have self-control, I believe, is a thing that you're supposed to learn as a child. But for some reason, whatever that might be, some failure of your upbringing, you don't learn that. And so you just always go a little bit further than what you're supposed to go, Or like anger management. I'm not a very angry guy, but there are times where I can be like grumpy, I guess you could say. Not angry, but grumpy. Like, yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about it, but then at the same time, effort. You know, like, am I willing to go through the fucking effort of going to a therapist every single fucking week? Ugh, sounds like a lot of work. So making aware of self-cautiousness. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Norman lady.
It gives you like a hit of adrenaline, like talking about your issues with someone, being close with them, and having a breakthrough, and then you need to keep going back.
Yeah, it's very easy to do therapy wrong, and that's not. Maybe there'll always be an element of that there. I equate that to like when people say they love watching my YouTube videos. I'm like, what do you love about the fact that you're only watching my video because you were narcissistically abused? But there is a dopamine hit from the recognition and the validation. Yeah. They know that they've been in a narcissistically abusive relationship. Therapy sometimes can be rewarding, and sometimes, largely speaking, it's just insight. It's an interaction with truth. That was Jung who said that. The therapist's prime job is to bring the client, to bring the patient.
You see, if I would go to therapy, I would only go to what is it called? Behavioral something. Cognitive behavioral therapy. That's the only type of therapy that I would sign up for, is cognitive behavioral therapy. Anything outside of that, I think, is a complete waste of time. I do not need someone to sit and listen to my fucking problem. I don't have enough problems to, like, one session would be enough. We would do one session where I would go, well, you know, I woke up today and I wasn't quite sure what video to make for YouTube. That made me feel shit for like 2 seconds, and then I went live and I felt good again. The end. And that's about like 90% of all my problems right there, is literally that. The problems that I would like sorting, I think, cognitive behavioral therapy, like, for example, fixing bad habits, like, for example, vaping. You know, this is a bad habit, which I truly believe is tied to my inability to self-regulate, my inability to say, no, this is enough, stop doing it. You know, I would like to sort that shit out. My weight loss, the fact that I have such a hard time saying no to food, you know, self-control. Why do I have such a hard time controlling myself? It should not be that hard. You should be able to have control of yourself. It's your fucking self. You're in charge of it. And yet somehow it feels impossible to say no to things. You know, and I'll look at like average people, skinny people, you know, they go to the shop, they'll buy maybe one chocolate bar and that's it, right? That's enough for them. I'll go to the shop, and if I do feel like cheating, I'll buy 4. Why am I buying 4 when 1 is enough? Right? Why aren't you just buying the 1? Why is the 1 not enough? Right? These are questions that I've had that I think cognitive behavioral therapy could be really good for. Could actually help sort that shit out. Or maybe it's just something that I have to fix, right? Maybe there is just some changes that I have to make in my own life to be able to say no and then stick to that no. Maybe therapy isn't even necessary. I don't know. It's sort of weird, right? Aren't you going to the gym, Akko? Well, Grofal, remember when I moved to Gordon's Bay, I swapped. I'm going to the gym now when I'm finally fucking not ill anymore. So I'll probably go tomorrow or maybe Monday I'll start. Because there's a new gym just down the road from me. So I'm going to sign up at that one because the other one is 2 hours away from me. And I'm not driving 2 hours every day. Well, it's not 2 hour driving. It's half an hour drive, gym for an hour, half an hour back. So it's 2 hours that I'm out of the house. That's a fucking crazy amount of time to be out of the house and not working. So I couldn't really swing it. Whereas this one is literally 5 minutes away from me. So it's going to make it a lot easier. An hour in and out. So yeah, I'll be going back there tomorrow or Monday, depending on how I feel. Yeah, or you'll burn out. Naptosis, the thing for me with going to the gym, it is actually a form of therapy. Like, the gym is actually a form of therapy. It's really, I don't know why, but you feel really good when you hit the gym. Patterns, DBT is good for acceptance and dealing with emotion regulation. I can see that. Execution. I can see that. Can I send you money that you get all of it? It doesn't matter which one is right. Living life. I appreciate you for wanting to do that. The best way, if you do want to send money, is PayPal or Snub. But Snub you must enter your credit card details into Snub. So PayPal only takes like 2% processing fees. So that's definitely the best one. And I appreciate you for even wanting to. Really appreciate that, bro.
To truth. So if you're getting a lot of dopamine hits from that, that would suggest to me that your relationship with truth itself is probably a little bit off. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of emotional immaturity still there, but with as therapy continues, that would pass.
I also started to worry that my therapist was relying on my weekly income to pay.
Yeah. I mean, we have to think about all these things.
Dude, I'll be honest with you. Being a parent is hard. And I think also sometimes what people need is to forgive their parents for the mistakes that they made. You're asking dude, I can tell you now I'm 38. I'm almost 30. I'm turning 39. I remember thinking about my parents when they were my age and thinking, oh my God, they're adults. They have their lives together. They have everything sorted out. Fuck no. Right? Oh, no, there's still so much that I learn and so many ways in which you change and adapt and figure stuff out. The truth is, you have children. I think you do the best you can. And all you really try to do is send decent humans out into the world in whatever way you can, to the capacity that it is possible for you. But I don't think there is such a thing as the perfect parent, or even anyone that is ready for parenthood when they have kids. You have kids and then you figure it out as you go, right? That's it.
It's the real world. Capitalism.
People don't think about that, I think, with therapy. Like, you're really thinking it after some time. And I was seeing him for a while, and I was like, I think maybe I'm okay. And he was like, are you though? And I was like, well, I don't know. I'll be back next week then. And later I changed therapists, and she was very quickly, quite soon, was just like, look, I think you're all right to go. And I was like, but you live in a nicer house than this person did, so you don't need it as much.
There are financial pressures at work here for sure.
Oh man. Well, yeah, therapy.
But in the communist utopia of our future, there won't be comrade.
Yeah, well, that'll be brilliant, fantastic. But we'll be in the gulag. That's the only problem.
We will be, yes.
Are you a narcissist?
No, but I did. There's a test online that people can do. It's called the D Factor, and it tests for various dark traits. And I am at the
D Factor. What? That's definitely not it. Wait, which one would it be? The Factor personality test, maybe? De facto. The dark factor. It's it's the dark factor. Okay.
I did this 3 years ago. I am at the level of trait narcissism that most low-level celebrities would be, not high-level celebrities.
Because you are an
yes,
celebrity,
yeah, exactly.
And so that's made you who you. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah. It's there was other stuff in there that I wasn't expecting. I was quite high for sadism as well. Everybody should do it.
I'm going to do this.
Yeah, it's called the D Factor test. It's completely free. It's worth a go.
If you can be honest with yourself in the answers, I imagine
Yes.
people want to imagine they're better people than they are.
Oh God, yeah. If you trick the test,
Hey,
then
Lazos, how you
you
doing,
know it's
bro?
like tricking a therapist. It's pointless. I'm not surprised to hear I'm high in trait narcissism. I wanted to be an actor since I was a kid. I don't mind being the center of attention for bursts of time. I find it exhausting eventually, but and I feel like I have something to say. So that test doesn't test you for entitlement, but I do have entitlement. Like I do have entitlement issues. Like I will be like,
Okay.
I have something to say. I'm worth listening to. Is it healthy or not? I don't know.
Do you walk around saying things in your house, like hearing your preparing speeches and stuff?
Only to my mother to annoy her. And she's like, "What are you on about?" I'm like, "You're listening to a genius. You're so lucky. You gave birth to a genius. Now listen to me."
The reason that's funny is because it's so relatable, and no one would ever admit that. You know,
Right.
It's so relatable. And I walk around the house like arguing with people
Right.
that I knew years ago, and
The perfect comeback.
thinking that was so eloquent how I just said that. You know, and I think I wish people could be more honest about that. Unless I am just to say, no, maybe we're.
I do that. Like, do you guys not do that? Dude, I have had some of my best fucking arguments with myself. I'll walk around outside and I will have one hell of a debate right there with myself. Because fundamentally, I'm the most interesting person I fucking know. Who else am I going to be talking to?
Completely different. And I was thinking, should I also say that I might be on that low celebrity thing? But then I'm sort of saying I'm in some form of sort of a celebrity, and then
Yeah.
people
True,
will
Tom
then
Czar.
go, know your station. Don't get above your station, mate. Bloody hell. Do you think I might be a narcissist?
I would be very surprised. You certainly don't have
Always
narcissistic
win.
personality disorder, but you have the job that you have. So I would be surprised if you score very low for trait narcissism. That would be unlikely.
I just feel like they're all at it. I just feel like everyone's got more of it than they're letting on.
I think, again, if we're talking in the public space, yeah, like what I mentioned MMA fighters before. Why would you go through all of that pain and suffering to be at the center of attention? Why go and study at university and go through the experiences you've gone through, which were not fun, and you
Yes,
definitely had
exactly
easier
that.
options to make money and to then be in this position? Why have I gone through what I've gone through to be in this position? It can give you purpose. I mean, entitlement in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing. I've been saying to my followers for the last 6 years, I'm grandiose as well, which is a narcissistic trait. I have this.
What does that mean?
Grandiose means you, largely speaking, you paint the narrative of your life and who you are in very grand terms. Okay. So I was like, well, my objective with the YouTube channel was to change the face of mental health forever. I wanted to change the way people thought about childhood trauma. That's a grandiose objective.
Mm-hmm.
Do I do that, chat? Like, do I describe my life more grand than what it actually fucking is? Because I feel like I really I don't have a grand life, though. Someone asked the other day on Twitter, they said they want everyone to show off their battle stations. I don't have a fucking battle station. I have a table with shit on it. Like, there's nothing here. There's no lights. It's the most functional fucking table ever. Describe the purpose of your stream in grandiose terms. Yeah, that is actually true. That is actually true. But I do think, I think my stream is fucking amazing for people that are intelligent. That's my cope, by the way. The reason I don't have 1,000 people watching my stream is there is not 1,000 people intelligent enough to enjoy this stream. It's the sad truth, man. Like, when you're a genius, you're not going to have a lot of followers.
wasn't, I'll get 100,000 followers and, make people feel a bit better. It was like, no, I want to change the way people think about mental health issues. And that's what I'm driven to do. And I'm not ashamed of that. But that could be said to be an example of pro-social narcissism and also communal narcissism.
Like renting out this big studio we're in.
It depends on your purpose. No psychologist worth their salt is going to say it's good if everybody has no trait narcissism. If you have no narcissism, you're mentally sick. If you have zero narcissism, that's not good. You would cease to function as a human being. You should be self-interested. You should have a vision for yourself. You should be purposeful. And if you don't have a degree of grandiosity, because grandiosity is always delusional, you're in the realm that's out. You're not being cynical. You're being idealistic and utopian. But what's going to move us? How do we move forward without utopianism? You need a degree of that, I would say.
Is there a difference between male and female narcissism?
In its core, no, because narcissistic personality disorder occurs before our sex and our gender roles have even set in. So you're 3-4 years old, a little boy and a little girl are not different enough. So in its core, it's a no, it's a denial of reality, and then it's engagement in delusion. Once your biology...
Miara, or are you just not narcissistic enough? Like, if I say that only intelligent people enjoy the stream and you're watching the stream, this means you are intelligent. Or I'm a liar. Now, which one of those seems more plausible to you?
And your hormones kick in and your latent genetic predilections kick in, which we have, he said controversially. Men and women are different.
Howard, okay, so the thing is, all human beings are narcissistic. Like, that is absolutely true. So, narcissism, at its core, is self-interest. Right? That is what it is. You're interested in yourself. And you have to have that. There needs to be a degree of the self, and the self has to matter to some extent for you to exist. If you have no self-interest and the self does not matter, that's very, very bad for you. All human beings have narcissism, but that's why narcissism is a scale and not... Okay, so there's two different things here that needs to be discussed, right? You have narcissistic personality disorder, which is very different to narcissism. Someone can be a narcissist without suffering from narcissistic personality disorder, but all narcissistic personality disorder sufferers are narcissists, if that makes sense, right? So you are correct that there's nothing good about having narcissistic personality disorder. That is just bad no matter what, right? That is just super bad. But narcissism, in general, I think you need that to some extent. And some people will be higher in certain areas and lower in others. But the point is, I think it's always to notice and keep yourself in check. This is why a lot of streamers, myself included, it's so important to have friends around you that keep you grounded. Friends that don't worship the ground that you're walking on. Friends that aren't constantly going to tell you about how good your videos are and how cool you are and any of that bullshit, right? It's important to have friends that sort of keep you on the level. And they don't give a fuck. You're just their mate. That's it. In the streaming space as well, you need friends that will tell you when you're being a piece of shit, right? And when you are just completely being wrong. Because that helps fight the narcissistic traits. Because it's very easy for someone to stream. Like, if you think about it, I don't know how many viewers we have now, so I have to check. Sorry, guys. We have 63 viewers on Twitch. We have 30 viewers on YouTube, 1 viewer on X, and we have on Kick, we have 20 viewers on Kick. So, if you really think about it, 100 plus viewers. Now, in the world of social media, you might think to yourself, dude, that's no viewers whatsoever. But that's a lot of people listening to one person. How many people do you know that speaks to 100 plus people on a daily basis? It's actually far rarer than you think. A vast majority of people don't even know 100 people to speak to. So it's very easy from this perspective to start looking at yourself as being far more important than what you actually are. And now you start walking around with a chip on your shoulder. I'm so cool. Look at me. Right? And this is where it's important to have people that knock you down a peg or two and be like, no, you're not really cool, bro. Like, you just happen to have a personality that other people enjoy. So shut the fuck up and let's play some video games. You need that in order to keep those levels in check. Living life, yeah. Kick ass, well. Zanrath, how you doing, bro? And living life, if you are drunk at the moment and you're looking to donate, I would suggest, if you don't mind, maybe wait till you're sober to donate. I have spent many a money in my life giving shit away when I'm drunk, and then the next day going, fuck, I should not have done that. What the hell did I do? Like, rather just enjoy your drink, hang out, you know, chill. It's all good. And if you still feel that way, you know, when you're sober, I'd be happy to take your cash. I promise you, your money will be good here tomorrow and next week.
The system we operate is different. The hardware is different. And the cultural conditioning, the gender roles kick in. Then the manifestation of narcissism, of course, will be different. There are tendencies that men probably will be more bullying than women will, in a direct and open way, perhaps. And women perhaps might engage in more sort of subtle psychological manipulation and damaging people's reputation in order to get what they want. Maybe they'll use more sexuality. Maybe this one will use more intellect. Broadly speaking, I don't think it's all that different between men and women, broadly speaking.
Why do you look different to how you used to look? Because I saw videos of you like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Is it just the hair that's shaved on the sides?
No, I had some sort of weird glow up about when I turned 41. I just got really fit. I just got way hotter when I turned 41.
It just happened?
I don't know why.
You're kidding me?
No, it's weird.
That doesn't sound...
I'm not even in denial of this. I look at pictures of myself. I talked about this with my ex-girlfriend. She laughs at me. She's like, what, did you make a deal with the devil or something? I don't know. I think one of the things that really helped was I did something called, and there was a watermark moment, which is I did something called 75 Hard, which is a training protocol you do for 75 days. You train twice a day. There's no alcohol, there's no drugs, there's no nonsense. You're only on water, protein and vegetables, and you're training a lot. I dropped my body fat and it did something to my hormonal profile. Because some of the I've had different, one of my ex-girlfriends is a geneticist, right, and she says the shape of your face now is actually reflective of higher degrees of testosterone. And I said, oh, you mean I have lower body fat? And she said, no, your face has actually changed shape. Yeah. So there's actual testosterone indicators in the face.
That just sounds like you injected a lot of testosterone, not gonna lie, bro. Like, you can get that from a syringe too. But no, to be fair, I know exercise can cause, there's a bunch of exercises you can do that will help with testosterone development. So I don't get paid by 75 Hard. It was just, let's say it was a rigorous training protocol that went on for an extended period of time. Like, what I can say for men that want to boost testosterone production, deadlifts and squats, two best exercises a man can do. There are 4 exercises a man needs to do in order to get the maximum amount of testosterone out of their bodies. These are military press, squat, bench press, and deadlift. Those are the only 4 exercises a man actually needs. Just those 4. All other exercises are perfectly fine if you want to, like, cut your muscles into the perfect shape and you want to, like, look like a Greek god. That's fine. You can do a bunch of others. But in terms of what a man needs in order to be healthy, those are the only 4 exercises you need to do. Like, you literally can walk into the gym, do your squats and fuck off, and that's it, right? 15 minutes in, out, you've done your squats, you're done. Next day you come in, military press, done, leave. Because those are the only muscle groups that a man needs to develop for maximum health. So yeah.
And that massively made a difference. I would just say generally to people listening, like, I've just had very, very serious health issues in the last 3 months. Everybody should be keeping their weight down, keep the body fat off, stay lean, eat well, get your sleep, and...
you shouldn't be fat. That's fucked up. Why are you being fat, man? Like, you should be skinny, like me. I can do squats at home. I can do squats at home too. I can't do bench press at home though. Just carrying a 40-pound old ass Corgi up and down the stairs 6 times a day count? Yeah, yes. I mean, all exercise is going to be good exercise, but men need to pump iron. Men need to do some, like, you need to lift heavy. You need to push your body. Otherwise, you'll lose it, right? If the muscles aren't being used, they're going to go away. Because you're not using them. Your body can use that energy somewhere else far more efficiently if you're not going to be using the muscles.
Don't, stay away from drugs and junk food.
And then you can get this new face at 41.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm 45 now, and I look better than I did at 35.
Yeah, remarkably so.
It's weird.
In shape, you look fantastic. You're a handsome man.
Yes.
You were handsome before, and now
gorgeous, darling, gorgeous. Yeah, I'm lucky. I'm grateful.
It gives us all something to aspire to. I'm 34. When I'm 41,
But I will tell you, and anybody who knows me will back this up. I'm in the gym a lot, and I train hard.
There's that as well.
Yeah. If you can fall in love with doesn't have to be the gym. Could be dance. Could be rock climbing. Could be walking. Fall in love with something. It should be a joyful activity that you can engage in with your body, and that'll see you through and for the rest of your life.
For me, it's tennis.
You love tennis?
I've got way into tennis now.
And you're the right sort of, you're like long limbs and you can cover the court. That's fantastic.
I should have played it since I was a kid, but I played football and stuff like that, and so much happier playing tennis. But I got very podgy about a year and a half ago, so I took up tennis. I got lessons. I'd never really done it. It's my favourite thing ever. I lost all the weight.
You lost it, and you weren't calorie counting or anything?
No, I just enjoyed myself.
You went and enjoyed tennis. Perfect. That's exactly the way to do it.
So happy. Yeah. Who's I suppose you've already said Zizek, but who's a heretic? Who's a heretic that you really look up to?
Nietzsche. Nietzsche.
Okay. So I don't know much about Nietzsche, except that he's often probably unfairly conflated with Nazis.
Yes, I mean, he would have been appalled by what the Nazis did, and we know from his writings what he thought of anti-Semites. I mean, he loathed anti-Semites. He thought anti-Semitism was an appalling position to adopt. And the wonderful thing about Nietzsche, because Nietzsche's a wonderful thing, he was very, very good at predicting the future, and he could see it coming. And he said it will happen in it wasn't Germany back then. It will happen. I think he was Prussian. It will happen in this area of Europe. We are in the grip of anti-Semitism. Wow. And it was, oh God, this is the 1860s he was writing. And he said, this is an infection, we have to burn it out. He wrote in Beyond Good and Evil whole chapters on how much Western culture owes to the Jews and Judaism, and how appalling anti-Semitism was. However, so there's my defense of, you mentioned Nietzsche, people bring up the Nazis. He wrote in books like Thus Spake Zarathustra things that were so tempting to extremists, they should not have been written down on paper.
Wow.
They're very dangerous.
Are we talking sort of Ayn Rand kind of libertarianism?
Beyond. Nietzsche wrote, he's such a brilliant mind, and he really needed an editor. And maybe people will say, oh, you shouldn't censor people. There are things written in the first few chapters of Thus Spake Zarathustra that if I'd known him, I would have said, don't publish that. So just one of them. And the reason why I say this is dangerous is because every genocidal maniac in history has manifested some variation of this ideological stance. He says that, look, there's really no hope for humanity as we are now. The Ubermensch, which you've heard of, the Overman, the Superman. That was not for now. We were to sacrifice ourselves today to build a bridge with the future so that the Superman could be born. That alone, there are other ideas that he came out with that are like intellectual grenades that he just threw into the population.
You can see how someone like Hitler reads that and goes, "Woo, well, guess Nietzsche wants me to really go do this." Holy, how you doing, bro? Lee Bazaar, how you doing, bro? Holy, I would say yes and no, but I do think getting in shape is probably the most important thing humans can do. Being overweight is incredibly bad for us. Like, it is really bad for us. It affects everything, right? It affects your mood, your hormones. In men, being overweight actually can turn your hormone production completely around to the point where you have way too much estrogen and nowhere near enough testosterone to deal with things. This will throw a lot of other things completely out of whack for you. The fact of the matter is, you die a lot sooner, right? People that are overweight basically cut 10 to 20 years off their life just by being overweight. It leads to depression, especially eating. I think the reason people are, I think a lot of the time people focus on exercise for the wrong reasons. That I agree with. Because I think exercise is very good for just being healthy, right? Just being a good, healthy person. I think it's good, right? And I mean mentally as well. Exercise, I have never felt better than going to the gym. That hour in the gym allows you to get rid of all the anxiety, all the pent-up rage and anger and frustration, because you're so fucked at the end of that you can't muster the energy. And then an hour later, you have this burst of energy as your body breaks down new energy to make available to you, but you feel better as a result of getting that out of your system. And also then, I think the biggest reason why people should really focus on eating healthily is your gut microbiome, right? We now know that most things that we suffer with, depression, anxiety, things of that nature, it all starts in the gut. When you eat bad foods, your gut microbiome will trigger really bad things. And you kind of, you should probably ask yourself, do you want to deal with those things? I don't. So this is one of the reasons I'm serious about weight loss. I want to lose the weight, but most importantly, I want to feel good. I want to wake up in the morning. I want to feel good, right? I don't want to wake up in the morning and feel like a fucking train hit me. I don't want to wake up in the morning and feel down or whatever the case might be, right? You want to feel good. You want to wake up and you want to take on the day. And the only way you're going to do that is by eating healthy, by being healthy.
I don't know how he didn't think some variation of the Nazis was going to hold on to it. But that one thing, when you say to people, sacrifice yourself and even other people and even your humanity today to build a bridge for the betterment of humanity in the future, that's grandiose. So now we're thinking cosmic terms. Yes, today people will bleed and suffer, but humanity will move forward into a brighter future, and history will absolve us of our, I don't know, some poetic language to absolve you of your...
The greater good.
The greater good. It will cleanse your hands of all sin in the view of human evolution. He wrote in those terms. It's beautiful and terrifying. So yes, I love Nietzsche, but I also would have said to him, listen, mate, could you just calm down?
Chill, bro.
Where do you want to send people who are watching?
They can look up Richard Grannon on YouTube, and they cannot escape me. I'm everywhere. I have multiple YouTube channels. I have an Instagram as well if they want to keep up with me daily. I'm very active on Instagram as well.
Go and check out Richard Grannon's channel.
All right, boys, that was 3 hours. We literally just reacted to this video for 3 whole hours. How are you guys feeling? Yeah, that was a long one, bro. That was a very, very, very long reaction. It was educational, but if God is real, then that's all wrong. How so, Howard? Therapy, to be honest, no pun intended. Kugara, I just wanted to watch this, but it was phenomenal. It was absolutely insane. How you doing, by the way? The energy of the vid was very low, to be honest. I wouldn't say that. The energy of the vid was I think spot on for what they were discussing. God is real, then doing horror for the greater good will not be rewarded but punished. Yeah, but remember, Nietzsche famously didn't believe in God. So, yeah, from his perspective, yeah, didn't matter, right? I think like this, until God sets it his way, I'm not worrying about the details. Thanks, Akalon. This stream was super interesting, and you're a great host. Naptosis, thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. I'm always happy to bring you guys the weird stuff. You know, I have these rabbit holes that I go down, and I decided instead of going down it alone, because in the past I would watch this video on my own, right? Tonight when I'm having my brisket, and by the way, I have another brisket that's going into the fucking stream, into the oven, right after this. But once I'm having my brisket, I would put this on, and for the next hour and 11 minutes, I would just soak in all of that information. And I've now decided, fuck it. When I get a new rabbit hole, you guys are coming with. I don't even give a shit anymore. When I get a rabbit hole that I want to go down, I'm taking you guys with me. You're just going to have to deal with ADHD madness. As we discover different rabbit holes and go down. Because them be the rules now. Jasmine, how you doing, bro? Can you please link the video? Of course, yeah. I'd be happy to. It's a really good video. Really well fucking, well made. Start tax season, Echo. Bring it on. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that sounds harsh. Fucking tax season. I imagine for accountants, tax season is hard as fuck. I don't like taxes. I hate taxes, actually. So yeah, I can understand that. I prefer spirituality too, and alchemy is above, so below, so without, so with, as without, so within. Hey, you know, as long as what you believe makes you happy, I'm perfectly fine with that, you know? Do your thing. Do your thing. Boys, I'm gonna go make some brisket now. I hope that you will excuse me as I head off and go make brisket and chill and go figure out what fucking videos I need to make tomorrow. And yeah, Kugara, by the way, I don't know if you've made the thumbnail for the video that Holy finished earlier today. I couldn't make the video public because I didn't have a thumbnail for it yet. And then while Holy and Kugara is in chat currently, if I may ask, tomorrow, I'll let you know tomorrow, so keep an eye on Discord, but I'll let you know when we're gonna meet just to discuss plans for the next year, because I have a lot of fucking plans for the main channel going into the next year. So I'll give you a time and a date if tomorrow works for you. Otherwise, we can do Saturday as well. It's good. But yeah. As for all of the other channels, this is now the new thing. We'll be basically co-streaming like mad people on 4 different fucking platforms. And we'll see how that goes, you know? It's nuts, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your day with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for choosing me to entertain you. As always, be good to each other. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace.